Hi, this is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. Holla. All right, y'all. I don't know if my mic was muted or not. I'm kind of lagging behind, so my electronics and everything don't want to work. I'm in this parking garage, so I might have a janky internet signal. But this is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. And I have a question, and this has been something that's been on my mind for a bit, just a little bit. But I've been wondering, with all these guys in the manosphere complaining about the women, that they won't let them lead, that the women are, not allowing them to do this and do that, be fathers, et cetera, et cetera. I'm wondering if, and let's not forget they're complaining about women and their unreasonable expectations. First, the expectations were too low. We needed to choose better. Then we started raising the expectations, and the expectations were too high. We need to, be realistic about our expectations, is what they started telling us after that. And so it just seems as if they kept moving the bar backwards and forward, trying to control Black women and get us to bend to whatever need they have, whether they were broke and they wanted you to lower your standards, or whether they had money, but they wanted you to overlook the fact that they were grotesque. And they said, well, you know what, a man, he can look however he wants to look. It's just all about whether he can provide for you. So they kept moving the bar. This bar that these Black men have, it doesn't go in one direction. The bar that they have moves backwards and forwards based off of their own selfish needs. I really believe this. And so it got me to thinking of this one question. One question, is the manosphere ground zero for these men who are just simply failures, losers, guys that can't get dates, guys that don't know how to get a woman to want to give him some of the poom poom, guys that don't know how to get a woman to want to, submit to him and be feminine with him, guys that, don't have any ambition. They never went to school, or guys that are just lame and nobody wants anything to do with you. Or, you're just a bum and you're living at home with your parents, and your parents are the ones that's, setting you up for life. It's not you. It's never you, but you want the Black women to adjust to your failure. This is what I've been getting over the last 10 years. This moving bar, this bar that never moves in one direction. It moves backwards and forwards based on what you Negroes need. And I've been wondering, is this the case? Is it that you need us to make an adjustment for your failures? And so whenever you fail, whenever you fall short, you blame the Black woman, and then you go running off crying to the manosphere, because I'm telling you, it's ground zero for you guys. It's ground zero for you failures, you bedwetters, you mama's boys, you guys that just, I don't know, you can't cut the mustard. You can't. And even with Black women moving back and forth with your goalpost, you're still failures. You're still bums. So I come to the conclusion that this is what it is. Good morning, Tia. Tia says, I completely agree. Yes, Tia. And I'm the faith factor. I like to be fair. I like to be balanced. I really, really don't like to get on this male bashing kick. But, you know, recent events have brought forth black men. I'm not gonna, keep beating the dead horse with the honest truth and his baby mama, Queen Mercy. But remember, honest truth was coming up here presenting himself as a friend to black women. And oh, I can understand why you black women should date out. He said this. He actually said this. And it's not just him. It's other men like him that come on here pretending. Derek Jackson, Yeah, I think he might, be a candidate for going Manosphere soon, with what he's going through. He's going to get frustrated because of his failures that he brought upon himself. And every time these guys get frustrated with the failures that they bring upon themselves, all of a sudden now they want to go running over to the Manosphere to say, oh, it's the woman's fault that this, that, and the other happened, and I shouldn't have never lowered my standards for this broad. And, I knew that the Manosphere was right, that she was just going to try to trap me and put me on child support and, all of this stuff. Even with you guys that try to be above board, and you sit up here and act like you're an ally for women and you're so understanding, and I don't know why these manosphere men are talking like this. As soon as your ass gets in a crack, and as soon as you don't want to handle your responsibilities in life, all of a sudden you go running over to the manosphere with your tail tucked between your legs, hollering about they won't let me lead, and she trying to put me on child support, and I was trapped, and you all are just perpetual victims of the evil black woman. Never mind that you didn't use protection and you thought the pull-out method was foolproof. And on top of that, this so-called undeserving woman that you now think, after you done piled on top of her over and over again, pumping and pumping, now all of a sudden she's not beautiful or desirable anymore, but she was beautiful and desirable when you were on top of her, humping her, sir. When you were on top of her night after night after night, she wasn't bothering you. But now all of a sudden she's bothering you now that she's pregnant with your child. Oh, I can't take it no more. She crazy. Now that she pregnant with your child, she crazy, and now she bothering you. You know what? I just can't with some of y'all. I can't. And so this is why the faith factor today has this question. What's up, Dr. Nikki? Dr. Nikki's in the house. I heard of Dr. Nikki. Dita Rail bought me to Dr. Nikki. Guys, go and subscribe to Dr. Nikki. She says, hi, everybody in the chat. Oh, what's up, Mahogany? This is Mahogany is my internet crush, my baby, for real. Mahogany, I'm trying to get my body to your standard. Okay, I'm working with these arms. These arms, they're still a work in progress. I don't know if I'm meant to just have these big arms or what's going on with my arms, but I'm trying to get them down, girl. I've been watching your channel and getting inspiration every time I see you. Mahogany is gorgeous. She has the body of a goddess. I want that body, Mahogany. Beautiful, beautiful black women. Beautiful black women. And speaking of beautiful black women, you have these beautiful black women. We're adjusting ourselves backwards and forth based on you Negroes and your failed needs, your failures, your inadequacies. We have black women that are actually making adjustments for it. And you all are still failing at being leaders. And I can't fathom. I can't understand. Why? Why do you guys do this? You're torturing yourselves and you're torturing us. That's what you're doing. You don't know what you want in your own life, and you feel as if you're going to go and find that with a woman. So you go and hide behind the skirt of a woman trying to find your manhood. You're not going to find your manhood behind the tail of a woman. No, you were supposed to find your manhood before you got with that woman. But here you all are behind the tails of a woman, still failing at finding your manhood and not understanding why. It's because your manhood is not here. It's not back here. It's not in the rump section. Okay? Your manhood is not back there. It's not between my legs. It's not there. It's not here. It's not no, you're not gonna find that, trying to hide behind a woman. And that's where a lot of you Negroes go wrong. And so now you take your bummy, failed behinds, tail tucked between your legs, crying back to the manosphere, talking about she trapped me. She trapped me, y'all. When did the woman trap you? Did she hold you in a gridlock between her legs? And some of y'all, yes, you ain't, between the legs, the natural way. Did she hold you in a gridlock with your face down there in the pie area? You know how y'all like to get down. I just want to know. I just want to know. What's up, the word? And every single time you guys are sitting up here complaining about a woman not being feminine enough, not being beautiful enough. You should have been happy that I even looked at you twice, because you ain't even what I normally look at, lady. You ain't even what I normally look at. I gave you a shot. What's up, Omnipre? That's my baby Omnipre. And this is what I want to tell you guys. Omnipre opened herself up to do that interview with me. She was so open, she was so honest, she held nothing back, and she took accountability. And that is an adult thing to do. When you are an adult and you can't own your shit, you don't know how to take accountability for your own shit, you got a lot more self-reflection to do. Some of you need to adult yourselves, and you don't know how. You don't know how to be the adult in your own lives. Before you can, as men, take on the responsibility of a woman and then later on children, you have to learn how to adult yourself. Some of y'all don't even take accountability for the fact that when you get with a woman in the sexual way, you're going to need to protect yourself. You cannot put the onus just on this woman to have birth control, because she may have very, very totally different ambitions than you. She might be at a place where she want to be a mama right now, and you don't know it. Okay? So you can't leave everybody to look out for your best interest. You have to look out for every grown person needs to look out for their own best interest. And I'm so sick and tired, especially it's with you men, especially. It's with you men, especially. Y'all do not want to take responsibility for your own best interest when it comes to sex. sex. Why every time I get to talking to you guys about protecting yourselves, when I say protect your own best interest, I mean, if you just gotta have it, you just gotta get that sex, that thing right now, don't leave it to her. You're a fool if you leave it to her and say, oh, well, she's going to get the birth control. She's going to get the pills, the shot, the ring, or whatever it is that she's using. You're putting the onus on her. You're putting your life in another person's hands, and they may have totally different motives than you. Your motive may be to get married first and have children, but her motive may be I want that thing, that sperm is going to give me. Might be two things. Two things. So she may not be on the same page with you, but you're going to put all this faith in her. And then when that thing happened that you didn't want to happen, who you turn around and blame? Who is to blame for that thing happening that you did not want for your life? And I'm talking to the men, because not even other men are talking to you about this, because other men will sit up here and tell you, oh, I don't like using the condom. It don't feel right. The condom feel different. I like just going in raw. She could just use, we just let her use the birth control. This is what stupid other men tell other men. And they're leading you guys down the path of being baby daddies and creating baby mamas. You guys are the baby mama creators. And then they lead you down the path of eventually being on child support, listening to these idiots. So I'm going to just be Mama Faith. Today I'm Mama Faith, and I'm going to tell you, stop listening to these guys. And I'm going to tell you what generation it is that's doing this. It's the older generation of Generation X and the younger Generation X. I'm younger Generation X too. Generation X and the younger, baby boomers, the younger baby boomers. They're the ones passing down all this horrible information because they fucked up their lives. Oops, did I curse? They messed up their lives. They messed up, and now they're teaching you to be messed up just like them. So you got these older men with ulterior motives, and they're telling you younger men the wrong thing. No, Chaos, I'm a younger millennial. I'm not a baby boomer, not yet. Well, I'll never be a baby boomer, but I'm not a baby boomer. I'm a Generation X. Right, Metadog. They need to get a vasectomy or use a condom. If you really don't want babies like that, the vasectomy is actually your best option if you don't like condoms, if you don't like the feel of condoms, if you want to take power back, and it is completely reversible with 100, but not 100%, but 99.9% accuracy of being reversed, so you can have children again. You can definitely reverse it, but you guys don't want to undergo the surgical procedures. Like women, we go and we get surgical procedures all the time for birth control, getting that Lorena thing put inside of us and all that type of stuff. We do it all the time, but y'all lazy. I mean, don't blame us because you lazy and trifling. Because you lazy and trifling, you get put on child support. You become a baby daddy before you want to become a baby daddy. You get women pregnant that you don't like. You sit up here all the time and you blow smoke up these women's behinds. Ladies, let me talk to y'all for a quick second. These men can fake whole relationships on you. Now, the same way that we can fake an orgasm, they can fake an entire relationship. Yes, they can. They'll sit up there and look at you with a straight face and tell you that they love you and that you are the love of their life. Oh, they can't live without you. Oh, baby, when I look at you, you just make my heart sing with so many different songs and melodies. And baby, you know what? I want to be, I want you to be my baby mama. I want us to have children. I want to marry you one day. Then they're not actually proposing to you, but they put they get your man in a mindset of, ooh, did he just propose to me? That's pillow talk. Ladies, don't get caught up in pillow talk. When a man's penis is hard, When a man is wanting to have sex with you, when he's at that, he'll say and do anything. That's the best time for you to ask for $10,000. When he think he about to get some, that's the best time for you to start making demands. Baby, the light bill need to be paid. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got it, baby, because I'm your man. I'm gonna take care of you. They gonna say anything, anything. And yet the thing about it is, we disold and we still fall for it though, don't we? Omni Priest said that smoke was thick. Yeah, they lay it on real thick for you. They lay it on real thick. The pillow talk is what's killing you, ladies. You got to stop believing it. And then also the first, I want to say, few months of the relationship. I want to say the first 3 months of the relationship. Oh, that pillow talk is so good. Oh, girl, they on time picking you up. You know what I'm saying? Like you tell them that you want to be at this place at a certain time. They there 10 minutes early to come get you. They never late in the beginning. Oh, in the beginning, they calling you. Oh, good morning. Do y'all remember the first few months of the relationship when you used to get those good morning texts? I can go back in my DMs and my inboxes of all my boyfriends. And I can go back to the beginning when I was getting those good morning texts and hello, beautiful. And oh my goodness, I woke up this morning from a beautiful dream that I had about you. Oh, they so poetic in the beginning. They so nice. Mm, mm, mm. So we have to start discarding the hello beautiful and the good morning text. It's nice and everything. They're supposed to do it, but take it with a grain of salt. Holler at me a year down the road. 1 year down the road, are you still sending me them hello beautiful texts? Am I still getting the you coming and picking me up on time? Am I still getting that? 1 year later? No. A year later, a day can go past. All day long, you don't hear from this motherfucker. And then you call him and he bump your shit over the voicemail. And then you tell him that you gotta go and be at a certain place on time. The nigga is 30 minutes late, an hour, or better yet, he don't even show up at all. Now all of a sudden he all inattentive because he done got everything he wanted now. He's satisfied. He done drunk all that he could of you. And yet we still falling for it today. No, Demetrius, don't try to blame it on the ain't shit dudes. Demetrius said we just messing with the ain't shit dude. I'ma just tell you, Demetrius, I love you, son. You about the same age as my son. And I'm gonna tell you, my son full of shit. Yes, I have seen him. I have seen him lie to girls, lie to these little girls, lie to these little women out here. I know the ones that he's serious about. Is one that he real serious about right now. I wish he'd get the hell away from her. But that's another story. But I know the ones he's serious about. And he be sitting up here just a playing in these girls' faces, just a charming in the beginning. And then when he get whatever he wants from that little girl, I don't hear nothing about him or that little girl no more. He don't even mention her name. So I don't raise one of y'all. I don't raise one of y'all. I done grew up around y'all. I done worked around y'all. I work in a male-dominated industry. Been a truck driver for over 15 years. I know how y'all operate. I've seen it with my own eyes. My uncle, when I was a little girl, when I was about, I would say about 5, 6 years old. My mama used to have these cute little pigtails in my hair with little bows and stuff, and I had the pretty little dresses with the little ruffled socks. And so my uncle used to take me out with him to help him pick up women. And so Faith became a pickup artist for my uncle. Yeah, I used to come up there to the women. Boy, my rap used to be real smooth. Hey, hey, lady. I used to go up there real smooth when I was about 4, 5 years old. My uncle said you cute. I just came over here to tell you. And it used to work every time. My uncle used to have me out there picking up girls for him. So don't tell me what Negroes won't do. Don't tell me what you won't do. Yeah, y'all be going the extra mile in the beginning. And with emphasis on in the beginning. Whoo, in the beginning there was darkness. Ladies, in the beginning there was darkness, okay? And then at the time, light came after the darkness. We began to wake up. Some of y'all need to come out of the darkness, okay? Let there be light. Right, Omni. In the beginning, there was the word. And these guys had a lot of words for you. Ooh, they had a lot of nice, fluffy words. Hello, beautiful. Good morning, beautiful. Oh, girl, I would drink your bath water. They would they would move heaven and earth for you in the beginning. In the beginning. And then came the flood. Them niggas wanted a reset. So that here come the flood. Metadol, let me see what you say. She says you got to get to know them to see who they really are, but how many years are you going to sit around and wait for a king to show his true colors? Some of them lie for years, then you just wasted time. Amen. Amen. And so I just go to wondering, because after these guys lay it on thick, now you could be a woman that's average. You can even not even be an attractive woman, by society standards. But I hate saying that people are unattractive or attractive, because beauty is so subjective. You're attractive to that man at that time. That's what he wants at that time. So you're attracted to that man at that time. So any man that sit up here and he done laid on top of a woman, humped on top of her numerous nights, over and over and over and over again. Men, how do you hump on top of a woman numerous nights, over and over and over again, in broad daylight with all the lights on, and walking around for everybody to see? This your woman, this your thing, do what you want to do, right? It's your thing. This your thing. And then later on, after you done got your fill, now all of a sudden she bothering you. Oh, she a bugaboo. She bothering you. She a bugaboo. Oh, later on down the line, oh, she ain't even that pretty. I don't even know why I settled for this thing right here. This thing ain't even what I normally go for. She crazy. She a bugaboo. She ain't even cute. You become all these things, but they done set up here and humped on you. They done humped on you for hours and hours and hours. The numerous nights of humping and pumping and breathing hard, and you got his stank ass breath on your neck. That was all him. He come in there with a demon hot breath on your neck and humping for hours and hours, and then all of a sudden, oh, she wasn't even all that. She wasn't even cute. She wasn't even pretty. This ain't even what I normally get. Yeah, she ain't even feminine. She crazy, y'all. She crazy. But you were humping all over, breathing all hard with your hot breath on her crazy ass. That was you. I bet you, I bet you all the guys that ever called you crazy, if they dusted your breast for fingerprints, he would be public enemy number one. He would be public enemy. Hey, if she crazy, why is your fingerprints on her areolas? Can you explain how your fingerprints got on the areolas of this crazy woman? If they dusted your behind for fingerprints, when he holding it down like that. Hey, I thought this woman wasn't all that. She wasn't all this pretty. What is your fingerprints doing all over her ass? But she wasn't all that. She wasn't pretty. She crazy. Oh my God, folks trying to call me. I got to put my phone on do not disturb. Folks is trying to call me. All right, there we go. Demetrius said, "Ain't gonna be no fingerprints because he gonna wash her down in the shower." See, look at him. Now he's trying to figure out a way to get rid of the evidence. Trying to get rid of the DNA evidence. Look at this. You see how they work? But then, when in all seriousness, it's all fun and games when he gets to use your body, and that's what he's doing, ladies. He's using you. He's using you, and I'm gonna tell you, the attractive as well as the unattractive get used. They do. Men know whether or not they want to marry a woman relatively quick. I think I read a article in a magazine where it said that usually it only takes 1 hour of conversation before a man knows he wants to marry you. That's how fast they know who they want to be with. So it don't take that long, y'all. But if he's stringing you along for years and years, that nigga don't want to marry you. Cut the fuck off. Be like, hey, I'm about to be out. I'm about to be out. What's up, hustler and muscular? Metadol said, nope, it sure doesn't. Hash Dragon says that's based on lack of dick discipline. Oh, I said the word. Oh my God. I got the potty mouth. That's based on a lack of D discipline, not her looks. Ninjas be reckless. Exactly. And see, this is a man saying this, y'all. A man is on here telling y'all this. They don't have D discipline. They will say anything. They will do anything. They will become they will morph into the man of your dreams overnight. These motherfuckers don't be liking, whatever it is that you into. Like, I remember one time, I said that I like to go bowling and, all this other stuff, hiking and all this. A nigga went bowling and hiking with me, and he had foot problems. Okay? This motherfucker had no business bowling, hiking, none of that. But he morphed into this thing that he thought I wanted him to be so that he can get the punani. Okay? And they will lie at the drop of a dime. That's why I say in the beginning, there's darkness. You don't know nothing about this nigga. And the thing about it is, you really shouldn't disclose too much about yourself in the beginning. Ami said, I had him out there playing tennis with me and gardening. Yeah, they'll do all this shit knowing that they don't like doing it, but they want to get Next to you and that booty, trying to get to you and that booty. I've been shaking, 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 trying to get to you and that booty, trying to get to you. I don't know. I'm probably singing the song wrong, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. They're going to try to get to you and that booty by any means necessary. They're going to lie. They're going to morph into these men that they ain't never been before in their life. I even had one guy, I told him I like men that are intellectual, that are, up on current events. This motherfucker was up day and night watching Fox News with me. He wasn't even a Republican. I'm like, I found that later on. You're not even a Republican. Why the hell is you watching Fox News? Why the I mean the things these guys do. What they won't do. Right, Metadie. After you sleep with him, he'll stop playing tennis. And that's exactly what they do. But they probably won't do it right away. Not right away. They got to get their feel. Now, if it's good, they'll pretend a little bit longer if it's good. Shit, some guys will pretend for years. They'll become any and everything. But one thing that they'll do, if they pretending for years, one thing they not gonna do, they not gonna propose. They'll pretend to be into you for years if it's that good punani. They like the sex, but they don't really see you as wife material. They'll pretend for years, and then you become a placeholder. There's some things that they like about you. They might like your body. They might like how you have sex. They might like how you cook. They may like how you. There might be something that they like, but there's something that's stopping them for making you theirs permanent. And so they'll pretend. Now I can't give you a time frame by how long they pretend because, like Metadol said, sometimes it's for a few months. That wham bam, thank you, ma'am. It's a hit it, quit it type situation. And then sometimes it could be for years because they're benefiting in some way from you. So they might like the fact that you got your own crib, that you pay majority of the bills, or if they have kids, they may like the fact that you are a great caregiver to their kids. And so when it's their time to have their kids, you're the one doing majority of the work and it makes it easier for them. So if they're getting some kind of benefit out the deal, they might pretend a little bit longer to keep getting those benefits. And the key word is keep getting benefits. And that's the other thing I want to roll over into, ladies. These guys, they want you to display wife benefits to them immediately. Immediately. They take you out on one date. They might take you to a semi-decent restaurant like Papa Do's or something like that. That Papa Do's, they feel as if they're immediately entitled to some boom boom. Yeah. They think they're immediately entitled. If they change the tire on your vehicle, they think that they're immediately entitled for you to cook them a meal and give them some boom boom. Because now I done changed your tire and took you out to Papa Do's. This is how these Negroes think. They call us transactional, but it's really them that's transactional. And to be honest with you, I'm going to tell you another secret. They like transactional women. They do. They do. Papa Do's is semi-decent, Demetrius. It's okay. It's not an Ocean 44. Ocean 44 and Eiffel Tower restaurant, that's creme de la creme. Papa Do's is middle of the road. And then below Papa Do's is Olive Garden and Red Lobster and all those other chain restaurants. Demetrius said cap. See? But yeah, they will do that. They will do these things so that they, They like the transactions. They like transactional women. They'll sit up here and they'll complain about gold diggers, but they actually like gold diggers. You want to know why they like gold diggers? Because gold diggers give them a pivotal point, a starting point. With the gold digger, they know, okay, I got to have at least this in order to get that. They know. So they want a woman that's transactional. They want somebody that, okay, I know if I do this much, I'm guaranteed to get this that I'm trying to get over here. But if you're a person that's out here dating with a purpose, you're not transactional, you're actually vetting, asking questions, and not giving it up like that because he took you to Papados. Well, this just blows his mind. They hate women like this. I'm gonna tell you, they don't like the women that are not transactional. So if you're out here dating with a purpose, and say for instance, they take you to Papados, they take you indoor skydiving, they take you to the county fair, they take you to the Usher concert or Vegas, and all this other stuff. They're doing all this stuff because they're trying to figure out what your number is. They're trying to figure out, okay, everybody has a number. Everybody has, something that is going to make them go. They want to see what's going to make you go. They're going to mow your lawn. They're going to go axe throwing with you. They're going to do everything that they can to see what it is that it is that makes you go. They want to see what's your go number. What's your go thing. So they like the transactional women. The women that are not transactional, we're sitting up here. If you're not telling them too much about yourselves, but you're into observing them, they hate that. I like to sit back and I like to let the guy talk. If you sit back, ladies, and you remain a mystery yourself. You remain a mystery. Tell him very little about yourself at first. Be a gift. When you go on the date, just be a gift. The mere fact that you're there, that's your gift to him. You're giving him your time. And in giving him your time, you're also giving him your ear. Okay? And I'm just going to tell you, this works every time. For the first 3 months, let him talk. Let him say what he going to do. And then after he say it, watch. Watch him. See if the words and the action are matching. Don't let him know what all your hobbies are and all the things you want to do and stuff like that, because all he gonna do is lie to you and morph into this thing that he think you want him to be. Just watch him. See what he does. See how creative he is. Let him plan the dates. Because if you sit up here and run your mouth and tell him everything on the first few dates within the first few months, then he pretty much has a whole rundown on how he can run game on you. And then also, you gotta, this is very important. Don't open your legs. Don't, hustler and muscler. I know you prefer to let women talk because you want us to tell on ourselves. You want us to tell you the best way that you can get us, the best way that you can lie and morph into this thing that you ain't even, just so you can get close to the poom poom. I know y'all like that. You prefer for us to tell on ourselves. And I'm telling you, ladies, every time you run your mouth, every time you tell him what your favorite thing is and this, that, and the other. No, the man has got to be observant. The same way that he expects you to be observant. See, ladies, remember how we go on dates with the guy and we pay attention to things like what they order. We pay attention to, different things about the man, like how he dressed. We pay attention to whether or not he mentions in passing that he likes football. We have to be very observant when it comes to them. But when it comes to us, they ain't got to be observant because we do all the work for them because we run our mouths. We tell them everything. They ain't got to put no work in. Make them niggas work. Make them niggas work. Make them niggas work. You sit up here and run your mouth. They ain't had to observe you. They ain't had to do no work whatsoever. No. Fuck that. If you come to a date and he don't notice that you dress a certain way, that you upkeep yourself a certain way, that you drive a certain car, that you work at a certain job, that you speak a certain way, that you carry yourself with a certain regalness about yourself, if he's not paying attention to the type of woman you are, he's not interested in getting to know you. But when a guy sits up there and let you talk, the only thing he got to do is just morph into this thing that he thinks you want him to be, and then he's slapping the meat. Next thing you know, he's in like Flint. Make him work. No, Demetrius. No, I'm not gonna calm down. I'm tired of y'all being lazy. Y'all lazy, and y'all lazy in the bedroom too. Some of y'all lazy in the bedroom. There's a lot of black women out here that don't even like sex because of y'all. Because y'all get y'all sexual cues from porn. Y'all don't even know that every woman is different. If she like to be fingered, guess what? Some women don't like to be fingered. I'm not going to tell y'all what I like, but some women don't like that. Not every woman like to be fingered. Y'all sitting up here doing the same thing with every woman on rinse and repeat. Y'all horrible, terrible. And not all women like it rough. Some women like it rough. Maybe they had rough childhood, or that's all they've been dealing with or whatever. And there's some women that need to be caressed and held and kissed and licked on, and they don't like that rough stuff all the time. But some of y'all get y'all sexual cues from porn, and you just go in on every woman like and now you got all these women running around here. I'm gonna tell you what we doing. And ladies, I blame y'all for this. I also blame y'all for this. Y'all running around here faking it. Remember I told you men can fake whole relationships, but we as women have gotten good at stroking the male ego and faking orgasms. Y'all sit up here and y'all know these men are lazy lovers. Yeah, he thought he blew your back out with that rough, hard sex. They think they doing the damn thing, but you didn't get a goddamn thing out of it. You sat there and you, oh, daddy, oh, daddy, oh, daddy, oh my God, oh. You're over here faking. You know you don't like that. You know that didn't do nothing for you. He ain't even warm you up. He didn't warm you up. And you know it. And you over here faking like he doing something. The bam, 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 bam. Fellas, I'm going to just tell you, for all these fake, lying ass bitches out here, the vagina is very, very different than the penis. We have very, very few nerve endings inside of there, okay, that gives us the ultimate blow up and satisfaction. So you banging on it like that, it don't really do much for us. Maybe doing a lot for you, but it ain't really doing a lot for us. You got to warm a woman up. And some of y'all are lazy and you don't feel like taking the time to do that. Because when a woman is warmed up, you're going to feel that vagina get looser to welcome you in. It's going to get wetter. And something else is going to happen. There's a pulsation that happens when we are warmed up. We're pulsing on the inside. That's us being orgasmic. Okay? And you can warm us up with things that you say to us, a touch, a caress, just those are things that help warm us up. Going down. I can't stress. I can't stress it enough. And that warmth, that pulsation. If you as a man ain't never felt a woman's vagina pulsing, you baby, you wasn't doing nothing for that lady. If you in a vagina and it keep drying up, she ain't feeling you. So I don't care how much she but her vagina drying up. Her body ain't gonna lie. She can lie, but her body ain't gonna lie. Her body ain't gonna lie, y'all. Demetrius said, I know exactly what you're talking about. Demetrius, how you know? You're a little bit too young to know about that. Exactly, has dragon contractions, that pulsation. When you feel that, you know you done did something. You done did something. And what I want you all to do one day, when you with your woman, when you balls deep in, stop just for a second and see if you feel this. If you feel this, those contractions, you done did something. But if you stop and you don't feel nothing and it immediately starts drying up, nigga, you ain't did shit. You ain't shit. Your dick ain't shit. Yo, you whack. And goddamn it, you need to get the fuck up and go home. I'm telling you, you ain't did a goddamn thing. But I don't want to focus in on just the sex. I don't want to focus in on just the sex. It's just a lot of y'all don't know a lot about nothing. Y'all sitting up here talking about how you be hammering and hammering and hammering, and the woman is like, "Oh, you lying ass bitches." And y'all the ones too. You lying females out here. Y'all also are responsible for how horrible these men are with sex. Cause you're sitting up here. He might have bought you a Gucci bag or some cheap little knockoff, and now you going and he ain't did a goddamn thing but bought you that damn Gucci bag, and that's what you really hollering for. You hollering for that goddamn Gucci bag, but you are not hollering for the pink. Let's just go ahead and tell the truth and shame the devil. So yeah, you can get up off of her, like Metadol says. Mm-hmm. Yep, she's gonna fake it every time. Same way y'all be faking relationships. We be over here faking orgasms. Some of us women have not had orgasms. You have some women that well into their 40s and ain't never had a real orgasm because they've been dealing with niggas that's all about themselves, all about their satisfaction and their pleasure. I think I saw Game Change over there on Melody Media one day, and he was sitting up there talking about ooh, and the vagina juice is slime. It's slime. Little boy, you ain't got no business out here having sex. You ain't got no business out here even with a woman talking about slime. But that's another failed manosphere nigga with a manosphere mindset. And see, the pygmishas and the pygmies, they gonna end up with a guy like that. And so while he's sitting up there hollering, "Ooh, it's slam," and they in the bedroom faking it, and that's their marriage. That's their marriage in a nutshell. He never ever given her any pleasure, and she always faking. And y'all want to know how comes people be cheating and marriages be going all off to the side and stuff like that. That's how that happens. Bitches faking, niggas don't want to give women their pleasure. But what you won't do, the next man will. Trust and believe. There's some men out here like Demetrius Higashikata. Yeah, he'll come in the back door knowing exactly what the fuck he doing. And next thing you know, your girl is gone. Ain't no use in going home. Hey, you done got your girl and gone. And that's because you lazy. You didn't want to give her that orgasm. Demetrius said, let me provide context. The orgasm gap is 65% of women have experienced orgasms, while 35% of women have not. I would say it's a little bit more than 35, but you're right. You're right. There's a lot of women that say they have, and they have. They have. I used to be one of those women sitting up here faking it. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah, oh, daddy. Yeah, yeah. You know what? I'm like Rihanna. If I ain't feeling it, I ain't faking it no more. That's just how I am now. If I'm not feeling it, I'm not faking it no more. Because it's not to my benefit. And ladies, you do a lot of work. Ladies, think of all the work that you're doing during the whole sexual intercourse thing. They want you to reverse cowgirl, flip to the front, hit it from the side. Your body have to be adjustable from all angles. You're stretched all to tarnation. I mean, if we do a lot of goddamn work. Now, if we got to do all this goddamn work, when are we gonna get some pleasure out of it? When do you actually get some satisfaction? But you got men out here that actually believe that your satisfaction is not important. And you're supposed to stay with them in a very unfulfilling relationship and like it because they pay the bills. In this day and age, people paying their own bills. Women are capable of paying their own bills. So now, ladies, imagine this. We're in modern times. And that's the other thing. They sitting up here talking about these modern women, but these are modern times. Fuck a modern woman, modern man, a traditional whatever. We're in modern times, bitches. Motherfuckers, we in modern time. In modern time, we have women mechanics, we have women truck drivers, we have women that are actually over here building houses with the men. Yeah. And there's no heavy lifting involved anymore because we got all this equipment that helps us with the lifting. Hell, you Negroes are not even out here doing this heavy lifting anymore because they got machines that do that now. Nobody's doing any heavy lifting anymore. These are modern times. And in modern times, every motherfucking body need a job. Because when you graduate from high school, guess what? Mommy and daddy want you to get the fuck out their house. They want you to go the fuck to college, go to school. So in modern times, both men and women are out here paying bills. So now, ladies, if you're living in these modern times where you got to pay your own bills until you find a man and then you go 50-50, because that's what y'all are doing. I don't want to hear nobody tell me anything different because that's what the fuck you bitches is doing. Y'all going 50-50. You're paying your own bills at first and you're out here fucking and not getting, not getting fulfilled. How are you out here fucking and not getting fulfilled? The only fulfillment you get is the fact that this nigga is saying that you the baddest chick. But he gonna say that because he want the pum pum. He wants what's between your legs. So you gonna be the baddest bitch. Like I said, these niggas lie. They will say any motherfucking thing. And then what kills me is after he done lied to you and told you that you the baddest bitch, a bitch that you think ain't even as bad as you is in his inbox. You see him in her DMs. You see him texting her, how did you get your body like that? You see him, chasing her down. So now both of y'all the baddest bitch? Which is it? Which one of us is the baddest bitch? The baddest bitch is the bitch that he on top of. That's who the baddest bitch is. The baddest bitch is the bitch that he's on top of at the moment. Both of y'all could be bad if you give him a menage a trois. Both of y'all the baddest bitches in the world. Oh my God, I love both of y'all. I will marry both of y'all. I will be in a polygamous relationship with both of y'all. I want both of y'all to have my baby. Both of y'all will be the baddest bitch at the same time. Hustler and muscular ain't nothing but modern women. Hell, you're a modern man. Ain't none of you Negroes. Look, I can't with y'all. Ain't none of you Negroes building houses from scratch like they used to do back in Little House on the Prairie times. Now I can say that them men were men. They was out there chopping wood. They chopped down the trees. They used the wood from the trees that they chopped down, and they built the houses. Okay, ain't none of you niggas doing that shit. Okay, stop it, stop it. This is modern times. Period. Exactly, Melody. She said you are a modern man, dude. You are living in 2023. Look, Demetrius. If you tell me that you go out to the forest and you shot a bear and you drug the bear home with your bare hands and you cut that bear open, you skinned them, you got all the fur off of them, and you cured the meat and you locked it in the you put the salt on it and locked it in the fridge, and you out there, basically hunting for your food. You know what I'm saying? You ain't doing that though. You take your ass to the grocery store just like me. Ladies, you all will see Demetrius in aisle 27 at the Safeway or the Whole Foods. You're gonna see Demetrius' ass at Whole Foods shopping. Y'all kill me with this. But y'all don't want a modern woman. Ain't no woman cooking from scratch anymore. Not anymore. There may be a handful that still do it, but every motherfucking body go to the grocery store and they getting the goddamn Betty Crocker cake mix that's already mixed. Hell, some of them ain't even getting the damn Betty Crocker cake mix. They going right over there to Walmart in the bakery section and they buying them cakes already made. Look. You can call and order you some food off of Uber. That's dinner. This ain't no traditional anymore. Y'all just need to go on somewhere with that. We are in modern times. Demetrius said that bear got a family. Demetrius, what I'm trying to say is y'all capping big time. Ain't no traditional nothing anymore. Not anymore. And it takes two incomes now, especially with this economy being the way it is. Look, you niggas, y'all need help paying the bills. Okay, y'all ain't even trying to pay all the bills in the house anymore. Y'all looking at the woman like, hey, what's your credit looking like? Y'all don't even want to get with a woman that got bad credit, okay? Because in this modern society, credit is king. So if she coming to you with fucked up credit, good and daggone well, that's it. It's a wrap. Y'all ain't gonna be able to get shit. But you traditional men sitting up here looking at your woman credit. Why y'all looking at her credit? Why you care if she got student loans? Because you're modern. That's why. You're modern. Y'all either need to piss or get off the toilet because good and daggone well I'm telling the truth. Yeah, y'all funny. Y'all real funny. Hustler and Muscler said this modern area ain't looking so good. Metadol says traditional men want working women to help take care of them so they can sit on her couch and play Xbox all day. Yeah, you got that too. You do. So it's not looking too good, y'all. But then when the shit hit the fan, y'all are out here playing around, lying to these women, morphing into these men for these women so that you can get the punani, because you know you're not really interested, or some of y'all are not even ready for a long-term commitment. But you're not going to say that to that woman because y'all are all liars. You lie. So you sit up here, you put your life in the hands of this woman that you only wanted to have sex with, that you only wanted to use for her money, that you only wanted to use because you felt she was the best caregiver. You only wanted to use because she had a place to stay. You only wanted to use because she had money and a good job, and then you fuck around and you do something permanent with your dumb ass, like get her pregnant. And now all that beautiful platitudes that you were giving her in the beginning. Oh, hi, beautiful. Oh, baby, I love you. I want you to have my baby. Then she come and say she actually about to have your baby. Then she says, oh, you want me to have your baby? Oh, that's so weird because, baby, just this morning, I went and I got a pregnancy test and I am going to have your baby. Isn't this great? And you looking like, the dumb look. This the dumb look. That's the dumb look. Because she actually finna have your baby. See, now it go, now the pillow talk, the lies, the deception, now is serious. The pillow talk is now no longer pillow talk anymore. And now you got a real situation with a woman that you were not serious about. And so now she wants you to make good on all those times you said that you wanted her to be your wife. She wants you to make good on that now because you talked that shit. You talked all that shit. So now the shit is getting serious. Your ass done wrote a check. Your mouth done wrote a check that your ass can't cash now. All that goddamn acting and lying. Yeah. And so now you sit up here and you're looking around. You're looking around. Every little thing she do bother you. Now she in the kitchen cooking. She rattling the pots and the pans. Why you rattling the pots and the pans so loud? Yeah, I'm in here. I can't even think. You over there rattling the pots and the pan. But she used to be in the kitchen cooking. You love the sound of them pots and pans rattling because you knew breakfast was coming. But now she pregnant. Now she pregnant, and everything she do bother you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So now she walking around there, and she like to wear her hair in a mohawk. That mohawk used to bother you. You never said anything about that mohawk because you were getting the jaws, you were hitting the skin. You told her that mohawk was sexy. Yeah, like a natural woman. Oh, I love a natural woman. You so sexy with your naturalness and your mohawk and blah blah blah. And this now that mohawk ugly to you because she finna have your baby and you didn't want no baby with her. Now that mohawk get on your nerve. Every time you turn around and you see that mohawk, you just want to, oh, that goddamn mohawk. That you don't like the mohawk anymore. Nah. Mm-mm. Every little thing she do get on your nerve. Then she was going to Bath and Body Works and she was spraying that cheap uh, perfume on her. I forget that brand of perfume they used to have over there, Bath and Body Works. It smelled like cotton candy. Oh, you can't stand the cotton candy. Look, oh, I'm about to suffocate. You trying to kill me up in here. What is that stank smell? She stink now. She stink. Now she stink. Now you can't stand her mohawk. Now she stink. She making too much noise in the kitchen. Everything this woman do, now that she's told you she pregnant, she getting on your nerve. But your mouth wrote a check that your ass can't cash. So now she's saying, well, you used to like my mohawk. You told me that this fragrance smelled good on me and it made you want to be all over me. You said I smell like maple syrup and pancakes, and now you're saying I stink, and oh yeah, now you're saying a whole bunch of other stuff now. Now it's different. Now it's different. And she over there, she done turned your bedroom into a botanical garden because you know the woman liked the garden. That was her hobby when she met you. Now you can't stand all these goddamn plants and fruit and vegetables growing in your bedroom, and you're looking around like, why you got all this shit all up in here? All this shit. Now it's shit. Everything is shit. You got all this shit up in here. I can't find my this and I can't find. Now it bothers you. Now it bothers you. You used to like her fingernails. You used to like her fingernails. Now you don't even like her fingernails. Oh, their fingernails are scratching me. You're trying to kill me at nighttime. Oh. Oh, yes, metadol, and the weight thing. Now you used to love her voluptuousness. You said she was, ooh, she had all the weight in all the right places, but now all of a sudden you notice that she has some rolls on the side. She got a fupa over here. And you don't you beforehand all you saw was that small waist and that big old booty, but now you see the fupa. Now she fat. Oh, you're fat, you're ugly, you wear too much makeup. Now she fat, she ugly, she got all this shit in your room, and she making too much noise in the kitchen. You don't like her mohawk. She stink. That goddamn perfume is too loud. All the stuff you told her was just beautiful about her. Now you don't like it. Now it bother you. And see, you knew she was into tarot cards when you met her. You knew she liked to, read her astrology pages and all this other stuff. Now she crazy. Oh, she in here burning incense and she gonna burn the house down. She over here burning this goddamn, what's that? That sage. She over here burning sage and it's stinking. She crazy. She into voodoo. I have to get away from this crazy mohawk wearing, stinky, fat. She all this stuff now. And ladies, I'm trying to. I hope I'm trying to paint a picture of how shit rolled down here. All that shit they told you was good in the beginning. Like I said, in the beginning there was darkness, and then God said, "Let there be light." And this is when the light come on. When he start acting like this. This is when the light come on. This is the moment you realize that nigga never liked you. The moment you realize this nigga never liked you. Oh, but Metadata, they do know what they want. Yes, they do. They know that they want the poom poom. They know they want that. And so therefore, your mohawk is beautiful. Your perfume smells good. Oh, you're not fat. You're curvaceous, and I love it. They know they want the poom poom. So all the stuff that they're about to complain about later, pay attention to what they complimenting you on now. Because the very thing that they compliment you on now may very well be the thing that they complain about later. It never fails. Never fails. And if you wear makeup, they'll tell you, "Oh, you look so beautiful." Later on, it's gonna be the makeup that get on their nerve. Oh, you not even the same woman I thought you was with, but they was laying on top of you, humping on top of you. They woke up next to you when they kissed the makeup of all off your face. You know when you're having sex, you're sweating the makeup off. And he done did that so many nights. He know what the hell you look like without that makeup. But now all of a sudden your makeup get on his nerve. Oh, and the hair. He knew you had weave when he first met you. But now all of a sudden, the weave. The weave get on his nerve now. The weave wasn't getting on his nerve before, but now all of a sudden, the weave. You and your crazy weave. Now your weave is crazy. So everything that they lied to you about, you're about to find out when it get too serious. When it starts to get too serious, and now you're expecting him to cash in on all those promises that he was making during pillow talk time. So now you're pregnant, and he told you that he wanted you to have his baby. Now you are going to have his baby. And he said he wanted you to be his wife. Now, what better time to make you his wife that you all are going to be a family? And you're finding out that this nigga is trying to backpedal. Now he's trying to find everything in the world wrong with you so he can get the fuck away. He is planning his exit route. So he's going to talk about you stink, you ugly, you crazy. Everything you do is wrong. Yeah, Metadol, I like the natural look. What had happened? What's up, Ice Cream Cake? Ice Cream Cake says, at that point, it's time to leave. That man actually hates you, and that's dangerous for the woman and the child. Mike should consider aborting that mission or adoption. Oh, yeah, and they start being rude. Oh, yeah. The rudeness comes right along with them backpedaling. Now you ugly, and they're going to start devaluing you. The rudeness comes along with the devaluation of you. So the same way he built you up, told you were the love of his life, and you was his goddess, and oh my God, my moon, my sun. Now all of a sudden, you ain't shit. Bitch, you ugly. You ain't even what I normally go for. And now he got this baby, and he talked bad about Negroes that didn't take care of their responsibility to you, because he wanted to make it seem to you like he was this upright man. Oh, Negroes that don't take care of their baby, oh, they just the worst. If you was my woman, oh, your ex-husband, oh, baby, he wasn't a man. He was a shell of a man. You shouldn't have had to deal with that. He don't know what a precious gift you were. You're everything I could ever want in a woman. You are my ideal. Oh, they say that at the beginning. Then all of a sudden, when it come time for them to show and prove all this shit that they was talking, when it come time to show and prove, now they gonna run to the manosphere. Oh man, you know what? This bitch tried to put a baby on me. She tried to put a baby on you. The bitch tried to put a baby on you. How? How could she put a baby on you if you took care on your end not to get nobody pregnant? Can't nobody put nothing on you without you participating. If you went in raw, not knowing whether or not she got the birth control or don't have the birth control, has she put a baby on you? It seemed to me like you did it to yourself. You contributed. Oh, she gonna try to put me on child support. But didn't you say that you didn't want shit to do with her or the baby? So now, if you backtrack on your word and say that you don't want to have shit to do with me or the baby, you don't backtrack on your word. Because beforehand it was you wanted me to be your wife and you want me to have your baby. Now you don't want to have nothing to do with me or the baby. Now I gotta put you on child support because I don't have no other means of making sure that you're gonna take care of Shorty. That right there is a no-brainer. Oh yeah, ice cream cake, they don't want to wear the condom. The condom don't feel the same. So let's see. I've been going in on this for a good hour and a half. I've been going through my commentary. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy the link. This is the fun time. This is when the stream gets a little bit longer. This is when you all get to come up here and show your ass. So the link is in the chat. I put the link down there in the chat. So now I've had my say. I've had my say. So here's the question. Is the manosphere ground zero for failures? Is the manosphere ground zero for deadbeats and bums? That they go out here and they do these things and now all of a sudden, I done seen the light. I'm red pill now. Now that your ass is in the crack, now that you about to be a baby daddy, I done seen the light. Oh, these bitches be trying to put you on child support. Ah. So this is what the manosphere is made of. It's made of you guys. You Negroes that don't want to handle your responsibility. Your mouth done wrote a check that your ass can't cash. You've been out here lying to these women. You've been out here pretending that you're this and that, and you're not. And now it's time to pay up. But guess what? You can't pay up because you ain't that guy. You're not that guy. And many of you are not getting married in your prime. That's the other thing. Why do black women have to wait until you Negroes are damn near dead, penis don't work, y'all got a million health problems? Why we gotta wait till y'all get old and useless before y'all finally want to get married. Y'all don't give us your prime years, but you want us to give you our prime years immediately without a ring. I see somebody's in the back. Hold on a second. My phone is delayed, y'all. All right. What's up, Demetrius?
All I wanted to say was it's the men you choose. How you doing on this Saturday, Faith?
I'm doing good. It's actually a beautiful day.
Oh, I mean, definitely over here in Texas as well. Uh, let me be real for a second. Like, this harkens back to the conversation you, me, and Hustler and Muscular had about dudes who will put on a face. And I couldn't wrap my head around it because it's like psychologically speaking, not many people are actually able to do that. But the whole thing in the Manosphere space where they had a whole like civil war about it is, I don't know if you heard about it, but it's like the game versus pickup or something.
Hmm.
And basically it's kind of like trying to turn a no into a yes, or it's kind of like trying to flex your charisma to get her to say yes instead of just being your authentic self. Now,
Mm.
one thing that one thing that surprised me that my ex was telling me was she was surprised by how honest and transparent I was being. Apparently, that's not common.
It
Um,
isn't.
so I ain't gonna lie, I was disappointed at that. But to answer your question, is that space a place of failures? I won't call them failures. There are definitely some losers and failures in there. Let's say that. But I will say those people are going to remain stagnant for a long time. I've told this them to their face many times because they asked me, is something good going to come of this space? And I was like, no. I've been here for like 3 years and y'all been talking about the same thing. That should tell you something.
So
It's
you've been in the
crazy.
manosphere for 3 years. Has the manosphere helped you at all with
I
manhood
don't
or
listen to them about that dating stuff. I ain't gonna lie, because I can't relate. They can't help me with this. They can't help me with a problem I've never had.
wow.
I'm empathetic to whatever strife or pain they've been in, but I can't relate. I'm sorry. I know that sounds dismissive, but it's the truth. I just can't.
But it could be because you're in a whole nother generation. Now, majority of the manosphere was started by baby boomers and Generation X guys. The baby boomers and Generation X men, they were the ones out here making these baby mamas. By the time your generation came up, you know, our generation was just done. Like the Generation X women ran through by the baby boomers and other Generation X guys. And so now they're looking down to the women of your generation and they want to put their hands on your dating pool while
Well,
telling you,
that's the problem, right? It's like
yeah,
you don't want to lay in the bed that you've made. You just want to kind of like play in somebody else's bed. It
exactly.
doesn't make any sense to me personally.
Yeah,
Just
because
find you a
you
nice
sullied all the
woman
they
and
sullied
all
all
that.
the women in their generation. They sullied all the women in their generation, and now the fresh new women of your generation that you guys haven't sullied, they want to come down and say, "Hey, you guys gotta wait. You gotta get your weight up." Now they didn't wait, but they're telling you you got to wait.
See, the thing about it is, if you actually listen to the women of my generation, Generation Z, they don't even want the older dudes either. But they just don't want to. They might want some money, but
Hmm.
other than that, they're liable to cut that situation off themselves when they get their own money, especially with the amount of black women that go to college and everything. Like I told you recently, like I go to HBCU, and the ratio of women to men is like 3 to 1. So for every one dude, there's like 3 women. So there's definitely like I've heard of like situations where like women around me like they have sugar daddies or whatever, but they have told me like they don't plan to keep him around for long. They just want a couple things done, handled, stuff that they want to buy, like nails, hair, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and I get that. That's basically what my little nieces and my little cousins, they're in their 20s, their early 20s, late 20s. This is what they're saying. This is what they're on. They're on going to school, getting their own, and if they do entertain an older guy, he has to be able to, finance them. And they're
Exactly.
not they're not trying to have their babies or any of that type of stuff. Now, the younger generation of women that are poor and living in poverty and uneducated, they're the ones that's getting caught up with this, having these older guys babies, and getting
Yeah,
caught up with being
but that's a
controlled.
particular type of trauma though. They have a reason to be that way. That's a survival mechanism.
Yeah.
I will say this though, like what you mentioned about messing up the younger generation and everything. I don't know like what it is, like if it's like what, there's a psychological term for it. I don't remember what it is. It's like a split in the mind somewhere where they don't realize that they're doing the same thing that they're talking about or something. But it's kind of like I notice it in like the conservative sector of the manosphere. Like they talk about the women who are whores and everything, and they don't understand that they're whores too by that same
Right.
merit. And especially with the conservative religious dudes, like oh they want to talk about how they can use women however. But I was just on a panel and I was telling them like no dude, they're whores too. They are the ones who worship sexual immorality too, and they they
Is
they
it
fought me tooth and nail, and they were like,
cognitive
"There's not enough
dissonance?
good women," and I was like, "You think the women don't feel the same way? Like, come on now."
Demetrius, was that cognitive dissonance that you were looking for?
Yeah, yeah, cognitive dissonance.
Thank you, Metadol.
Thank you. It's crazy to it's crazy. It's actually crazy to witness that you think the rules that you apply for other people don't also apply for you. It's crazy.
And that's what I'm talking about. Like, if the younger generation of men don't get it together and peep game at what the older generation of men have done, like you said, they have messed up their bed and they don't want to lie in it. So the older generation of men, what they have done is they have been very brutal to their women. They have left their women baby mamas. They did not marry their women. They pretty much ran through a lot of young women.
That's a lot of
And
chances, ain't it? Like you gotta think
yeah,
about that.
so it wasn't that they couldn't find any good women, because there were plenty of good women in their own generation, but they thought that they could just keep going and going and going and going, and then what ended up
And they
happening
thought
is
they were
those.
gonna, just come on down to homecoming and grab a
Mhm.
young one.
But no, what ended up happening was the women of their generation, they started getting older and wiser. And so as the women started getting older and wiser, going into their 30s, they're like, you know what? These guys played us. They set up here, they made these promises, they got us pregnant and didn't marry us. They made us baby mamas. And now these same guys that got us pregnant and didn't marry us and made us these baby mamas are now calling us bitches and hoes in their rap music, and talking about they talk about how they hold the women out in their generation. If you go and listen to their music, they will tell you what they did to the women of their generation, how they regarded them. And they did this thing, and now they have the nerve and the audacity, like Metadol said, cognitive dissonance, to go online and complain that they don't have a blank slate for a woman
They
to
can't
settle
cope with
down
the
with.
fact that they fumbled a lot of times. You
Right.
had a lot of chances to actually get what you want.
But you kept making baby mamas, and you
Yes.
kept leaving women with a mindset that you ain't shit because you kept making promises and you kept writing checks. Your mouth kept writing checks that you were not ready to actually fulfill any of those promises that you were making to that woman. You played games with the women of your generation. And so now you're in Demetrius Kashikata's generation and Psycho Candy's generation. And these younger men, they're in their 20s, they're late 20s, early 20s, and you're trying to convince their women that you're a catch. Now the narrative is, hey, get a man that's 40. Kevin Samuels started that rap. Get a man that men don't, they try to position it like this. They said, oh, men don't come into their prime until they're 40. This is what they tried to say. So you young women, you are in your prime when you're between 18 and 27. So they want the women while they're young and in their prime, but we gotta wait until they're old as hell, getting ready to draw Social Security and AARP. Their penis don't work no more. We gotta wait until they get this old, and when they get this old, they're trying to get your daughter that don't know no better and really don't want him, and they're trying to convince your daughter, who's still attracted to guys her own age, by the way. She's still attracted to guys her own age, but they're trying to convince her that his old AARP behind is the better choice because he's quote unquote established. When the average black man doesn't make more than 45K a year. So if you're going to go after that, you might as well build with someone your own age and
Agreed.
actually be
Agreed.
happy and fulfilled.
And the thing is, they'll tell you to just like focus on your bread and everything, and you might end up like they don't tell you you might end up like Irv Gotti, who can't trust a woman for nothing because now that he all has all these this money, he has all these trust issues and everything. So I mean, like the whole thing about that old ideology is it's made up by white economists, and it never actually included black people in the first place. That I'm talking about that whole white picket fence, like the women stay home and the men go work. That was made up by white economists, okay, who didn't know what they were talking about. Because for the vast majority of Americans, black, brown, Hispanic origin, Indian, like that, they didn't have that in the past. They just didn't. It was both the men and the women who had to try to get it out the mud. You hear it all the time about the first generation Hispanics who actually come here from Central America. You hear about it all the time. The men and the women work together so that they can actually get a house, and then the house is passed down for generations to generations. That's how you actually get what you talking about, bro.
Exactly.
Just watch other people succeed and imitate that with new knowledge going forward. That's all you got to do. It's not as hard as you think it
And
is.
Demetrius, I want to say this to your generation. You're not going to get everything fast, 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 fast.
Yeah, delayed gratitude. Yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
young people don't actually believe in that. It's crazy though.
because when you're young, especially if you start out with nothing, You have to keep in mind that if you start out with nothing, it's going to take you a long time. It's going to take you time to build from nothing into something.
Yes, an
So
investment.
you have to invest. So when you get married, when you're young, you invest in your mate, and the two of you are building together. So her credit is your credit, and your credit is her credit. And that's how you have to both tackle things in life. Yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. And you move as one. You take care of each other. If he falters, then the family falters. If she falters, then the family falters. So you have to look out for one another. You got to take care of each other, and you have to take your resources and continue to build off of them and multiply. Women nowadays, we're listening to these level up coaches, and they're telling women that you can get something for nothing. And so you got a lot of impressionable women out here thinking all I got to do is look good, be pretty, be fit, feminine, and friendly, and he's going to take care of me. And
Meanwhile,
Kevin Samuels,
inflation be like,
yeah, he set y'all up, y'all. He set y'all up for failure because Demetrius is right, inflation. But go ahead, Demetrius.
no, it's just like I bet you like these people like read the books that like these authors made, and like they just did like an exaggeration of that idea. Because I'll actually tell you where the self-love, like that whole self-love wave came from. It came from a white woman's book. I forget the name. I know it's pink. I know that it's pink. I looked it up because they were talking about it on this radio show. And the whole thing about self-love is it's more about like self-care, self-respect, um, positive internal dialogue. It's not like this whole self-love thing, the way that it's being promoted, like it can be like a replacement for the love of another person. That's not what it was originally. And so people in this capitalistic toxic mindset, they just went ahead and they just went wild with it and started selling people dreams like prosperity churches. So now, fast forward to now, you have all these level up coaches and podcasts and femininity coaches and masculinity coaches and everything. And they keep talking about self love, but it's a warped version of self love.
Precisely, precisely.
Meanwhile,
And
we have all these economic issues going on that's
mhm,
exacerbating the issues and the trials that people are facing in their day to day lives. Go
you know
ahead.
what, Demetrius, you are wise beyond your years. How old are you again?
22. I'm about to be 23 next week.
Boy, you are so young. Oh my goodness. You know,
You just
it's
gotta listen to older people talk, man. It's not this hard.
it's so strange to hear someone. You're about my youngest daughter age. My youngest daughter is no, actually, you're my son the same age. My son's 23. You guys are the same age. It's so weird to hear someone that young just be so on point like this. So I have to say, shout out to your parents. Kudos to them. They did well with you.
It helps to have parents who actually like coach me. I'll say that. So if you don't have a mentor figure who actually knows what they're talking about, try to find one. Otherwise, you'll end up like a lot of people trying to make these podcast coaches their de facto parents.
And a lot of it it has a lot to do with you, Demetrius. You have a demeanor about yourself where it seems as if you are a great listener and you are a sponge. You're soaking up all this knowledge around you. And this is what people need to be. We have so many people that are out here not sponges. Like Case in point, there's a guy on here. He has a mother that's a doctor and a father that's into insurance that has his own business, I believe. And he came from a two-parent household, and yet he ended up on some dusty bullshit. You know, he's got a baby on the way, and he's not even going to give his baby the same two-parent household he had in a stable environment. He grew up in a stable environment, but he did not have the demeanor that you have. Instead, he went down a path of being a bum. But you paid attention to your parents, and you took in their teaching. And see, that's the other thing. Like, a lot of people sit up here and they tell parents, "Oh, you didn't teach your kids this, you didn't teach your kids that." I have 4 children, and each of them are all different. All of them different. Now, 3 of my kids, they listen to my teaching. They're doing well. One, not so much, but she's on the right track. She's getting on the right track now, but at a much later age than her siblings. At a much later age. So it really depends on the individual. And I think that you are an individual that actually listened and you learned and you got the benefit of your parents' teaching. So, you have kids that come up in a two-parent household and they can turn out to be just as bummy as ever. And the
Well, it
parents
depends.
did
I guess
everything
it
they
would
could.
depend on how much the parents pay attention to the kid too, because quiet is kept. A lot of parents just shirk their responsibility on teachers, or like they'll
True.
tell them like, "Oh, just leave the house for a little bit," or just go on your tablet for a little bit. They don't monitor anything. They don't guide their children through anything. They're just like a house guest to them. It's
But it,
crazy.
it, it's also amazing because, like Metadol says down here, Demetrius, it's hard to raise a boy not to be dusty because there's a lot of outside influences. So with men do not encourage other men to do the right thing majority of the time. Like, even in your own experience, I mean, can you really say that you were actually encouraged by other men, to be on the straight and narrow?
Other dudes my age, mainly not. Older dudes, yes. Because like I would do things like STEM camp. I would do things like growing up in going through high school and everything. I would do. I worked for a magazine for a little bit, like a teen magazine for a little bit, and the men in there they were pretty helpful and everything. So I would say the dudes my age are trying to figure it out as well, but they're arrogant a lot of the times, and it's kind of like you don't know what you don't know until somebody show you better, but you got to pay attention at the same time. You have to be looking, so you have to be perceptive. You have to be willing to change, willing to listen. That's all it is.
Oh, hey, AP. Feel free to hit the link, AP. It's in the chat room. So I do want to introduce another panelist onto the on stage. I have Miss Mella. What's going on, Mella?
Hey, lovely people.
Hey
Good
Mela.
Saturday, as always. I'm so pleased to be here. Um, I couldn't help but want to jump in on the accolades you're giving Demetrius. He is a voice that is enchanting when it comes to having heard these ignorant Negroes in the Manosphere, right? Like, you hear how angry they are, how unreasonable, how unforget. Like, you just get the feeling when it comes to the standard operating procedure of Manosphere talking points that somebody hurt them. Okay, so something happened along the way that made them come off as immovable, bitter ass niggas, okay? If for lack of a better term. And I apologize for the N word, but I'm kind of at a loss for words because when I make the comparison to someone who is focused on what it takes to be sensible as Demetrius, compared to guys that got their mind made up that there's no such thing as making a family work, right? Because that's the message I get from Manosphere. There is no such thing as making a family work unless they,
Burn it all.
yeah, like let it burn. It's just
Yeah.
a my way or the highway, and it's not about whether or not it has to be anybody's way, which is what they're not getting, right? And so, in my view, they are not sensible. Demetrius always, even when he was disagreeable, he was still sensible. I'm not going to brag on my own child, but I will say this. I did keep him out of environments of men who had the attitude such as the manosphere. I think each one teach one goes even into the manosphere. When you take your child to a black barbershop and those crowing ass Negroes are talking crazy to that young child is absorbing, I should say, that ignorance, right? When you take your child to the basketball court in the hood just so you want them to get a taste of what it is to be around black men, they are absorbing, the ignorant things that are being said in that environment. And what I made a conscious decision to do is make sure that my child was, as it has been exposed, to be in math camps, okay, to take up tennis as an option, as opposed to, he knows how to play basketball thanks to his father. He knows how to play baseball and football thanks to his father. But what I emphasized and fortunately had the most influence for him to appreciate is tennis, because I said you're not going to incur the type of injury, right? Where you're going to be 80 years old talking about, oh, my knee hurt, my back hurt, I can't walk. Like playing tennis is a good way for you to hit something because he is a male. Okay. It's a good way for you to hit something without injuring yourself. And that made
Yeah.
sense to him. So he took it up and he loves it. And in those environments, he got to mingle with people that were also sensible. And so he became a sensible, and I'm not just putting it on math camp, science camp, and library, I'm not just putting it in the sphere of scholarly environments as a cure for manosphere ignorance. What I will say is that their rhetoric matters to young, impressionable minds. And what I'm grateful for when it comes to Demetrius is that he was already captured by something greater than ignorance. And I
Yeah.
just wanted to come up here and just, give him a digital hug. I appreciate you, Demetrius. I always have.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mela.
Demetrius
I,
is a sweetheart. He is a sweetheart.
No, no, no. He's still a male now. I don't put nothing past him. He's still a
oh,
male.
here we go
It's
with the
just,
Princella stuff.
it's just that he's been cultivated in a way that that sounds better to us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But he's
Yeah.
still a guy.
No, Demetrius,
He's all man.
I still believe that you will lie to get the poom poom. I still believe it.
No, 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 no. I told you
When he
that
has
my
a
ex,
goal in mind,
she
he
was
will do what it takes to
astonished at
get
the
it. He's a guy.
Yeah.
transparency. I was telling her my academic standing and everything at the time. She was
You
like,
hear that guilty
why is he
giggle? He
telling me
would do it.
this?
You hear it?
Yeah.
He would do
I
it.
think he would. He would do it. He would lie. They
I'm
all
not going
lie.
with the penicillin.
And you got testosterone. Come on now. You got a set of balls. It's
I'll say
okay.
this, Mela. I'll say this. During the time of the
Look at him
quarantine
trying to convince me now.
and
Man,
everything, during the time of
please.
quarantine,
Oh,
I was
thank you, ice
listening.
cream cake. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Shout out
You're
to
good.
all the
You're good.
givers out
No,
there and
during the
those in the
time of
chat room.
quarantine, I was listening to those panels, and I was just like, "What? Like, nah, 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 nah. You tripping? You tripping? You tripping?" Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Every single woman you met ever been like that. So your aunties, your grandma, your great grandma, your little cousin who was just born the other day, they all bitches. Like, come on.
Mhm. Yeah, all of them.
I just don't agree with that.
Well, thank God for your optimism, because um, you know, like I don't want to take away from the new panelists, so I'll just say that optimism is key when it comes to having been raised by caregivers that were cruel. There are a lot of people, men and women, that were exposed to cruel caregivers, and they deserve their chance
Mhm.
to speak out. But don't make it seem like just because your caregiver was cruel that the entire gender is cruel. That's where the deception comes in. Not every not every woman is cruel.
Right. Well, I see that we got a new panelist on here, Miss AP from the Bronx. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Yes.
I am enjoying this discussion, and I'm glad Demetrius decided to come up again. He's always a pleasure. And Mela, my fellow veteran, it's good to see you here as well. And
Yeah.
and the lovely, beautiful Faith,
Ain't she
gl-
pretty?
glowing from inside out. Yes, yes, yes. Um,
That's
uh,
what being single do for you.
You know what? It really does. That's what having peace of mind and not having to argue every 5 minutes does for you. Yes, yes, yes. Well, I took a nap and I started listening to Faith, and I just was cracking up so much, so hard. And I was like, oh no, I gotta jump on here. But Demetrius, as far as I'm concerned, you start off with an A and then the grade goes down. So right now we
Mhm.
got you at an A. So unless you do something foolish, you're at an A. So we'll see what happens. You're on probation with me right now.
What I do?
Yeah, I'm just messing with you,
Oh,
Demetrius.
okay.
So it's good to see everybody. This is a great topic as usual. Faith is on
Mhm.
fire, so
Yeah, but
I'm
Demetrius,
enjoying.
I wanted to find out real quick, ladies. I don't know if y'all was here for the part where I was talking about the sex, and I was talking about how men don't know when women are actually enjoying the sex. Like, when he's inside of her, because most women have not had vaginal orgasms, with men. Men don't even know when a woman's having that vaginal orgasm from penetration. And I was telling them, that pulsating this, you know, when he's in her and he stops and he can feel
Yeah,
this.
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I wish you could see like what I'm doing with my hands. Like if you actually saw it, like you know what I'm talking about. This
What you
is the
mean?
best way I can
What you
What?
doing with your
like
Wait
this
a
is the
minute.
hands?
best
What
way
you
I can
doing with
describe it.
your hands?
Do
Okay,
you
it's
know how
like
that just sounded?
Wait a minute.
okay, it's like the best way I can describe it, it's like a massage but in waves. Yeah, somebody said it, it's like contractions, but it massages you. And
Yeah,
it's
you hear
hard to
him.
explain.
He knows. I mean, he actually knows. I'm like, wow.
Well, some men don't care. Some men just they're out for what works for them.
I'll say with all gratitude, thank God for my first husband, because had it not been for his sexual generosity, I would not have been, I would have been clueless to what ecstasy is. I would have been clueless. I just hadn't had any sexual experience. And I guess that's one of the things, of course, he appreciated. And he just, wanted me to enjoy sex. And and so when you enjoy it, when you know what it is to enjoy it, you don't settle for less. You don't turn back. It's like, hold up, what's this? You know what I'm saying? It's like, so there are a lot of men who would prefer to prey on women who don't know what it
Right.
is to experience sexual pleasure. and so they're just there as a pumping, they're just there for the pumping. And unfortunately, from what I heard, there are a lot of women out there that haven't really experienced anything other than being pumped on. And I find that very, very disgusting. Like, how dare you deprive a woman from experiencing sexual pleasure? How dare you do that? So yeah, you're right. They don't care. They're selfish.
And
You
that's
you
Um,
know what?
why body
I
count
keep
is is so important to them, because they want to know if they're giving you bad sex, are you
they
going to
want
know the difference?
exactly. They want to keep them ignorant, and
Yeah,
that's sick.
yeah.
yeah, that's why they want to know what your body count is, because they're like, okay, can I just do the bare minimum and still get over and make her think that something is wrong with her, or does she know what
Hmm.
good sex is? And I'm not going to be giving her good sex because I don't have the stamina or whatever that it's going to take. And so am I
Yeah.
going to be able
Hmm.
to fool her?
Hmm.
The last woman I was with, like my ex, like I literally, she didn't know what orgasm was, so I had to like introduce her to some content that would probably teach her some stuff about
Demetrius,
herself.
you is only 23 years old. What?
He said content. He didn't describe the event. He said, so you showed her videos
Yeah,
and books.
I was trying to help her
Y'all
out
went to
because
the
I
library and started filling each other up, or what? I'm just painting a picture. I'm trying to figure this out.
but no, like I just wanted to make sure, I wanted to make sure that she knew what an orgasm was, because I asked her and she didn't know, and I was like,
A lot goes down
wow,
in
she
those
doesn't know about her
libraries.
body. She was Jamaican,
Wow.
y'all.
When
Wow.
your kids say they going to the library, it's not just studying. Sometimes they're exploring other types of information. If you get my drift, very
Gotta watch them
quiet.
libraries.
They got those little rooms that they could be off to themselves. Talking about, oh, we have to do a special project. I bet
A,
you do.
a very special project.
Demetrius,
Yeah,
we
but
just teasing you. We're just
so
teasing you, all in fun.
so Demetrius does not lie to women. He knows how to give a woman an orgasm. I don't know. He's like the perfect guy, isn't he?
For the time
Hold on
being.
now, I'm not perfect. I have
Yeah.
trouble.
Okay.
See,
I
he's
have
being
trouble
exposed to older.
putting. I have trouble sometimes putting words to action, so that's my main flaw that I'm trying
But
to work
see,
on
you're
right now
here
is
in these
discipline.
spaces with older people to learn something so that you can
Right.
have the one up on some young little filly you might want to conquer someday. See, you're a man. It's your
Hmm.
nature to want to conquer, and you're studying up on how to conquer whoever will be the object of your affection in the future. You're not fooling me, but I appreciate, that you are at least
Oh my
still.
gosh, no.
No, no, you're a man. You're studying on how to conquer a woman that will in the future be the object of your affection, so she can't
I'm
turn
just
you
making
down.
sure I'm doing what I need to do.
All right, I get you. Study up,
Yeah,
man.
y'all gotta watch Demetrius. Demetrius done studied up. He done figured
He's
out
studying.
Demetrius trying to figure out how to get into old woman draws now. That's what he doing.
No, no.
I
He's
don't
like,
think.
oh, he's like, these old women think I'm cute, but I'm really the devil.
What's your ideal woman that you would marry, Demetrius? Break it all down. The
I actually
color, the
just talked with
gender.
my
I
therapist
said the
about it
gender.
yesterday.
Go ahead, babe.
So I actually just talked with my therapist about it yesterday, so that's my assignment. So
Okay, to figure
the
out what your ideal
my
woman
ideal
looks like.
partner, yeah.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
the the very few traits that I have listed on this sheet of paper is trustworthy, loyal, accepts self, accepts me, and I had something else in my mind during the
What
time, but
about
I forgot to write it
hobbies?
down. Huh?
What about their, intricate details like their hobbies, their interest? whether or not it
I don't
pairs
have that
well.
listed down yet. I haven't thought about
Okay,
that
give it
yet.
some thought because maybe she likes motorcycle riding and you aren't into
Hell no.
that.
Hell no.
Sounds like
Exactly.
Lassie so far. Sounds
Yeah.
like Lassie
What if
so
she
far.
loves riding motorcycles and you're like, damn, you was perfect
In
until you
terms
said
of
that shit.
hobby, I like typical nature girl, kayaking, hiking.
Okay, so if she doesn't like that, is that a
It's
scratch off the
flexible.
list?
It's flexible. I'm
Okay.
generally an introvert. I like introverted women.
What about
So
Hmm.
travel? If she likes to travel backpacking across the world and you're more of a homebody, have you thought about that?
no, I haven't.
But Demetrius, you're not a homebody, right?
No, I get out. Heck, I go explore. I went exploring last weekend. I'm gonna explore tomorrow too.
What do you mean by explore?
Going to the mall.
Going to different parts of Texas. Last time
Mel
I went to
said going to the
Galveston.
mall.
I want to go to Corpus Christi too. Apparently, that's the first place of where Whataburger was established. And then I want
Okay,
to go to
so
Surfside Beach.
do you even want to get married, Demetrius?
Me personally, yes.
Why?
Marriage is a much more stable lifestyle than just not being married to me, from what I've observed.
But do
So
you know the responsibilities that come with that?
Not all of them, but that's why I got my dad, don't I?
you said your dad?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you know what are the say three top reasons why marriages end?
Uh,
Could you
finance. Finance is number one, I believe, right?
keep going?
Um, one of those is infidelity, right?
That's up there. Yes.
Hmm.
And I don't know the third one.
Well,
I
I'll
don't want
tell
to
you
say
one.
cultural differences,
Well,
but
well,
go ahead.
I'll tell you one thing that a lot of women complain about, and that's distribution of labor.
Right.
Where
I've heard of that. I've
that
heard of that.
that's very high up there because if you have a household with a woman and you work and she work, we're just making up a scenario, and you come home from work and you do absolutely nothing, and she comes home from work and she's helping the kids with their homework, she's giving them a bath, she's playing with them, she's cleaning up, and she's cooking and she's doing everything, and then when
And
it's
she
time to
goes to work.
yeah, and then when it's time for her to go to bed, you're in the mood for love and she's not. It's because she's exhausted. You guys are not on the same level. If you help your woman with the labor, either both of you are going to go to bed tired or both of you are going to go to bed with enough energy to do something else.
Do you know how
Right.
many husbands get angry with their wives? Unreasonably so, because the wife says she's tired and he
Yep.
doesn't believe her.
He
He
don't
does
believe her.
he
Right.
thinks what you been doing all day. You work just like I
Well,
do.
the
It's
proper
like
response to that would be, what can I do to help you in your day-to-day life, wouldn't it?
Well,
it,
Demetrius, if you really hear this, you'll have a leg up. I'm telling you, because there are people who divorce because they're like, I'm too tired. I can't.
Hmm. And also
I'm
the
listening.
woman, the one, if there's one person in the household that has to do all the thinking, all the planning, and she doesn't feel like she has a partner to help her think and help her plan, nobody wants to be the thinker and the planner all the time either.
Yep.
hmm and far too often the the misdistribution of task are so off balance. Like the task. Like think about the task that a woman is expected to perform in a 24-hour period compared to the husband, right? The husband is expected to quote unquote go to work for a period of time. There's a period of time that he's going to work. If he's pursuing something, he might be tied up in different things that he has to accomplish for income generation. And then you have things that are outside of income generation. those are the tasks that are not evenly distributed. Like, it's always said that it's a mother's job to look after the children. It's a mother's job to cook the food and do this and, all this other kind of stuff. But then here it comes this new era where she's also working, right? She's working. And so that takes up, so she has to make up the time, right? She's expected to make up the time with that, and so she is tired. And God forbid she's pregnant. Oh my God, you know. So there are men that don't understand how the energy is being sucked out of you while you're carrying that child. They think that she's supposed to roll with the punches and go with the flow the way she did when he met her. It's like, look, baby, like, I'm 6 months pregnant. I can't, you know, I
And
don't think
that brings another thing to the
a
table. When
lot
she
of people
does have to
separate.
go on when she does have to go on maternity leave,
Hmm.
are you going to be able to step in and fill that financial void?
No, they think that she miraculously can just be superwoman or something, I guess. Um, and even some women who portray themselves to be superwoman, they're not really. They're overextending themselves to their own detriment. Um,
Hmm.
it's I don't have statistics to back this up. I just suspect that a lot of marriages get strained throughout the pregnancy, and eventually it leads to a break. Even if they don't get divorced or separated, for the man, his chief complaint over a period of time has been, from what I've observed, is she's not the same. It's like, well, duh, she had your baby. Like, do you know what it takes to have a baby? But that's their complaint.
Hmm.
She's not the same. She's not the same. And it's like, and that's so ignorant to me.
It
It's
is.
ignorant to not consider what it takes to give birth to a child and tend to
So
that child. And then they get
so
jealous of the and
what would you
oh,
guys say? What would you guys say would be the main thing? So would you want the younger generation to know that as men, you would have to get yourselves mentally ready for the changes in your woman's body, get yourself financially ready to fill the financial void when she does have to go on maternity leave, and also, be prepared to share in all the tasks. Is this what I'm hearing?
You know what, Faith? That's exactly right. And the distribution of labor is way more important than men realize, because if you have one person who is exhausted and you have another person who, is like, okay, I'm ready to, do, let's I'm ready for love, that's not going to work. And the person who's doing all the work is, over time, is going to start resenting the person who is not pulling their weight, and then you're going to have a problem. Also, roles have changed. Women are not housewives all of the time, and
Hmm.
women and men work. And when a woman goes on maternity leave, the man can go on maternity leave too. This is legal. So you take your maternity leave too, and then y'all both will share in the responsibility of raising the little one. Distribution of labor to me is the most important thing, because you're going to have somebody that hates you, and you're going to have a person who doesn't want anything to do with you, and your sex life is going to suffer, and the person is going to secretly resent you, and the resentment will just keep growing and growing, until one day you're going to come home from work, and all of the furniture is going to be gone because the person is just going to leave.
the secret to a happy marriage is, um how can I say this? A housekeeper and two separate bathrooms. Um that's
Wow.
pretty much what it breaks down to, because a housekeeper is going to take the burden off of all that, un, that distribution of labor, right? That can be, when you know that your husband wants you to welcome him with a certain type of sexual energy, but you've been cleaning up all day, right? And I don't mean, I'm talking about he's provided you like the 5 bedroom house, and you got a house full of children to go with it. You're exhausted. And for him to anticipate that I provided you with this house and you don't have to worry about nothing. What's the problem with me getting loving the way that I want? It's like she's exhausted. So a housekeeper, that's important.
Mhm.
Yeah, but
Second,
you're assuming people have enough money to hire a
I'm
housekeeper.
saying idealistically, you know,
Okay.
um, yeah, idealistically. I know that's not the reality. It's, but I'm talking about a happy marriage here. Like when it comes to 2 bathrooms, you got men that do stuff in bathrooms that are just very inconsiderate. Maybe women do it too, I don't know, but men, they make a mess in the bathroom expecting you to clean it up, and that's a source of resentment, leaving your clothes all over the place. It's like,
Mhm.
how many times do you have to tell somebody to put their socks in a hamper, you know put your underwear in a hamper, like when you have to keep reminding your husband to be thoughtful and considerate, that can plant a seed of resentment. So that's why I was saying,
Yeah.
in my humble opinion, in this, you know, privileged world that we all have the freedom at the moment to achieve, get a housekeeper and have 2 bathrooms.
And piggybacking off what you just said, Mela, um, when you have to keep telling your husband, this is a fictional, couple, put this toilet seat down, pick this up. It puts you in a mind
If
frame
he
of
got
like
his
you're
own
his.
bathroom,
No, no. What I'm saying is, it puts you in a mind frame of you're his mother, and
and
it's
that
hard to
Yeah.
have sexual feelings for a
uh,
person who's behaving like they're your son.
when you
So
don't
I
even have to see that because you got a housekeeper and he got his own bathroom in the house, every all that, then you can continue to desire him because you don't see anything that plants the seed of resentment. You don't see it.
Well,
You,
Mela, I'm speaking for the poor people who who can't afford a housekeeper
Mela is
and
rich.
two
She ain't trying
and
to
two.
hear that.
I'm
Hey,
just fantasizing.
I'm speaking
I'm
for the
just
little
fantasizing.
people who just got one
We all
bathroom
have
and who
Look,
dreams.
can't,
us peons down here, Mela, we don't know nothing about that. Okay.
But there are goals. There are goals. And yet there are goals. Okay? Like none of us are wealthy or else, like, I mean,
I'm speaking for the little folks,
I,
because some people, like men, may not be like, if you're a construction worker, maybe you can't get maternity leave, to be off with your wife. But we're just saying, both of us are pretty much saying it in the same thing, but at a different level.
Yeah.
But these are different things that you can do to stave off divorce. Life lessons that we're suggesting for younger people who want to stave off divorce, to
Yeah,
think
you
about
gotta you
these sort
gotta
of
get in
things.
there and look out for each other. You can't overwork him and he can't overwork her. Children age you. They do. Especially with women, they put age on our bodies when we carry them. Then they age us as we're trying to raise them. So, the husband has to help out if you don't want your wife looking old and haggard because she's constantly running after those kids. You got to help her out there.
I guess my solemn point would be is that's how he didn't meet you like that. He didn't meet you exhausted. You know what I'm saying? He fell in love with a woman that wasn't exhausted. So I'm just mentioning some tips that would, detract from being exhausted. That's all. I understand that it sounds financially insensitive of me to mention get a housekeeper and have a house big enough with 2 separate beds. I understand that I sound insensitive, um, considering the reality of most Americans' lives. I get that. What I'm saying is, let's look at it for what it is. He didn't meet you exhausted. Okay. He fell in love with you when you weren't exhausted. So now all these extra situations and circumstances have come into your life that incur exhaustion. And he's going to look at you differently. And I was just mentioning things that could help uh, stave that off.
Mello,
So,
you got kids?
yes,
How old are they?
my eldest and only one is in his mid 20s.
Oh, okay. So he's about Demetrius' age.
Yeah, yeah, he's a fine young man. Very I remember when I met him at the airport with the rest of my family. Um, you know, he immediately jumped out the car and said, "No need to labor when there's a man around." And I'll be like, "Who
Aww.
taught you that?" Because here we are with our suitcases and luggage and everything, and we get ready to, roll it. Because you know how you're in a line when you're picking up people at the airport, the cars are in line, and you feel pressure to try to get everything packed in as soon as possible. And so we're rolling our luggage, and he was like, "Wait, no need to labor when a man's around." And um I know he was saying it to be colorful, but that was the most enchanting thing I ever heard a man say.
Oh,
You
now
know,
was this your son or your
my
husband?
my son, my husband did not
Oh,
teach him that. I'll tell you that. My
oh wow.
my husband is, how can I put this? And we're separated for a reason, so I'll just say it like that. He's
Yeah.
uh he's the kind of person, you got to show me that you love me type of person. So
Mm.
um and that grew to be exhausting.
So
Like,
his love language was acts of what do you call it?
Service. Acts
Yeah,
of
acts of
service.
service. Yeah.
obedience, obedience without question,
Obedient.
Is he
Okay.
obedience
military
without
too?
question.
Is he military too?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I've only married military men. Two, both of them were in the military, and they. My first husband, his motto was, "Speak when you're spoken to." you
Mm.
know so
Mm.
it's no wonder. I'm not, keep in mind, the sex is great, but there's more to life than sex. Okay.
Yeah.
And so, you know you can't spend 24 hours a day in the bed just being, ravished, sexually. So, what happens outside the bedroom, what will, depending on who the man is, when you discover that they are chauvinistic, misogynistic. I mean, when you find out that they have to be in control as a matter of their gender birthright, that becomes a problem. It's like, I love you, but your whole chauvinistic, like, Archie Bunker type of mentality is some bullshit. I'm not Edith, man. Okay, I'm not gonna be your Edith. I have been through too much. I have come too far for me to settle for being Edith's, like Archie Bunker's Edith. You know what I'm saying? For those who have watched
Yeah. I,
All in the
I could
Family.
not stand Edith. Oh my gosh. She
That
just took all that mess off of Archie. I would have been cussed Archie out.
I remember that episode. Now keep in mind, she has served him hand to foot. All I like just served him, right? And this one particular time, she had a private phone call, and she told him, "Archie, this is private." She said, "What you mean?" I'd rather, he said, "What do you mean private? This is my house.
Mm.
You are using my phone. Ain't nothing you got that's private." And so
Wow.
Edith, she had to resort, according to the episode that I saw, and it really infuriated me. Um, she was like, I got my husband that's listening, and he can't hear what we're saying, so I'm gonna say mm-hmm for yes and mm-mm for no.
Aw, she was so cute. Aw.
Oh
And so she was like,
wow.
Aw.
oh, thank you, okay, bye. And and I was just looking, I said, I'll be doggone. That is that is some men actually believe
but those were the traditional women of the 50s.
But she had his children. This is what I'm saying. It's like, so he's not going to count, right? That her servitude. He's not going to count cruel tutelage, for lack of a better word, because I'm sure he was always telling her what to do when it was uninvited. He's not going to count the childbirth, the labor, the raise. He's not going to count everything that it took to make his house a home that she provided.
Hmm.
See, when we look at provisions, a lot of people look at it monetarily, but there is something that goes into a house that makes it a home. And that's that woman, you know,
Yes.
she made that house a home. And for him to discount that by saying, this is my house, that's my phone, nothing you have is private. But if the shoe's on the other foot, he would use that same justification to say, hey, this is private, go somewhere. You see what I'm saying? So there's this just disrespect that goes along with being macho, and so I've been married twice because unfortunately I'm attracted to macho guys. I'm attracted to guys, and I guess I'm influenced by my father's presence in my formative years. I'm attracted to men who are very demanding and who concentrate on commanding others. That's what they do, and
But you know what? I don't think that that's just you, because that's me too. Like, if the man exhibits a certain form of commanding, not domineering. I don't like domineering, but that
no,
commanding
the
presence.
commanding, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. Like this is what it is. You have no choice. That's not cool because we always have a choice.
Yeah.
And when someone, and it's not just men who do this. There are white women who do this too. Shout out to the white women out there. Um,
Mhm.
when I went to the VA, there was this one nurse who wanted to extract this she wanted to extract something from my tooth, right? She wanted to extract my teeth, right? Because I go in for dental and this, and she was like, well, I understand your concerns about the previous root canal job that was done 20 years ago, and you want it to be removed by a specialist, but we can do it here. We don't have to refer you to a specialist. I said, I want a specialist. I don't want you all to do it here in this clinic. I want a specialist. And she was like, well, really, what choice do you have? That's what she said. She said, what choice
What
do you have?
what choice do you have? You have choices. You can go to someone different.
And I said, you're going to have to explain that little statement. What do you mean, what choice? Uh, Like
Mm.
let's count the choices. Let's count the choices. I got over here, over there, over here, over there, over there. She was like, that's not what I mean. We're here now, so you might as well just do it. I said, first of all, no means no. I
Mm.
believe I told you no. And you're trying to convince me to say something other than no, which means you're impeding upon my autonomy and ability to
Mhm.
make my own decision. You don't respect me as a human being, and I'm not going to tolerate that. This is not what I will allow. The answer is no. Can you understand that? If not, we can seek who you answer to. And she was like, okay, it doesn't have to be that serious. I said, so you understand no. All right, great. But she just went into all this. Since you're here, you might as well do what I'm here for, as opposed to what you came in wanting. And so I'm talking about that's a dominating mindset that some people have. They don't want to accept your own self-will. Like, and that's when these echo chambers come in, like within the manosphere. I bet you hand over foot there are a lot of guys that don't organically believe what these negroes are saying. They just want to be a part of the echo chamber. Yeah,
Right.
bro. Yeah. So that's another thing that's another angle that I
But
choose to
I
look
think
at them at.
more than anything, I think it's a bunch of guys that have failed in life, and they're part of the echo chamber because that's the only place that they can go where people will listen to them whining.
That's a factor.
Yes, it's like a circle jerk for them.
Yeah, because like people who are productive, people that don't prescribe to those types of failed mindsets, they're not going to listen to them whine like that.
And now
Like a
that the
man,
FBI
a,
is on their ass, they definitely backing away from them.
exactly. Like men who have gotten it out the mud, men who have actually taken care of their families, who are there providing, protecting, doing all the stuff that they claim that they were all about. They're actually doing it, and they get in the presence of these guys whining about, oh, she tricked me, and then I got to pay child support and all this other stuff. Like when real men get in the presence of these alpha males, not alpha males, betas, or not, they ain't even betas. What do you call them? Zetas. They're the lowest common denominator. You get in these real men get in the presence of these men. They're like, oh hell no, I'm out of here because I do too much real man shit to be sitting up here listening to this bullshit.
The
No
crying.
real man wants to be bothered with that.
Yeah.
I've
So Faith,
seen I've seen a handful of guys that have created their own channels because they were disgusted with the soft pussy ass techniques of how, these guys that they took a liking to, they just realized they were soft. They would and they created their own channels and they're thriving. A lot of them that
so
are
Faith,
present now with their own channels, they have come from being panelists, observers on other channels of men who they found were too soft to listen to anymore.
Hmm.
so Faith, I don't recall what you were saying that were key components of having a successful marriage in your opinion and in
In,
your experience.
in my experience, well, my husband passed away when I was young, so I never give marital advice because I was only married a few years. Now, the
Hmm.
people that I listen to are the people that have been married for a number of years. But I will say, in the little time that my husband was alive, and that he was here on this earth when we were together, um, I will say that you're right about the whole distribution of work. I was overworked. I did
Right.
a lot, but I was a stay-at-home mother when my husband was alive.
Hmm.
So he worked outside the home and I worked inside the home. And by the time he would get home, you know, my job still wasn't done because I still had to clean up the house
It's a
after
24
everybody was,
hour schedule. Yeah.
yeah, after everybody was settled. I was still cleaning and putting stuff back and, making sure the kids' toys are put away and they're tucked in bed and that they're actually asleep and they're not getting up roaming around and going in the refrigerator, and,
Yeah.
and doing things. And he would be ready and I wouldn't. I would just be ready to plop down on that bed and just fall out and go to sleep.
Hmm.
And that's the reason why I say, women, we can fake orgasms because even when I was tired, I knew I had to perform. And that was a hurtful feeling.
Hmm.
It didn't feel good having to perform and be tired.
And this is valuable. This right here is real shit. This is valuable information. This is valuable information because who else is going to tell younger people that this is what's going on? Because
And what
some
not
Yeah.
to do,
yeah, what not,
because I
that
wasn't going to do it.
yeah.
Oh, because I was about to say, like, younger people, we don't really, a lot of us, we don't really believe in marriage anymore. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, that's why I was asking you, did you want to get married and why? Because I
Oh,
hear
okay,
people,
that
yeah, because
so
yeah,
you already know. So you already know.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because I heard that a lot of, people from Generation Z that they don't want to get married or that they're
I ain't gonna
delaying.
lie, they might have to remodel the whole thing because of Gen Z.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
But aren't they still roommates out there? Like they don't want to get married, but they're still rooming up together. I don't
Yeah.
get that.
We'd have to ask Dom. What say you?
I guess it's legally it's easier to walk away when you're a roommate. So maybe that's the deal. I don't know.
So what's the word on the street, Dom?
Dom.
Demetrius?
Who the hell's Dom?
Demetrius.
Don't
Oh,
you? I'm giving you a nickname since we're such close friends.
oh, okay.
Wow.
Okay, so I've heard a lot of things. I watch a lot of CNN, a lot of NPR, and I listen to like my homeboys and my homegirls and their views on this stuff because they don't really like watch the news or listen to them anything. I'm that one friend who like keeps dropping little plots of intelligence and everything
I
and
like
information.
NPR too. Yeah.
So apparently, no fault divorce is about to go away, or they're trying to get it to go away.
Wow.
So yeah, and
Men
then
are
they're
going to be
trying
in
to
trouble. Men are going to be in trouble when that happens.
yeah, and I know something's going on with alimony or something. Like they're trying to do away with it. Um, what else? They're trying like there's something among Gen Zers like they're talking about this whole like marriage reform thing because most people like they don't talk necessarily about marriage anymore. They talk about life partnerships, and so they want the business of marriage to be formed around this new marriage idea. And
Okay.
I don't know because the way the whole conversation happens about marriage and relationships with Gen Zers is a lot of them are attracted to like stability, but also having the freedom to leave whenever they want. And so I don't know. It's like they don't understand that you can have stability, but also know when to say no and leave a toxic situation.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I
So
mean, you
that's
already have
really
the
what's going
ability
on.
to leave whenever you want, with the divorce situation. It's just that
Yeah, but then again, is that really stable? If somebody can leave whenever they want, it'll just
mm,
mess up everything you got going on.
If you want the stability, then you need to do what you can to keep your relationship strong. If you
That's
don't
what
have
I
a
was
right.
thinking
if you
too
don't
at the
have yeah,
same time.
if you don't have
You
a
can't
strong
you can't just say,
foundation,
"Oh, make it
yeah.
hard for people to leave and then not nurture your relationship." Like,
Yeah.
come on now.
Yeah, if you're going to have to keep doing things that reinforce the love and the stability and the kinship and the, partnership, and then
Cuz last thing you
there
want,
won't be a divorce.
yeah, last thing you want is you don't want to be trapped in a situation where you both like despise each other. Cuz I heard that's how like people end up on Snapped and stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, guys,
loving kindness is important.
I'm about to
I'm real big on that.
start wrapping it up because it's about 2.5 hours in. My daughter's sending me these pictures. She's my by the way, guys, my daughter went on a blind date today. So she sent me the pictures of her guy.
Ah,
Yeah. Oh my God. He happens to have dreads. What is with these younger
I
generation
don't.
and these dreads? I
Do-
hate
Dominic,
the
do you have
dreads.
dreads? Do you have dreads, Dominic?
No, I have
Demetrius.
a
Why am I calling you
I
Dominic?
don't know why you calling him
You know
Dominic.
what?
I
You
I
know
don't
don't
what?
know.
know.
They call me
I had a
Dom.
boyfriend. I had a boyfriend named Dominic. That's probably why I keep calling him that. Okay.
Oh, do
He
I
was
sound like him or something?
you
But
ma- you
Demetrius, I hope you never get dreads. I think that dread thing, to me, it makes the man preoccupied with his hair.
do you
Every
have
guy that
Well,
I've
Demetrius?
it is
known
a
that
thing.
had
Like
them.
male hair is a like it's I won't say it's necessarily new, but it's had an uptick in popularity.
Do you have dreads, Demetrius?
Hell no, and I never will.
Thank you. Good.
Good.
I'll just
Yeah,
get
yeah, because
the
those guys
most I
that had
got.
those
Like, I'll tell
dreads,
y'all the
they're
hairstyle I got. Right, I got a medium drop fade. Just go look that up.
a
Black
medium
medium
drop,
drop fade. That's what
That's
I
black
got.
medium drop.
reasonable.
Okay, I like that.
Just make sure you just brush your hair and comb it out. Ain't got no B2Bs in your hair. You'll be all right. You good to go. Just wash
Okay.
it. The regular stuff, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
because
don't like men with hair. I,
yeah,
I
those
I'm with
guys,
you, Faith. I'm with you.
those guys that have the dreads, AP. I don't know if you can relate. If you ever dated a guy with dreads, I dated a couple of guys with dreads, and what I've noticed with them is they are so preoccupied with their hair. And talking about to the point where I wake up and they're in the mirror before I am in the mirror in the morning time. They're doing all this, and they're just all over their hair, and then they want you to be obsessed with their hair too. And I'm like, yeah, I saw the hair and everything. Run your finger through it.
you, you see what I did with my hair?
Like,
Did she
uh,
notice?
What?
yeah, like, did you see what I did with my hair? I did my hair like this today, and all
I
this
put a
other
little
crazy
bit more
stuff.
oil in it today.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't. Yeah, no,
like
no. That's
I don't care for that.
no. I want
I
him. I
don't
Y'all
I
want
want.
don't
me to
know
show
what the
you what I
appeal
got?
is.
Y'all want me to
Yes,
show you what I got? All right,
yes.
Faith, let me back up. I'm going on my laptop real quick so I can share the screen.
Uh-oh.
Okay. We get to see Demetrius finally.
He's gonna
Yeah,
show us his hair.
yeah. I want a guy that chops wood. I don't want a guy that's comb that's getting his hair done at a salon. No.
Primp and
No.
proper.
Yeah, I don't want
Primping.
that.
All right.
Yeah.
There's a difference between grooming and glamorizing. Like
Yeah.
I think men should groom themselves, but glamorizing themselves, that's you know,
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about that.
I don't like it. I don't want him to be in the mirror more than me. I'm supposed to be the pretty one.
Right.
I don't like that. It's too much. And then my hair care products will come up missing because he's using them. No, I don't like that.
Sometimes I think they grow
Reflex.
their hair out because they have this envy of women. Like, I bet I can grow my hair longer than you, and
Oh, hold on a second. I thought the link was in the chat. Hold on.
Oh,
yeah, but
yeah,
there are some men that are envious of the glamour side of women, right?
I
They,
think so. I
yeah,
think
I
so.
mean, why else are they wearing fingernail polish? You got heterosexual men that are trying to convince people it's a good idea to wear colored nail polish. Like, why are you
Well, are
competing
these
to be a
men
woman?
wearing? These are men.
They're
Yes.
heterosexual men, and they're just trying to prove a point. Whatever you see, they you remember that term, what you can do I can do better, and how it was women saying that. They switched it around now. Whatever you can do I can do better, so much so the scientists are exploring men giving birth to children. you know it's getting crazy
Oh
how
God.
men just don't want to.
The actual gay people.
Yeah, maybe they're pretending to be straight, I don't know, but I've seen it online where these chefs, you know, who I thought I would think are heterosexual. I don't know. I'm not in their bedroom, but they appear to be macho guys, but they got this blue nail polish on while they're cooking food. And I'm like, what the hell is that about? You know,
That's a turn off. And see, I feel sorry for the younger women of this generation coming
it
up.
started off with that goth stuff. Remember the goth and the guys would wear the black nail polish and they're goth.
Hmm.
And
I
then
had a
now all of a
woman like
sudden,
that once.
yeah, now it's starting to change over to, Boy Georgism or something.
Well, I think it was bound to happen anyway. I think these men wanted to be gay anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, if you gay, you gay. ain't no, Ain't no other stuff to it. You need
Yeah, like that traditional feminine adornment that's being welcomed by men is a slow boil. These so like men that want to see that's the slippery slope when it comes to dreadlocks. It's like it's being presented as this Bob Marley and I'm free to do what I want type of attitude, but in actuality, you are trying to spend more time in the mirror instead of working.
I don't like it. I want you to fix my car. I want you to wash my car. I want you to, put up some plaster and fix the faucet. I don't want you playing with your hair. I don't like it.
I want to
Well,
see
I
your
mean,
muscles
okay,
being
I'll
put
say
to good
this.
use.
There's a way to be presentable as a young man and like still do man stuff, like
I
handle your
want to see your
responsibilities.
muscles
Like
being
you
put to
don't
good
need to be
use.
like all the time in the mirror. You need basically like a brush and go hairstyle. That's what I'm
If you
thinking.
don't know how to change oil on a car, you're useless.
And bring
Yeah,
back
that's
the
crazy.
men with the washboard stomachs. I mean, I miss men that have the washboard stomach. But why we have all these pot-belly men now? Men, they don't get pregnant. They don't have babies. Why do men have pot belly?
They eat and sit down.
And they have breasts too. Yuck.
They're
Mm,
taking
man,
pharmaceuticals. They're taking pharmaceuticals, eating terrible fatty foods, and watching a game or playing video games. They're not actually putting their muscles to good use. They're not working. You know, they have stamina for a reason. They should use it. And when they
hmm
don't, they get a pot belly.
Faith, did you want to see this hairstyle? Can you see it in the back?
No.
Hold on. I don't see anything. Hold on. Let me.
Oh, he's
T-
in the back chat?
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. Let me add this. He's sharing the screen.
Got something similar to that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All you gotta do,
I
I'm
don't
so
see it.
serious. You gotta just put moisture in your hair, like
Mm-hmm.
just slap a little drops of moisturizer in your hair and just brush, and you're good.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
That's a brush
that's
and go
fine. Yeah,
hairstyle.
that's fine.
What's the name of the style again? Because I can't see
It's
it.
up,
Drop
it's up at the
fade.
top. It's called a medium drop fade.
Okay, thanks. I'll look it up because
Okay.
I
That
can't see
that
it.
is cute. I like that. I've
And
seen
don't
quite a few
my
guys
the
with that
top of my
style.
head don't go as high as theirs, but I got something similar.
Okay. All right, Demetrius. I see you. I see you.
Let me show you something else. All right, so a dude with I don't even know what this hairstyle is called. Would it be called braids? I guess. Where is it? All right, what about this? Let me show you this. He is yeah. Right here.
Okay. So let me go in and look. Okay. I don't see anything. Okay. There it is.
Here we go.
No. No.
What is
Oh
it? Is it the
no.
colors? Is it the highlights?
No.
No. No. No. No. No. No. No. No.
No. You need to mow the lawn. You need to be fixing things. No.
I mean,
You need to be
That.
technically,
building.
you could be fixing
Take
No.
things with
out
the
the
chainsaw,
No.
right?
trash.
No, because his
All you
hair is
gotta
going to
do is
get
check
caught
out
in the
the
engine of
ponytail, right?
the lawnmower. No.
Take
Okay.
out
I'm,
the
I'm gonna have to.
trash.
I'm gonna
Fix
have
the
to
roof.
remove that. I can't. I can't watch that.
Yeah,
No.
it's ugly. I don't like it.
I don't
Fix,
like.
repair the roof on the
Yeah,
house.
fix the roof on the house. Build our dog a new dog house. Do
Hmm
stuff.
Build
No,
a storage shed.
exactly. Just no, no. You're spending too much time on your
Raise
hair.
some animals
Yeah,
on
something.
the
Yeah. Yeah.
in the garden.
Or change the brakes on the car. Okay.
Yeah,
How
go
about that?
fishing. Do something. This is too feminine. No.
All right. One more. I got one more.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
He
What
is too
about
cute.
this?
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, is that a braid or some crap behind there like a
I mean, he
What
ponytail?
got he got
the
some dread,
hell
but
is that?
he just leaves some like in front of the ear. You know what I'm
No. What are you, Millie Vanilli? A broke down
saying?
Millie Vanilli? No, I don't know.
No.
No, no. It shouldn't take you more than 5 minutes to comb your hair. I don't even care if they wear a do rag, but this is too much. This is no.
I don't like the men with the long hair. No.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't know how women like it. It's not good.
I prefer well groomed.
But you know what? I think it's because a lot of these women are treating these men like they're Barbie dolls or something.
That
That
could be it.
no. That's I mean, like they're in our business about nails and stuff like that because you need to be doing manly stuff. You need to be hunting and fishing and doing stuff like
Look at
that.
what BMT's saying. AP,
Oh, what?
look what
What?
BMT said.
Is BMT in the audience?
He says,
Oh, y'all
funny,
just
I have dreads and I bet nobody here or around can do any of the things.
y'all just struck a nerve.
No,
Oh
but
no,
no,
What
but
have you done?
you know
we done
what?
struck a nerve.
Well,
Oh
the thing is,
gosh.
BMT is already partnered. So he's good. He's partnered. We're saying our personal preference, but BMT is cool. I like him. He's a productive man.
He
So
is, yeah.
he's good. He's good with me. I don't have anything, but I'm saying if a person is stepping to me, but BMT, he's cool. He's already squared away. He's already partnered. So, this is nothing to him. He's good.
Yeah, I mean, Melissa, them dreads is all yours.
Yeah, yeah.
So you BMT, you got a woman that loves and worships your hair. Never mind us, but for
Yeah.
us, I mean, I don't like the dreads. I'm sorry, it's just
I don't like a guy going to a salon and getting his hair done for hours like a chick. For me, I feel like what else could you be doing besides that? That's just too much for me. But
exactly.
BMT, he's my buddy. I'm good with BMT.
What about manicure pedicures? I endorse manicure pedicures for men. I
I
Now
endorse
think
I
that.
it's
do.
fine.
I like that. Now the manicure pedicure men getting that, I'm all for because I can't stand a man that don't have
I love good feet and hands on a
But
man.
it's as long as the fingernail polish is clear, not black, not
Oh
blue.
no, don't
Yeah,
color your
clear.
nails, guys. Don't do that. Not one
Okay.
pinky.
Oh, wait a minute. Is this you, Hustler Muscle? Is that your picture?
The one and only, never phony. Y'all gonna meet it
Hey,
below there.
hey. Love the
Oh,
haircut. Love the
that is
haircut.
a handsome picture. Oh my God, Hustler Muscle is handsome in that picture.
But he's still sexist.
How sexist.
Oh God.
But to be
See,
fair, happy Saturday, sir.
Thank you,
hustlers,
ma'am.
musclers, like what? I've only been on for a couple of seconds, and I'm being
Hustler, I'm
called
trying to get
names.
your opinion on this. Face, share.
Okay, hold on. Let me see what you got here. Let me see what you got.
He done struck Demetrius
Hey,
OCD side.
you know what I'm saying? That's
He's
the
young. He could go for hours. No, let me stop.
What
Okay,
is this?
who are they?
That's Professor Odie and Conscious Lee.
Oh, I
They
don't know
part
who
of
they
the
are.
progressive black male side of YouTube.
Oh, okay.
They're like, oh, we need to reform black masculinity and all that. That's them.
Oh,
Oh no, no, thank you. No, no, thank you. Oh, AP,
Manosphere is in the house.
you got a compliment. She said, "I love your host, Miss Faith. She's a great addition." Thank
oh, thank
you.
AP is the
you,
bomb,
thank
definitely.
you. I love you guys. This is a great channel, and the guests are great, and I love that we have a diverse group of people both men and women of different ages and different generations, this is the best place to be.
So when are you gonna talk to us about Dominic in the next stream?
Who, my Dominic?
Yes.
You know what? If you guys want to talk about him, I would. He is an
Mm,
awesome young man.
I'm looking
He
forward to it next time. Definitely. Because you kept calling Demetrius Dominic. I said that
you
man
know,
must have been really something.
yeah, he reminds me of him a little bit. He reminds me of him a little bit. That's why I'm nice to Mr. Demetrius, because he reminds me of an old flame.
Oh,
His
that's
Mm-hmm.
what it is. I was like, who is Dom? Who is this Dom she keeps bringing
She
up? So
said,
this was
yeah,
like,
Dom. So what's up,
oh,
Dom? Like,
all right. So Mr. Hustler and Muscler, he came up to the stream looking all handsome with his avatar. What's going on, sir?
what say you, Mr. Hustler
any
Muscler?
macho comments you're willing to share?
Wait, oh, I'm sorry, I got a little distracted. How y'all doing?
Fine.
We're great. Just like you.
I'm flattered. Thank you.
Very handsome picture. Very handsome picture. Very manly looking picture. Man. Yes.
Yes, well, I try.
That's one of those
So
turn off
so
the
No,
Mr.
lights.
Mr. Hustler, are you one of those men that sit up here and say just anything just to get to the draws? Like a lot of you men like to be doing, y'all be sitting up here. Well, what
say
what is your
anything.
technique? Yeah,
Say
just say
anything just to get to
anything.
the draws. Okay, I know men who've done that. Trust me, I know guys who've done that before. So I understand what you're coming from, but trust me, that is not all of us. Would you give me like tell these females what they want to hear just
That
to get
that's
access
that's
to them
about
sexually?
90% of y'all. That I would even say 98% of y'all. It's only 2% of y'all that don't do that.
Now, I remember earlier you mentioned you was dealing with a guy. You said you like hiking and going bowling, but the guy that you dealt with had problems with his feet or something, but he did it anyway. I don't see the problem with him trying something new. Now, granted, he should have said something like, "Oh, I can't bowl, I can't go hiking, I got bad feet." He should have said something instead of trying to bulk up and impress you. Believe me, I've done that before. So I've done something similar, so I know how that goes. He'll try anything just to impress you. That's doing too damn much.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, I've done that before, so I know how that go down.
So
But
does
give him
it
credit for
work?
trying.
Does it work?
Does it work? For the most part, no, it doesn't. I had
Okay.
I dealt with a female one time. She said she's into all this spiritual stuff. So I started going to church religiously, trying to learn religion. But I realized, I can't do all this just to impress a female I barely know. I'm like, that's
That's
my
what my
crazy
grandfather
experience.
did to get my grandmother.
What did he
Wow.
do?
He started going to church with her, knowing damn well he wasn't Christian.
So yeah, you
Oh,
can't give us credit
wow.
for at least trying. It ain't like y'all ladies are any different. Y'all be doing things for men, taking
Generations
whatever we
later, here
men
we
like
are.
just to do it.
What, Hustler Muscler? Repeat that about ladies.
I said sometimes ladies are no different. They're just as guilty doing things for men that they know they wouldn't take part in.
Okay, like
Like if he
what?
like if he's into
Give us
sports or
an
whatever, you're gonna
example.
try taking up. Okay,
No, give it.
if he's interested in sports, you're gonna take up sports alongside just to impress him.
No, no.
Well,
I'm
you know what? No, no,
no.
no. I did that. I did do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
speak up.
Football. I know nothing about football. I kept getting the football lingo mixed up with the basketball lingo, and he knew I was a fraud. Just yeah, he knew I was a
How you
fraud.
get that mixed up? Football
I,
is touchdown. Basketball, there is no calls unless you want to say score. I don't know.
well, I
Touchdown,
mean,
first down, second down, first down,
I
fumble.
think I called the touchdown in basketball, or I don't know what the hell I was talking.
How did you do that?
Cause he got the ball through the hoop. Was that a
So you say
touchdown?
score or he's on fire, something.
Dag face. I can't believe you did that. You called touchdown during a basketball game.
Are you serious?
Faith, did
I'm
you
about to say
do
if it was
that?
soccer, but basketball.
I, yeah, I think. Well, I was trying to fit in and stuff. It didn't work. It didn't work. I was fried.
Did he think it was cute because you were trying?
I think he was embarrassed. I think he was kind of embarrassed.
Aw.
I
Yeah.
would too.
I got one. My sister, like the guy that she was seeing, he loves Southern cooking, and she wasn't. She's more of a stir fry person, right? She likes Asian food, but he likes Southern food. So what she would do was she would fake it. Like she would, like he was coming over for dinner, she would have food that was already prepared, waiting for him, and told him that she cooked it.
Oh wow, fried.
The
Just
collard
oh my god.
greens, the fried chicken,
I've
the
heard
butter,
of that before.
the buttermilk fried chicken, the biscuits, the mac and cheese, like like stuff that she don't usually mess with. Like she just, I don't know if she said she had somebody made it for her, she picked it up from someone, but she said that he liked food that she didn't cook, but he thinks she cooked it. And when he found out that she didn't cook it, that was a deal breaker. She was upset.
Oh wow.
She was upset. She was like, "But I was trying." I said, "No, you weren't trying. You deceived him."
You were over there fried and trying to make that man think that he had a good cook. He was gonna marry her and
Right.
think that he was gonna get this good cooking for life, and she was just over there fried.
I
So
said,
I
"You
guess
would have."
I guess I guess women can fry too.
Yeah, she would have been better off taking him to the restaurant instead of just pretending like she cooked it.
You know what? I don't pretend like that because eventually you're going to get tired of doing it. And then he's going to be mad because he's going to say, well, when I met you, you told me that this was what you did.
That's yeah. That
So
was a deal
I don't
breaker for
Yeah.
start
him.
it. Yeah, I don't start stuff like that. Like I dated a guy
Their
that used to like
relationship
that.
deteriorated after
Yeah,
that.
he used to like football, and I didn't like football. So me and his son, we'd be watching MMA matches. We'd be watching the Octagon. So he'd be in one room, watching football. We'd be in the other room watching the Octagon. So when he'd be watching football, sometimes I'd lay on his nap and take a nap. You know,
The way my husband got me into it was we would go we would watch football movies so I could get, that was his way of trying to get me into football. I'm still not into football, but at least I understand it better because I watched movies that had a football theme. So he was trying, but if you don't like something, you just don't like it, and you shouldn't
But you
force
know what? You
somebody.
know what I'm hearing though. I think that women. I think we're bad at faking. Relationships. We're bad at it.
yeah, but
Uh,
don't start
That's
something you can't finish. You're
That's the
not gonna.
that's
You're
right.
gonna
my
get tired
opinion.
of pretending. You're gonna get tired of it.
Never
Just be
go.
yourself.
Yeah, never pretend. Don't ever
But
do
we
that.
we do have we have a new person on the panel. I want to give everybody a chance to make their introductions and chime in. So we have Mr. BMT.
Hey,
Okay,
What's
Jay.
yay, yay, BMT, yay.
up, BMT?
Oh, yeah, yeah, I'll do apologize. Hey, what's up? I'm sorry, I just woke up. I actually bought a rug for the first time. I'm working my house. So I
He's
bought
been
two
You
rugs.
going
I
working.
in and
should have
out.
never
BMT, you're borging.
said the word. Yeah,
Hey
man,
You're
man, you
saying,
borging.
freezing.
You're borging and freezing.
yeah, I'll call you.
Okay, we'll wait for
Yeah,
you because you're a working man.
I'm working
Lord.
here.
BMT is a hardworking man. He does work hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, anyway, back to the fellas on the panel. So have you guys experienced women trying to lie to you to win your heart, win your feelings?
Yeah, to be honest, there was this This had to been like freshman year. There was this girl, like I could tell like it was dripping off of her that she really liked me, and she was just going with whatever I was saying. And when I finally like asked her about her, like she couldn't really give me anything to go off of.
So you could feel that she liked
like,
you?
Yeah, it was dripping off of her.
And how did that make you feel? Did she come off as desperate, or were you flattered?
I was like, okay, in my mind, I was like, oh, she likes me a lot, but I need a woman who has her own identity at the same time.
Okay.
And I know that sounds sappy, but at the same time, like I'm thinking, like if something happens to me, like you gonna have to be you regardless.
Right. Well, that's a good way to look at it. Demetrius is so, oh my goodness.
Demetrius, can you define that a little bit better? Because I'm a little bit lost.
Okay, so say we ended up having a family in the future. So I would need my woman to have her own personality, her own individuality in order to take care of like the family. Obviously, she'd probably find somebody else in due time, but in the meantime, she needs to have a certain sense of confidence of self so that she can just function in day-to-day life. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, God forbid something happened to me and I'm not able to take care of you. You got to be able to handle yourself to some degree.
See, Demetrius, if I was just 20 years younger, I think I would have been your perfect match. Damn.
I've done that before.
Faith, don't you have a daughter around Demetrius's age?
Ain't nothing but a no.
No. Yeah, I do. My youngest, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
You know what, Demetrius?
Ding,
my
ding, ding,
youngest
ding, ding.
daughter.
Ding, ding,
My
ding,
youngest
ding, ding.
daughter.
Ding, 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 ding.
What state are you in, Demetrius?
Texas.
No, she's in Indiana.
Indiana.
Yeah.
But you know, arranged marriages are
Don't
back in
recommend
style.
me. Yeah, I'm not ready. I have to work on like my discipline and everything because I don't want you to sick nobody.
What kind of discipline do you need to work on?
No, because
faithfulness.
With me being in college, I struggle with procrastination and all that. So it's just literally just. Like
You're lazy. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So he's self-aware. At least he's self-aware.
He can admit it.
Time
That's
management
cool.
issues, stuff like that. I'm not ready.
Okay. All right, hustler and muscular.
What say you, sir?
I haven't been through the same thing Demetrius was talking about, but the worst I had was a female pretend like she was single, even though she had another man, that she was dealing with somebody else. She would pretend. She would tell me, I asked her, did she have a boyfriend? She said no. We kept hanging out for several months, but then I found out she had a man the whole time. I'm like, why did you lie to me? That's the worst I had to deal with.
What did she say?
That's terrible.
What did she say?
What do you mean? What did she say?
And when you confronted her, what was her response?
She said because she liked hanging out with me, and she said she planned on leaving this dude somewhere along the line. I'm like, you had all that time to leave this motherfucker. Why you just not telling me this? Oh.
She wanted to monkey.
So the whole time she was talking to me, she was dealing with this guy. Oh God.
That's the worst what's up, GMT? GMT's in the house. Demetrius.
Grandmaster Troll.
Grandmaster Troll says you're lazy.
Yeah,
he called it.
I said that because just last night I had something do. I was like, damn, kind of don't want to do this right now, but I don't want to get a 0.
Are you the type of person that needs someone to call you to wake you up? As opposed to just
no, I literally have 8 alarms on my phone to wake me up.
Oh my God, you are lazy. Damn. Work on that, okay?
I set my alarm clock.
I think most
No,
men are
it's
He's
not
a
ladies
because
though.
snooze
it's
button
not
pusher.
because like I'll sleep through one.
He's
It's
a
literally
snooze
because
button
I've
pusher.
slept through like 2 alarms before. I
Instead of
Oh,
just
wait a
facing
minute.
your
you
responsibility, you're a snooze button pusher. Okay.
Do you push the snooze button?
no,
Oh,
I
okay.
kid you
Well,
not.
there's nothing wrong with having an alarm, but pushing that snooze button, that's a
Yeah,
problem.
no, because
But he
I've
got
done
my,
it.
my
what?
professors do not play with that late stuff. They'll literally lock the door on you.
He got eight. He got 8 alarm clocks. That's equivalent to pressing the snooze button.
Wait a minute. 8?
He
Yeah, I have
said
8
eight.
I didn't
on
hear
like
that.
I have on all 4 of my phones.
You had 4 or 8.
I have 4 phones that are
First of
active.
all, why you got 4 phones?
I never like throw them away. I just have 4 phones. Really, I have 6, but 4 that are
You
only.
have 6 alarms going off daily, right?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
no,
but
only Monday and Wednesday. Only Monday and Wednesday, because those are my heavy days.
Wow.
So he's got 5 backup alarms.
Yep.
That's equivalent to pressing the snooze button.
okay, Demetrius, you said you're a little bit OCD. In what way?
Wait, what?
Did you say that you
I
were
said he was.
OCD? Oh, you said he was. Oh, okay.
I said his OCD is kicking in. Because he kept showing different types of men's styles of hair, and he
Okay.
wouldn't stop.
No, I had this in my mind like when y'all were talking about dreads, like those are like the hairstyles that popped up in my mind, so I just wanted to get through them.
That's
Okay,
okay.
well, we're fixated on Demetrius, but I want to get down here to Hustler and Bustler. Now, Hustler, you're in your
Oh no,
early
continue,
30s.
continue.
No, we're not gonna let you off the hook. So, Hustler and
He's
Bustler,
learned.
you're in your early
Oh,
30s, right?
nope, late 30s.
Okay, late 30s. So
Mm,
30.
9.
39.
Okay,
all right.
39.
39. Okay,
What a
so that would
wonderful
that would
year.
make you a you no, you're still a millennial, right?
Yep, born in
39.
84, MTV Gen.
Okay. Okay, so you're a millennial. Uh, all right. So the woman lied to you for 7 months. You didn't know that she had a man, that she was
Damn.
actually married. I mean, why didn't you look for
Oh
the
no, she
signs? I
wasn't
mean,
married. She wasn't married. She was just dating this other dude. Then when I
oh,
asked her about,
okay.
it, she said she
Wait,
planned on leaving him. I'm like, oh, I ain't got time for
7
that.
months. Damn.
I can't even say 7 months. I said several. I didn't say 7. I don't know how many months it
Oh,
was. It's
Well,
been
well,
20
well,
years
damn.
since
hold
this
on. Well, that's not bad though, Hustler. I mean, dating. I mean, she could have been dating him and dating you. She's free. She's still single. She's just dating you and
Did
the
you
other guy.
did you tell her you wanted to
How
be
the hell
exclusive?
does that work? No, no, no. You either if you're in a committed relationship with somebody, I mean y'all
Well,
boyfriend,
no,
girlfriend.
no. You said
All
she
bets
was
are
dating.
off, my lady. No, I don't do that. If you're messing out, if we're just friends with benefits, whatever. But you can't be in no committed relationship with me and you're hanging around other people like that. No,
Did
I
you
don't play that
say
BS.
Wait,
that
I'm
wait.
sorry,
Was
I
it
don't
what?
play that.
Wait. Were you dating her or were you in a committed relationship?
No, she was in a relationship with some other guy and didn't
No,
tell me
no,
anything
no.
about it.
We're
I
talking
seems
almost
like a
about
went down the route.
What was your
miscommunication thing?
relation to her? What was your relation to her?
Somebody
A chick I knew from
miscommunicated.
around the way, well, off campus.
no. What did he? No.
I'm confused.
What arrangement did you have with her, and what communications did the two of you have together regarding your relationship with each other?
Did you all lay it out like you my only one? Did you all have that you my only one
And
conversation?
let's be exclusive. Did you have that conversation, and then after you had that conversation, you found out that there was someone else?
Right.
Uh, no, we didn't. That's
He
the thing.
didn't,
No, we
and
didn't.
there it
Well,
is.
then
You
there it is.
didn't
Then
Right.
you can't. You
you
can't.
didn't have the
You did.
conversation.
Yeah, you did. You can't. No, 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 Mr. Hustler Muscler. No, no, no.
Y'all two
No,
single
no,
individuals.
no.
Y'all are free to date other people if you didn't
No,
have the
no.
conversation.
No, no,
Okay, well, you
Because
no.
you were
live,
trying to
you
commit
live, you
earlier.
learn, I guess.
You gotta lock it
Those.
down. You
Hold
gotta
on a
lock it
second. If
down.
you did not lock it down, you have
Yeah,
no
you
right to
gotta
be
lock it down,
angry
bro.
if she's with somebody else.
No, she said this was her boyfriend, as in guy that she's dating. Okay, so what the hell am I then? Why you talking to me then? That's the thing, a problem I had. If she was single like me, then that's different. But she had a claiming she's in a whole
Oh,
other relationship. I don't play
Okay,
that.
okay. So
oh, so she just a
she
lie.
said boyfriend. She
She's
said
just
this
a
is her
lie.
boyfriend.
Yes,
And
that's
you were her
exactly what happened.
boyfriend too.
No, I was the side nigga.
It doesn't sound like you locked it down, sir.
You're right. It didn't sound
It
like I locked
it
it down.
it it,
No, I
di- it, di-
didn't.
it doesn't sound like you planted your flag.
Ain't no
It
wrong being a
sounds
side
like y'all
nigga.
were just what
And
what did you
it could be that she went and got the boyfriend because you didn't lock it down. I think
There you
she got
go.
with the first guy that locked
Y'all
it
are
down.
being mean to him now. Y'all just being
No,
mean.
Yeah,
y'all,
but you
no,
can't be wishy
they're being
washy.
they're being real with him. They're being real.
But how's that mean, Mella?
BMT, you bargain again.
You're Borgin, darling.
Yeah, to get that
I
connection.
want to fuck. Take y'all kids and put the house. You know,
We still
We
bargain, bro. We
y'all
do
notice
not
that when they
understand what you
Borgin, they
said.
always got the most powerful things to say. It's like I really
Yeah.
want to hear what he got to say, but
Yeah,
he
I do.
Borgin.
I want to hear what he has to say too, but something's going on. He might be in a bad location. Yeah, that's
listen,
distorting
He's
his
I
signal.
dropping
wasn't
jewels.
I wasn't shit when I wasn't shit when I was young. I ain't had none women and gas me. Ain't no wrong with that. I don't know why
Yeah,
y'all be trying to come on here and sound all
he's
squeaky clean
spitting.
around these women.
What?
Uh,
Be quiet.
He
BMT, what are you talking
we
about?
we
uh,
don't know what you're talking about, sir. Yeah, we don't know what you're talking about.
So, y'all clean up. Y'all clean up now.
Oh, it's
Okay,
not a foreign
we can hear you
concept
a
that
little bit
older
now.
men
Start
are
over.
jealous of younger men. That's not a foreign concept, okay? Um,
That's
I'm
not the
sure
concept.
BMT wish he was Demetrius' age at this point. He would do things differently.
Why? This
He
dude can't even.
definitely would.
what?
See,
I
What?
guess
look
his
at
signal was
God.
acting.
God just know when to cut people off from their bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm
But anyway,
Protect
What
Demetrius
did
at
he
all
say?
costs.
I didn't hear what he said.
But it's like going back to me. Like it's weird though because I loved going to work when I was at UPS and when I was at Amazon this summer. I loved going to work. The people I would meet, the work that I do, I don't know. Maybe it's just like as a man, it's like fulfilling.
Oh,
And then
Demetrius, let me ask you a male-centered question. Can you
what's up?
fight? Like, can you beat somebody's ass? Can you fight?
Yeah, I've done it.
When's the last time you beat somebody down?
what?
Uh,
No,
Mela, what
I'm
kind
serious.
of question
No,
is this?
because I'm concerned that people are gonna challenge
Why
him,
are we
right?
asking this?
And I just want to be reassured that he knows how to defend himself.
I fought somebody like in the beginning of COVID. It was at Walmart. Somebody tried to snatch some shit out of my hands. Like, don't you ever snatch no shit. Your mama ain't touch you good.
Okay. I'll take your word for
Okay.
it.
All right. So Demetrius knows how to throw hands. All right, hustler and muscler. Back to you. Back to you, my man. In your re- relationship, non-relationship with the
Okay.
woman that you wanted her to be your number one, but you didn't make her your number one, and then you got mad because another man beat you to the punch. That's basically what that was.
Another man beat me to the punch.
Yes, he beat you to the punch.
No, she said we were talking, then I found out she had another man the whole time she was dealing with me. I'm like, no, I don't play that. Talking
Because
about she gonna leave him soon.
you didn't
God.
lock it down. You didn't lock it down.
But when he
The
asked
other
her, "Do you
guy
have a
locked it
man?"
down.
when he asked her, "Do you have a man?" and she said no, she lied.
Okay, well, that's different.
That's the
That's
thing though.
different.
She's a liar, but at the same time, H&M, you should have locked. Well, you might have been able to steal it from him. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't
Like
have
my
the
ex
time
right
to be
now, she's trying to
stealing.
come back to me,
Look at
telling
look.
me all their business.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna
I
give
don't
you
have
another
time to be trying to
chance.
steal. I don't
We
have
we're
time to be
gonna
stealing women
we're
from
gonna
men. If I
we're
got to
gonna
steal
give
you
you
from you, I'm still not supposed to get killed. Oh,
okay,
go
we're
ahead.
gonna give you another chance. Okay,
You
so
know what's wrong with you men in competition? Y'all supposed to be competitive. Y'all supposed to compete, goddamn it.
You know what
Compete.
happened to the last? That's why people are either in jail or worse in the ground, trying to compete too damn much.
But y'all tell women to compete. Y'all tell us to compete.
We
Now
don't.
you should have
We don't
you
tell
should have
y'all to
competed.
compete.
You should have competed,
I don't
hustler.
tell compete how, like some American Gladiators type stuff, Roman Gladiators type stuff.
I mean,
Is that
if
what you're
that's what
asking
it
for?
come down to, you should have competed. You should have showed her that you was the better man.
There's only so much I'm gonna do. You either gonna see it or you're not gonna see it. I'm
that
not
that
gonna
is
throw
not
hands on somebody just a
that's not the
go
competitive
UFC
spirit,
upside
sir.
somebody's head. I don't want to do that.
Okay, we're gonna give you another chance. Can you give us a different example other than this one where a woman tried to deceive you just because she wanted to be in a relationship with you? Uh-oh, is he gone?
Oh, yeah, he's
He
gone.
couldn't take
He
it.
got
You know,
he got mad. He got mad at us telling him he had to
He
compete.
he gonna call her and
See what
cuss her
you did,
out.
Faith? You done made him compete and then he ran away. Look at that.
He gonna
But
call.
but
He
shout out
calling her
to
right now.
BMT with the $2 super chat. He said that he was welding and driving to school at
Oh,
15.
I can't. Oh, okay.
that's
Yeah,
actually pretty impressive.
BMT is a hardworking man. I must say that about him. I admire that about him. He's not afraid of work.
Mhm. So Demetrius, if you had to,
Yes,
could you process a hog?
I'm sorry.
Can you cut meat? Can
Yeah,
you catch your food, prepare it for? Can you prepare can you catch your food?
yes.
When was the last time you went hunting or
No,
fishing?
no, 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 no. I said I can. I've never done it. I can though.
No, okay.
I know how to gut it and everything, tie off the innards.
So
Watching YouTube.
Yeah, I'm very
Okay.
obsessed with that stuff.
so
And
Demetrius,
like
if I
bush craft.
wanted you to take me to an archery place and teach me archery, would you be able to do that?
Yeah, I've done archery. I was a Boy
See,
Scout.
I knew it. I knew it.
I'm actually an Eagle Scout.
Now
I
you
knew
know
it.
what, y'all get off of Demetrius. We got
That doesn't
hustler and
mean you ever
muscler.
killed a animal.
What?
Y'all killing me with this.
Okay, hustler and muscler, you didn't answer the question. You dropped off.
Oh no, continue.
Are you in the
I had a
bathroom
phone call,
again?
but continue.
Okay, so is there another example?
Again,
Because because no, this is a different example from you because we want a clearer example because that answer was a little bit skewed. Like take for instance a woman pretending like she knows how to cook but she can't cook, or a woman pretending like she likes football and she really doesn't. She's just making it up because she's trying to get into your good graces. Have you ever had such a thing happen to you in the dating
no,
world?
I never had. Okay, if that's what you're getting at, I never had that kind of experience.
Okay, just only the
But that's
person not being transparent about their romantic situation.
yep, yep. That's the worst I've had to deal with.
Okay, okay, okay,
Yeah, and I can respect that. I mean, but
okay.
like I said, you when you find yourself in a situation like that again, and y'all all single, compete,
Yeah, you have to. Yeah,
compete.
you're gonna have to say something along the lines of, "Look, you're gonna have to make a choice because I'm not gonna stand for this."
But then again, if the woman is not worth
I've
competing
done that
for, that's something
before.
different.
You have,
Yep,
okay,
that's my point.
and how did that work out? You said you've
I
done
told her
that
make a choice
before.
either me or him. Yep. I
And
had a
and
chick I
and
ghosted for 2 weeks, but then she
And who'd
called me
you
begging me to
choose?
come back.
Oh, okay. Damn. I
I
guess it'd be
told
like that
I told
sometimes.
her you either choose me or you choose him. And when you talk to me like a freaking human being, not as street trash. Ghosted her for 2 weeks. She called back begging me to come back. So
wow.
that does work.
But the thing about it is, if she chose him first, he was the one she wanted to be with, and then he probably dumped her, and then you were an afterthought. I wouldn't have taken her back.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking just now.
In them situations, hell no. No, I don't do that. No.
Well, good for you.
Yeah, but how do you men? And I'm back on the competitive thing. How do you men stay competitive out here on the dating market? What do you do to make yourself competitive?
Gain skills. That's one way.
Learn new things.
Exactly.
Such as
Emotional intelligence. Um, things that you can use in day-to-day life,
Communication.
like mechanic stuff, plumbing, just little like fix it stuff. Make yourself more like what's the word, versatile, so that you can fit people's needs. And that stuff stands out to people. Like the stuff that y'all talk about, like dudes, they don't even know how to change a tire. That's crazy
Hmm.
to me.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of guys don't know nothing about cars now.
yeah.
I don't. I ain't gonna lie, I don't.
I,
Do
But
you
I
know
this
how
can
to?
change
might
a
sound
flat tire.
cheesy, but I'm one of those dudes who like always carry around like a toolkit in my car. It sounds
Hustler
That
and
crazy.
muscle,
that
you don't know nothing about cars.
I don't know a lot about car. I can change a flat tire, and I keep Y plies in my car just in case I get a dead battery.
Okay, so the tires and the battery is cool, but I mean, you never tried to change your own brakes.
Actually, I did that, but I had help from somebody.
okay. At
Okay,
least you
well, you
tried.
you you know
Okay.
something. You
Okay.
got some tools.
Do you
You
know
know
how
how
to
to
change
change.
oil?
You know
Yeah, I was
how
just
long
gonna
it's been
ask
since
that.
I did that? That was 5 years ago. I don't remember exactly what I did the first time around. I had help, so he was more of an expert than I was. So I don't know.
Okay, well, you know what, hustle and muscle, that might be something that you might want to do. Any man that has a car, you need to know how to do some
How
things
to
to your
take
own
care of
car.
your car. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
that might
actually
be
have a
something to work
mentor who I
on.
go to every time I return home. I have a mentor, like I check in with him and I ask him like to take a look at my car, and he takes me out into the garage. It's like at a Pep Boys. Yep. I have an actual mentor in that area.
GMT said, "This is why I stopped talking to Negroes. They are too far gone."
GMT, come here. Come up.
Well, judgmental are we?
I like GMT. I watch his show.
I
He's
love
pretty
him
funny.
too.
Yeah, he's pretty
What
great.
is
Because
he
He
talking?
he is very entertaining. I
I,
love GMT.
Yeah.
I'm the veteran advocate. If you're a veteran, I'm gonna work with you. I'll figure something out. You know, even if
Veteran,
we
Army
cuss,
veteran?
even if we disagree,
Yes.
cuss each other out, I will never lose my sense of affinity for veterans. Not ever. And I've had the worst exchange with some veterans. Very bad, very in a lot of insults, a lot of bad blood. But as far as my end, and I think I was talking to Faith about this before, I don't really ha- consider myself an enemy to anybody, even though they might think of me as one. It's not that serious, you know what I'm saying? As far as I'm concerned, once a veteran, always a veteran. So
But
I don't have a
we're not gonna get into that veteran
Yeah.
stuff on the stream because I
Yeah,
know
you
how
know,
y'all
ignore
veterans can
GMT.
get.
what is that supposed to
Yep,
mean?
I'm one of them.
Y'all, yeah, no, y'all veterans, y'all get on here, y'all take over the whole show with y'all veteran stuff. I don't have time for that now.
No, we don't.
Alrighty
No, we
then.
don't. That actually happened.
Anyway, moving along. Let's go back to
We take over the
men.
whole stream with our
Let's
veteran stuff.
Yeah, let's go back to men and competition. So now here's one thing that I've noticed. Now when I was before when I met my husband, I met my husband when I was young. We were working at the same company, and my husband actually competed for me. Um, it was him and it was this guy named David Swift. I'll never forget. And we were working at a call center, and I remember sitting at this one cubicle every day at the call center, and David Swift was sitting next to me, and he would always be trying to help me, with my work, and I was new on the job and everything like that, and he was trying to make sure that everything was going smooth for me. And then I remember my husband Kevin, he saw David like honing in, and he was like, no, I want to talk to her, and sort of thing. So I didn't know this, but he was staying after work every day to sit next to me so that David Swift couldn't sit next to me. Like he, like he would come in like extra early.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would be right there at my cubicle, and Kevin would be right there. And then David would come in like a few minutes later, and he would see Kevin there, and he'd be so mad, like, oh, this nigga, cutting in and all this type of stuff. And so then like 2 weeks later, Kevin asked me out to go bowling or whatever, and we went bowling. And when we were at the bowling alley, he just handed me this huge wad of cash, and I'm like, "What is this?" And so he was like, "Well, I was trying my best to get to this date with you. So, I don't work your shift. You work the night shift. I work the day shift. So every day I would have to stay over just to make sure that this other guy wouldn't sit next to you." So he gave me all the money that he made working overtime. Trying,
Oh, that's sweet.
Now that's an angle
yeah,
right there.
yeah,
That's
He
an
did
angle.
what?
That's an angle. I ain't gonna lie, that's an angle.
yeah.
That is,
He got me with that.
that's adorable.
Yeah,
Aw, that is sweet.
How
yeah. I thought
touchy.
so. I thought so. I thought it was sweet.
That was
What,
pretty impressive.
Hustler? What are you talking
I
about down there?
know. He's like, what?
Don't
What?
hate. That was romantic.
I didn't say it wasn't. I say kudos to him.
So, since we're on this subject, Hustler, can you tell us something you did, competitive wise, to get the attention of a young lady you were interested in? Hello?
What you mean, like kind of like what Faith had to go through?
Well, just in your
What I
own
had to go
words.
through.
In your
What are
own
you talking about?
words.
I don't have the. Well, I guess you could say junior. I guess when I was like in junior high, me and one of my boys trying to compete for this fine girl that we knew by flaunting our basketball skills in front of each other. That counts as anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We're
Okay.
two
Okay,
we're
yeah, that
two
counts.
12-year-old we're two 12-year-old little boys trying to show off for this 13-year-old. Yeah, she was 13 years old, by the way, with our basketball skills. Like, I can do this, I can do that. I tried to do a layup, but I scratched my damn elbow. Whew, did it hurt? If that
And
counts
see,
as anything.
that's what I think is missing now. I think that men have gotten away from the art of competing to be with a woman. I think you guys have gotten away from that. The men
Yeah, because
nowadays are very lazy.
Because it
it gets
gets
too
what?
dangerous now. It gets too dangerous now.
But it is dangerous in the animal kingdom when two bulls or locking horns. One of them can get impaled and they can get killed. Male competition to mate with females is dangerous. It could be dangerous.
Yeah, well, we're not animals, okay? We're human beings. We like to
We're
settle this
animals.
kind of matters.
Humans
We're
are
just at the
animals,
top of we're at the
H&M. Let me
top of the
stop you
food
right there.
chain.
Humans
We're
are animals.
but we're at the top of the
We're
food
not those
chain
kind
though.
of animals.
But there is a sense of competition that does happen. Is that not true?
Yes, I don't mind a little friendly competition. Like I said, me and my guy in middle school, it was just friendly competition. Who can show
Mm-hmm.
off for this young girl first? That's all that was.
Right. I mean, and there's such a thing as friendly competition. I mean, you don't have to be an animal, but just like, with the situation with my husband, he found a way to kind of edge the other guy out, you know.
But y'all ain't
So
into that whole love and basketball situation. Like, I'll play you for your heart. Like,
yeah. So you know you have to think of ways to edge out the competition. And
Yeah.
I
not
mean,
only did
that's
he
how
edge him
I
out,
got
but
with
you
my
know he blew my
old girl.
mind. You know when he gave me that money and told me he worked all that overtime.
Oh, that was sweet.
Cause
What about you?
like that's how I was with old girl. The ex that I was telling y'all about.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how I got her. Like originally my roommate was interested in her. And like he was the one who was chatting her up and everything. And then lo and behold, I come strolling through and I flex my intelligence and everything. And she was like, he could not compare. He was not even close. Like even though he was like taller than me and everything, and he had more style than me, like he was like, he can't compare to the dude you are.
Okay.
Exactly. So I mean, so for all these guys out here in the manosphere complaining that they can't get women, 9 times out of 10 is because they give up too easy. They're not, you know, the spirit of competition isn't there with a lot of you guys. Like there's something that each man has that's better than the other. You have to kind of work towards what your actual how can I say what your strengths are. So Demetrius said that his strength was he was intelligent and he maximized off of that and he was able
I
to
was
impress
also
the girl.
compassionate, which the other guy was not, apparently, according to her.
Hmm.
But see, this is in the right direction instead of nagging women and lowering them and trying to humble them to get them to date you. And that's what I'm
Exactly.
seeing a lot of is men trying to do that instead of men's,
Well, I mean, if she don't
competing.
want you, bro, she don't want you. It shouldn't take no. Like, do you really want a woman on your arm that you had the shame to get with you? You gotta
A
think
lot of
about it.
men do because they don't want to
That's
Yeah.
compete.
actually insane. If that's true, that's actually insane.
But that's what the manosphere that's what they're
Imagine
doing.
telling
They're
that to a
shaming the
kid.
women.
They're shaming the
Shaming them
women,
how?
telling
Oh,
them
you
that they
you're a
hit the
baby
wall.
mama. You're a baby
Yeah,
mama. You're old. You hit the wall.
you
Oh
ran
God, it's
body
Well,
yeah.
your
Body
unfortunately,
count.
your
that's the case
education
for
means
some of them.
nothing. Your education means nothing to to us. Yeah, that's
Well,
that's
there's some truth to that. It doesn't apply to all women, but there's truth to that. We don't care about a woman's education, wealth, and status. How is that the basis of building a relationship or an attraction to a man? I don't get that.
But
It's
in the
good that you
same
have
breath,
it,
they'll
but don't
they'll sit
flaunt
up
that in
and
our
say that she.
faces.
In the same breath, they'll say she has student loan debt. She black women are net worth is only
Uh huh.
$5. You know.
and if she doesn't have
Yep.
any money and she wants to date a person who has more money so that she can live a better life, then they'll say that she's a gold digger.
Right.
Because nine times
So
So
out of
that.
10, that's what they be doing. That's what they be
But see
doing
that.
9 times out of
But
10.
all of it is moving the goalposts. All of it is trying to shame the woman and put her down so that
instead
she
of
can lower
competing,
her standards instead of men competing for the women like they used to. And back when
I
guys
don't.
were competing, they were getting the women.
they were getting the
But the
women that they
problem
wanted.
is nowadays there's no women out here worth competing for. Who wants to compete for the
Wow.
304 running the streets or the club girl? Who wants to compete for that? Honestly.
Okay, well then if you don't want to compete, then I'm kind of tired of hearing the lonely man trope of men are dying alone and men are lonely. Then that should stop.
Well, most men don't care about dying alone. I think we adapt and we overcome, like I was taught during my army days. Adapt and overcome. So we'll find a way to get used to that, the possibility of that happening.
Okay. Well,
Wowzers, wowzers.
the stats are still out there where the nurse is saying that there are men in nursing homes that get no visitors. There are people that are dying in their apartments, and the neighbors
Yeah.
reported a
AP,
smell.
I think that's because of socialization, though. I
And
think
let me
that's
Uh,
tell
more
you
so,
this.
more attributed to
elaborate,
socialization.
Dominic. I mean,
Go ahead.
Demetrius. Elaborate.
I'll
All right,
speak. I'll speak
so
out.
men in the past and even today, like they're taught to provide and protect. And once they are unable to provide and protect, like they just tossed by the wayside. This kind of like that whole big mama thing. Like nobody even talked to Papa if he was there, like granddad if he was there. They just left him alone because they didn't even want to talk to him in the first place. So as long as he kept a roof over grandma's head, then he was good in y'all book. That's socialization.
I can
Socialization,
see that.
socialization in terms of I'm missing something.
Socialization in terms of how you're brought up to see the older men. Once they stop being able to provide, then they've outlived their usefulness.
But
That's how
don't you
that
think
ideology is preached.
but don't you think that that's what makes you stand out is your uniqueness and your usefulness and what you bring to the table and service. That's what makes you stand out. And you're resourceful. You being a resourceful individual that brings value to others' lives.
I agree, but if you in a nursing home, then you get what I'm saying?
No, you should have been bringing value to people's lives as you were going along,
Oh, I
and you would
agree.
not
And
be
my
you would not
grandpa
be
Well,
in the
did, but
you
nobody
would
from
not
the
be in
well,
the
village
nursing home
anyway.
by yourself.
well, hold on, guys, because see, Grandpa wasn't just the guy that provided. I remember, and I don't know if this was just me, but I remember I had a dollhouse, and my cousins came over and they tore up my dollhouse. It was one of those old fashioned wooden doll houses,
Mhm.
and my grandpa he rebuilt my dollhouse for me. and
Mhm.
and I remember, I loved my grandfather so much after that because he was very handy. He could rebuild stuff, and he restored my dollhouse.
Mhm.
So he was more than just grandpa that provided, but he was grandpa that fixed things and built the dollhouse. And you know I wouldn't just relegate men to just being good for just providing.
I
Uh,
agree
uh,
with you. I'm just saying, like, that's where that whole ideology comes from, and that's like the end result.
Yeah, and not only
n-
that, as far as people dying alone in these nursing homes, what they don't tell you is this. Some of these men probably had girlfriends, probably had wives, but when they got sick or disabled, the wives stepped out on them for another man. They don't tell you that.
no, no, that doesn't sound like if you were a good man and you were a loving father and you contributed to the household and you were a positive influence in your family would not abandon you and just let you die alone. No, I reject that premise. I reject that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. But I want to go ahead and welcome the new person on the panel. This is none other than Miss Woman Sphere. What's going on,
Hey,
lady?
hey, woman sphere, welcome.
Hey everybody. Hey Miss Faith. I love your new host. I'll be listening in whenever you get time to go live. She be on point. She be killing it. But I wanted to say that wanted to add to the conversation, and I want to say that first of all, moving away from God's law is what creates socialization and indoctrination and idolatry and emulation and all of those other things because people are tribalistic by nature. Okay, so that's always going to be a factor. So it's really what it depends on is if you are on the right side of justice or the wrong side of justice. So let's talk about justice and biblically what that means. Adam needed a helpmate and asked God for a helpmate. So let's start there. Women didn't ask for men, men asked for women. So this is why scripture states that when a man finds a wife, he finds a good thing. I think that, when the patriarchy came in, which is an emulation of God's word, as far as when it comes to covenants and how it's supposed to occur and happen, men started removing the idea of the covenant, which was Adam needing a helpmate. And what men began to do is dominate women. Even in scripture, they began to do it, even though initially how it started was for men to need a woman. So I think that there's this level of underlying anger that comes from men. And what I trace it back to is because Adam never took responsibility for the fact that he never, ever even warned Eve about what God warned him about. So when the apple was eaten, he just went along with it instead of saying, hey, we ain't supposed to be doing that. What are you doing? Why are you listening to him? And I think that men, even today, still emulate that same nature. It's like they get upset for what women do, but they take no responsibility of women in a way to where a woman can feel comfortable enough to give away her virtue, because that is what women do. Submission is only for husbands. It is not for boyfriends. It is not for random men. It's not for any of that. It's for a man that has already submitted to God to obtain a wife. And then she submits to him because he is following God's word. So men of this world, I'm sorry to tell ya, but you don't deserve a woman's submission, because where exactly are you leading her to?
Faith,
Oh,
I got excited while she was talking. When she said that part about like patriarchy, like the way it's been practiced, and like the way we've socialized men and women, it's like an emulation of what is said in the Bible, but like with alterings here and there. I got excited because I was just thinking that.
Okay, okay.
Man, she got it. She got it.
Well,
Yeah, but guys,
the part where she
define
was
submission.
explaining, the part where she was explaining about Adam not explaining to her what God told him is what got me. I always thought that God told both of them.
no, God told Adam. And so Eve was doing something that, a lot of women do. A lot of women, whether they would like to admit it or not, the reason why a lot of women that do BWE content are so upset and angry is because they have not been accurately prioritized by a man. That is a desire that women have because it's the natural law of how things are supposed to be. So when
Mm.
men use scripture in a domineering way, they're doing it wrong, but they're still kind of on the same cusp of what it's supposed to be. You get what I'm saying? But because
Mhm.
they aren't submitted themselves, then they're just using it to bully. And women know when they're being bullied. Women know
Yes.
when they're being forced to do something. And that turns a lot of women away from the word of God, because they have men using the word to bully them. So what
Yeah.
Adam was supposed to do was tell Eve, like, no, you cannot do that. As my wife, we already know what we supposed to do. And then there really was no reason for it, right? Because they already had everything they needed. So the curse that came down from that, and men don't like to speak about the curse and why they're so frustrated and angry that they are really looked at as somebody that has to provide for women and children. That was the man's curse. And
Mm.
and every single time we talk about the curse, we only talk about Eve, right? Oh, you're gonna, be in childbirth, and God told Eve, he said, he will reign over you and you won't like it. And this is the primary focus of the gender war conversation, because women don't like it. Because look how he's reigning over you. He didn't take responsibility for when you were going left, right? He left you hanging, and he left you to be corrected by God. And once God has to step in, even though he gave Adam full dominion, you got to remember, Adam named all the animals and everything. He had full dominion, and he was still unsatisfied, even though God gave him everything. He didn't have to work for nothing. He didn't even have to put no clothes on. He didn't have to do anything. And he said, I want something that looks like me. Yeah, these animals is cool, but what about me? I don't have anything that looks like me. And God was creating different species and animals for him to name. He kept saying, I want something like me. So then God put him in a deep slumber, created the woman, and this is where we got Eve. So he was supposed to take responsibility for what he asked for because God gave him full dominion. And the moment he got his opportunity, he did not do it. He didn't do it. So there's a curse on Adam as well, that he will be the toiler of the land, which means he will do all of the hard work and all of the manual labor, and he won't be appreciated for it. So that is the man's curse. So this is why women, we sit high and we look low when it comes to men with that. We like, you ain't working, you ain't building no ships. You know what I mean? You ain't saving no crying babies. Is you a man for real? That's his curse, to receive that ridicule from us all the time. And ours is that the man will look at us, if we aren't submissive to him, as a problem. So there's a reason why all of that is.
That's a new way of looking at it, the gender war. I never thought of it in a biblical term.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to know from the people on the panel, and Womensphere, you just got up here. I didn't get a chance to ask you, asked all the other ladies. Have you ever faked, anything to be with a guy? Like, have you watched sports and you didn't like sports, or like the general things that people do to try to impress the other sex?
Hello?
Hello? Is she there? Womansphere? I don't know what happened to her.
You were asking me a question? I thought you was
Yes.
asking the panel. I went
No,
on
Yeah.
mute.
she already did. The panel, the other people in the panel already answered.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you ask again?
No, I was asking, have you ever faked, anything to try to impress the other sex so that you can be with them?
Girl, now you asking me. I'm pretty sure you already know the answer to that.
Well,
No.
come on,
We don't
come
know.
on.
We don't know.
No, Faith know me.
No, but the other panelists
The
in
other
the
panelists
audience.
don't know.
Absolutely not. Never. Nope. Never felt the need to.
Okay, so you were always 100%, because I told them my story. I faked knowing about basketball and football, and I hollered touchdown at the basketball game and kind of embarrassed myself. So
I faked liking cognac when I know damn well I don't.
No, I never have. I always been me especially when it came to men. Like, come on.
This MF, he loved him some damn cognac, and
what happened to
he
Hustler and Bustler? He done just dropped off.
he'll come back. Well, hopefully he will. But I would like to. I don't think he really touched the surface about what he's done that went against his nature just to get a woman. Remember, Faith, you were saying that men lie to get in a woman's good graces, so to speak.
Yeah,
He acted like he's
didn't.
never done that.
Yeah, because I think that we all did this at one point in time,
I
at
think
some point in
Hustle.
dating.
Yeah, I think with a name
Oh,
like
you're
Hustler
lying.
and Bustler,
Oh,
I think he knows a thing or two about manipulation, right? So I refuse
Yeah.
to believe that he hasn't at least attempted to manipulate a woman just to sleep with her.
Yeah, because
Now
even Demetrius said that
he's talking about
he did
12-year-old
it.
basketball game competitions when he was 12 years old. I'm like, no, being 12 years old until you are almost 40 now, there's something in between that time that you did to get into a woman's pants that you're not telling us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
I'm not
think
gonna
that
let him get
that
away with that.
by him being in his late 30s, I think that there's more to the story as well. But we'll never. People don't never ever want to say that they did some precarious stuff. They never want to
Exactly.
say it.
He's trying to make himself look good. Because if he told us what he actually probably did to lie and deceive just to get into a woman's boudoir, we would probably look at him differently. So he
Yeah,
probably don't want to
yeah,
say.
yeah. This is a safe space for him because he doesn't want to mess it up. That's probably why he's skirting the answer. He's not really answering.
Because Faith mentioned competing, right?
Hmm.
Yeah,
Lot,
men.
you
I
know,
don't think that men are competing anymore. You know, the whole form of competition. Back when men were competing for women, there were more marriages going on. There were more, guys actually getting the woman. But now that the spirit of competition is gone, it seems like the spirit of competition is dead with these guys, and that's where they're going wrong by not competing.
but does that include dropping the deception, right? Like, are these men in the manosphere resolving themselves to thinking, why should I lie anymore? I'm just going to tell it like it is. And if she with it, she with it. If she isn't, I'm moving to the next.
No, that's not what they're saying. They're saying that we're a bunch of 304s and why compete because these women aren't
They're
worth it.
using humiliation tactics.
But
Right.
that's what they have resorted to in lieu of competing and putting your best foot forward for the woman that you really want.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's what Hustler and Bustler was saying when he was on the panel, and I really was interested to know more about that because he was starting to really say that these women are not worth it, like AP from the Bronx had just said. Um, I wanted him to expound on
He
what he
mentioned
meant
how
by
they were
that.
all gold diggers. That's what they do. Remember? So he does
Yeah,
have that mindset.
yeah,
And
and that's
see,
that's
yeah.
unfortunate because he once again we're painting all women with one brush.
And you're not going after the women that you really want because you have this defeatist attitude that they're all 304s and that none of them are worth the competition. They're not worth the effort. So if you feel that way, well, of course that shows why there's so many lonely men out here.
I think it's a defense mechanism because they are lonely. I think that rather than admit their loneliness, they would rather spew vitriol. I think it's a defense mechanism that they're
Mm.
practicing.
I think a lot of the married men are lonely too because they choose maids instead of wives.
Mm. Now
Mm,
that's a different
the
spin. That's
the
a
cleanup
different.
woman.
Yeah, a lot of them got that. A lot of them got the woman that they would think would gain their approval from other men instead of the woman they actually wanted to be with.
I agree with that.
Mm.
I agree
Yeah.
with that. I agree
That's
with
why
that.
you see
There's
them all on YouTube married, browbeating women with their marriage, but they have a lot of time to be on YouTube talking to other women. So I
mhm.
should tell you something.
There's a lot of married guys on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, that is a good point, Manosphere. These guys that be on YouTube because a lot of times I wouldn't even know they married because
Yep.
of
A
how they
lot of
act when
them,
they're on here.
not even just married, the ones in relationships, it seemed like they use their women almost like that relationship with Krishan and Blueface. You know how he's using the other baby mama, the one he was with, to bully Krishan?
Yeah,
That's what these men be doing online in relationships. They use the woman they're with to bully other women and put them in their place. So that should let you know that they're not satisfied with that woman. It seemed like every relationship we know about online is some man bullying other women with a wife and a girlfriend. And it's like and they join in too. And they start correcting women. So it's weird. It's weird. I do believe that, men being lonely and women, I don't know why people automatically think women are lonely when they're single, but we actually find more things to do than what men think.
yes.
Like,
I
So
don't
I
There's
think that
suppose,
women I don't think that women get lonely like men do. I really don't. I agree with you that women know how to stay busy and they know how to entertain themselves, and women know how to create a community where they don't feel lonely.
And you're
I agree.
happier not being aggravated by some jerk.
Yes, that too.
Yep, I
Yes.
agree.
But the
But
thing
they
about it
don't
is like
believe that.
I'm the same person, in a relationship as I am when I'm not in a relationship. I don't care, whether I'm with somebody or not with somebody. That's not going to change the essence of who I am and what I like to do, the things I like to do to pass my time. Before I got with a person, I was an individual, So I don't know.
Yep,
I think that men do need us more than we need them.
I do too. I think that they naturally need attention more than we do, and I think they project that onto us.
I can see that.
What do you all think when the Manosphere says that black women are masculine? Is that a cop out?
I think that if you don't know how to change a tire, and if you don't know how to change oil, and if you don't know how to put brakes in, but your wife does, that doesn't mean that she's masculine. It means that she has to do it because your ass don't know how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't
So,
gonna lie. I mean, I do know how to do these things, but I don't tell guys that I know how to do it because they will get how can I say,
Intimidated.
yeah, they'll be very intimidated by it. But
but
I
the
know
thing,
how to change my own brakes. I can put in a PCP valve. I know how to change hoses. Um,
but Faith,
I know how
that's
to
the.
work on my car.
But according to the Manosphere, if you ask a man to do it, you're a gold digger, and then if you do it, you're masculine. So it's six one way, half a dozen the other with them.
That's true. And then half the time, if you ask a man to pay for it, you're a gold digger. But if
Yeah,
you ask him to do it, he don't know how to
he
do it.
don't
Because
know how to do
I've
it.
been in numerous relationships, and guys do not know their way around a car, and I'd be scared to let some of these guys touch my car. To be honest with
Hmm. So it's I was looking at because I look at a lot of YouTube videos, and I was looking at a YouTube video of boys that were like teenagers, and they were doing physical fitness training like in a gym. Oh my God. All of the boys were tall and lean and muscular, and the physical fitness stuff that they did back then, and that was a requirement. These kids today couldn't do it because they're on their phones, they're playing video games,
you.
they're eating fatty foods. And I think that there's been a deterioration of men that know how to do things like basic woodwork, or, if there's a hole in the wall, to put up plaster, or to, go to to fix an automobile, to do electrical work. This is a lost art, to do plumbing. And
Hmm.
so there's a hole in these duties, and then they just keep coming to our side where we're doing feminine stuff and criticizing us. And it's like, dude, if you were fixing this leaky faucet over here, and if you were fixing my brakes, or if you were fixing the leak, the oil or whatever, you wouldn't have time for this. So I see a lot of bitching about what women are doing, and nobody's focusing on, well, shouldn't you be hunting? Shouldn't you be building a house? Shouldn't you be building a solar whatever? Shouldn't you be, you know what I'm saying? So I see that that's missing. It's instead of them calling us masculine, what about all this other stuff?
But have y'all noticed too that when you identify, so there's a layer of, I did a video on this called the patriarchal feminine.
Hmm.
I'm not her, okay? So let's clear that up right now. I'm not the patriarchal feminine. I'm not. But I do notice that men are attracted to that patriarchal standard of what femininity is. You get what I'm saying? Like what they've been hardwired to believe what femininity is, and they're naturally attracted to it, right? And there's a woman that is naturally that. I've met women that are naturally that way. They aren't performing. You know, they aren't trying to they aren't the mammy. You know what I mean? The mammy is the one that's performing to be that patriarchal feminine because they see the way that men respond to her. So they want to
Right.
be that, right? So there's her, and then there's the mammy, and then there's the sovereign woman, which is me. You know what I mean? I don't fit
Yeah,
into.
but just like there's that dynamic, women are attracted to. I'm attracted to masculine men. If I
That's what
see a
I was just
man
about to
that,
say. That's
yeah,
what I was getting to. That's what I was getting to. So it's that, right? Because I'm naturally attracted to the patriarchal masculine. I am. I'm naturally attracted to
yeah,
that guy, whoever he is, and race doesn't matter for me. So I'm just naturally attracted to guys that fix stuff, know how to fix
yes,
stuff. They have
yes,
Yes.
answers and
yes,
solutions, and if I ask you something like, "Hey, well, what's this?" They have an answer, and they can do it right then and there. It's like nothing to them. So I'm attracted to that. So when we bring up that attraction, do you notice that when we talk about the patriarchal masculine, they get upset about it? Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I have noticed that. And,
It's like,
and that
yeah,
and that
yeah,
that brings me back to the title of the stream. That
yeah,
as far as the manosphere, they seem to be allergic to that type of guy. That type of guy I have not found in the manosphere.
yeah. He's not in the manosphere. These
mm-mm.
are the crybabies that are in the manosphere that don't
Yep,
know how to do all that stuff.
yep, and they don't understand why
They're
we
not getting
are.
women.
Yeah, we're attracted to that because they're. I think it's like biologically just attraction, just like it is for men. So I think that men don't understand that we have those same desires. You know what I mean? When we see a man that is solution based, that is just attractive. That's
Yes,
attractive.
Yeah, that get
absolutely.
kicks down the door and takes names and says, okay, well,
Hmm.
what needs to be done? Okay, we need to get this done, this done, this done, and he makes it happen. That's attractive to a woman.
And I don't think the men of the manosphere that, follow the other men of the manosphere make, I don't think they understand how unattractive that makes them. You get what I'm saying? Like,
About
here,
you mean the crying and the whining?
no, the men that are, let's talk about the names of the men of the manosphere, right? There's people who are the larger content creators of the community, and then the men that sit beneath them, the men
Yeah.
that follow them everywhere they go, like the Tommy stands and the Kevin Samuel stands and all of these men, you know what I mean? I don't think they understand how, as men, that makes them unattractive to
Yeah,
women.
yeah, because
Yeah.
sometimes they use certain phrases, and as soon as they use that phrase, we know, uh-oh, this guy listens to Fresh and Fit. Uh-oh,
Hmm.
this guy,
Hmm.
and it's a complete turn off. It's like no matter what you do and no matter what you say, the women are like already tuning out, and she's already exit stage left. She's already trying
But
to
then
leave.
again, AP, there's a certain type of women that are attracted to those type of men, or they pretend to be attracted to those type of men,
Hmm.
and they're the same type. They're always the giddy oh, whatever you like, from that movie, what's that, Coming to America, the whatever you like,
Oh
those are
yeah,
the
that
women
lady.
that yeah, those are the women that they attract. They
But
attract
they don't.
those
But they don't
types.
want those women.
They
like
sure
like in
don't.
coming to America, the sister would do anything for Akeem, but he didn't want her. He wanted the woman who was solid and level headed and
The
who
one
had a
he
strong.
had to chase
Yeah,
down. He had to
yeah.
chase her down.
So you're conditioning yourself a certain way, but you're not going to be attracting the women that you're going to want. And I don't think they're getting that. You're not going to be able to attract the chick like on Coming to America. You're not going to
Hmm.
attract.
Right.
You're turning them
And
off.
it's in a man's nature to dominate. I'm sorry, but you can't dominate a woman that's whatever you like. That is there's nothing in it. There's no
Challenge.
Baby,
win. There's no
you was
Hey,
challenge.
hey,
no, you was
Faith,
saying it
I'm
in
gonna
this
go ahead and
video. Was it
jump
this
off.
video you said it in, Faith? I was watching you. You explained it in this video or another video. I don't remember, but you explained it. You said that there is no real attraction with the woman that is going to just, she's easy to pin. He gets to accomplish his goals with her quicker as far as dominating her. I can't remember what you said word for word, but
That was an
yeah,
older video. Yeah.
that was an older video. I was just watching that earlier. So yeah, you was right on the money with that. That's true. And that's why they hunt down the women that don't adhere to what they're saying, because it's a need to put women in their place. And that's a dangerous place to be. I think it was a song with Aaliyah when she said, I got to be careful because I ain't just anybody. And I always adhere to that, because me being a sovereign woman and I know men inside and out, men don't want me because I'm just this desirable, lusty, bodacious woman. No, they want to put me in my place. That's what
Yes.
they want to do. They want to put me in my place. They want me face down, butt in the air somewhere, so they can be like, shit, that mouth ain't nothing. I'm telling you, I had her. So it's like when Aaliyah said
Yeah.
that, that's what she meant. If you a woman that got any type of substance about you, if you well aware, if you know men, if you know when somebody trying to play you, you got to be very careful who you allow to bed you, because they will literally use it just to embarrass you.
Yes. Yes. And I've had guys say that to me. I had one guy say it to me outright one time, and I couldn't believe it. And at the time, I couldn't process it because he was like, I just want to conquer you. And I'm like, who says this? Who just
Yeah.
comes out and tells you that they want to conquer you?
Well, good. That was your protection, girl, because they don't tell me. They wait till later, like, then just get to acting crazy. And that's
But
why I
yeah,
said,
he said it out of frustration because he wasn't getting his way. You're not going to
mm,
conquer me.
right, right.
But I was just like, oh my God, I couldn't believe it. And that's when I put two and two together. I was like, this is what they want to do. They get these women that are like doormats to be their wives, and they use them like you were explaining. You
Mhm.
explained it perfectly, Woman Sphere. They use these women to try to throw it in our face. Like, look, I'm covering her, I'm taking care of her. This could have been you. But actually that woman is miserable. You're treating her like a
Miserable.
doormat, and you're overlooking her, and you're not even appreciative of any of the things that she's doing, and you're constantly over here in my face trying to dominate and it's not going to
You know
happen.
what I call them? Them the front line wives. They on the front line from the start of the marriage to the end of the marriage. They fighting all the
Mhm.
time, just fighting invisible wars that ain't theirs, but it's a war her husband got from high school, from, not measuring up to other men, not getting the woman he wanted, not accomplishing goals. And it is men out here that would throw them frontline wives out there, and you will see it. Those are the women that are like, I'm married. I'm married. They won't shut up about it. Because he's making her earn that front line position. Even though she getting beat up, she dragging on her knees all scuffed up from being on her knees the whole time. And he's making her earn it. He's making her get out there every day and be like, I'm a wife. Because that's what he needs to feel validated and giving her. He like, you gonna earn this last name. You gonna earn it every single day of your life. You gonna earn it. And we know
Mhm.
those marriages. We see them.
Oh
As
yeah.
women, we see them, and we don't want them, y'all. Trust me. We don't want them.
No. Because like you said, those women go into those marriages on their knees.
Hmm.
And you definitely don't want to be on your knees in a marriage,
Yep.
because basically this is what you're doing. He done picked the best caregiver, the best person that's going to help him take care of his outside kids that he making with you and before he got with you.
Ooh, that part,
You
taking
know,
care of the kids. And then on top of that, like my mama called it, a nurse with a purse. You're gonna get one of the two. You're gonna get a nurse with a purse. And then if you're a woman, you're gonna get you a sport coat. The sport coat gonna make you suffer too. Because that's the good looking man that they ain't never gonna settle down. His hat gonna be laid everywhere. You know what I mean? So we as women, I wanted to know what y'all think about the respectability politics of these conversations. Because to me, the respectability politics, when it enters the conversation for us as women, I really feel like that conversation needs to be in some type of private group. Because I don't think women understand that us sharing our wisdom that God has granted us with. God granted women with wisdom. It's a scripture in the book of Timothy that says that, silly, wormy men find their place at the head of sinful, burdened, depressed women's households. So that is what's happening a lot with men who are through booking, and they finding these women that are broken down. And these are the women that are on the front line in these marriages, because these women are full of shame, for whatever mistakes they made. Every woman is not out here like uh like us. You see how we just having these conversations? Some women are very ashamed of being single mothers, very ashamed of not ever having any man to prioritize them. They are full of shame. So it is very easy for men like that to get in front of their households and completely dismantle their lives and their supports. They ruin the support around them. So to me, the respectability conversation, when we have it in public, I think it's men like that, which is the majority, that sit and listen and use our wisdom against women.
Absolutely. I agree. Hold on a second. There's somebody in the back. My phone. Okay, BMT is back.
All right, BMT.
Here we go.
All
Yeah,
right.
what's up?
Did
All
we
right,
get the
much better,
audio
much
together?
better,
Yay!
much better,
I
much
agree with
better.
what Womansphere said, by the way. But
Huh?
BMT happened to come up. What's on your mind, brother?
No, I was listening to a few. I was listening to y'all what y'all was saying while I was working. I was working. I bought a route, so and I got me and a few other people working these routes. So trying to make money for the holidays.
Okay.
So of course,
That's
there's a
very
lot of stuff.
admirable. Yeah,
There's a lot. Well, it's life. It's life. I mean,
it's
there's
like
there's giveaways, there's takeaways. You know what I'm saying? Kids want to go out to Halloween, and you know what I'm saying, so they want costumes that cost money. So there's a lot of nuances and fairy tales that people tell online versus reality. And so I listen to some stuff, but then again, I'm also like, okay, I can eat that. You know what I'm saying? I gotta give you. I'm gonna give a woman spirit. I'm gonna give you a pat on the back today. Don't get it every other day. But yeah, I'm saying you must have been reading the Bible lately. Okay, so I'll give you that. That was a curse. It is a curse that uh, Adam was there when Eve was about to bite the fruit. He could have checked her, said no, but he was too weak. She ate the fruit. God didn't call for Eve. He called for Adam. He said, "Hey, who told you to eat the fruit?" And he act like, excuse my language, like a bitch, and said, well, that woman did it. He said, well, hold on, who did I put in charge? I put you in charge. Why didn't you talk to her about it before she made that move? But she asked you, let us eat the fruit. So she didn't just bite the fruit by herself. She asked her man. He didn't stop her. And
it's
guess what?
deeper than that.
But
Adam
I mean,
said, "The woman you gave me." He even put it on
no,
God.
but
He
right. So
said, "The
that's what I'm
woman
saying.
you
Like,
gave me did it."
so, so he So instead of owning it as a man, your responsibility, you know what I'm saying? Because if you're a woman that abides in my house, I have to be accountable for all things. So, it's a lot of people, a lot of men see women and they lust or fester, but they don't understand the trajectory of the what you have to do. You know what I'm saying? When you take upon that woman, or you take upon children, or you take upon responsibilities, the last name for sickness and health and all that stuff. Like, there's a lot of said stuff that goes into that. So that's why I move on my own trajectory for a lot of stuff. So I don't try to get on here and try to paint no picture of, things, because I was finding my own way. You know what I'm saying? So as far as I know, you know what I'm saying, some of us were groomed a certain type of way on how we thought it was supposed to, how it was supposed to be versus how we needed to be. You know what I'm saying? So,
Mm.
I would probably say, as far as it goes to uh, being with women or saying what was my cardinal sin, you know what? Trying to fake the funk that I got it if I didn't have it, because
Mm.
never say, because see, that could put you in a lot of a hot steam, like, you know what I'm saying, like that puts you in a lot of hot steam. Like I'm not gonna get on here like a lot of these Negroes men and try to say, well, she's this, she's that, but what did you use to get her? So if you use that to get her, and now she's actually putting you to the test, and you're like, well, damn, get off my back, or shit, there's a baby showing up, or something like that. Nah, nigga, you knew what time it was. I knew what time it was when I was on top of her. I knew what time it was when I would, you know what I'm saying, I knew she was in church, and you know what I'm saying, well, hey, you want to go out to, well, we have a thing called country buffet and shit like that in the South. So, you know what I'm saying, we knew what time it was. You know, that girl, she tried, took a chance on us, but you know what I'm saying, you couldn't produce. So at some point, you got to understand that, hey, if I'm not ready for that level of commitment, leave her alone. So, like the brother saying, well, listen, I'm hearing a lot of these boyfriend girlfriend marriages and shit. They're funny to me. They're very funny to me. But it's like people wanting a woman to do wifely duties and she's nothing but the side bitch, or she's the girlfriend, but you didn't give her the ring. But you want her to maneuver like your wife, but you won't put her in that position to have that mantle, because you know you might not be able to keep it up. And some women, now you have it where some women are telling other women, girl, it's okay to be like that, it's okay. But I'm like, well, damn, you doing X, Y, and Z, but then at the end of the day, he got a whole nother broad that he pulled out of nowhere, and he put her in the house, and he got you sitting down the street with the baby. And that hurt.
Yep.
And I've seen that happen. So, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna, this is not something, I know some people say, oh, BMT, y'all know, Faith already know, I don't cake for no men or no women. I'm gonna just say this for what it is. But this is what we got going on. You know what I'm saying? So these trajectories of stuff that we have popping off, you know what I'm saying? I'm for telling brothers, hey, go get your ass a job. I don't agree with no men that just yes to women. You gotta watch out for them women. But those men right there will get you fucked up.
Okay, VMT. What about the statement where he said that he was dating a woman and she was with another dude and he left and he was yelling at her? Don't you think that he didn't tell her, hey, you need to pick one or the other? He didn't claim her. He didn't put a ring on it or anything, but he was getting an attitude because she was dating another person.
Well, you know, the thing about it is, and I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna tell on myself, because a lot of men are actually in that a lot of men are actually are playing that game. We know damn well when that nigga get locked up, or we know you the side nigga or whatever type of dude you on the side, we competing. Now, if you want her, you would have made the move for her. You would actually sat her down. You would actually told her. You probably would have actually brought her by the family's crib. You know what I'm saying? Say, hey, y'all, I want y'all to meet somebody very close to me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all start actually doing family-orientated courted things. Right. But she was no more than just a squeeze. Don't miss me with the bullshit. You like to fuck. You like to doggone ride around in the coupe and just be cool. Okay, just say it for what it is. The other nigga was like, nah, I want to actually make this somebody. I knew what time it was with mine. She was like, yo, so we've been talking for 2 years. What's good, Joe? By 2 years, you should already know what time it is. Either we doing something or not. We should already be making them steps. So either we just faking and play, or we just playing around or not. So I ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? He's saying, well, she was talking to, of course, just like men, we talk to other females. If a woman just believe I'm the only one, you fool yourself up with some shit. No, trust me, there's all, no. So I can't just go along with him just saying that, well, I just have a girlfriend for this long. Then why didn't you go make yourself a woman, a wife by now? And I ain't gonna lie, I heard the vitriol when he said men die alone. No, men don't want to die alone. I've never seen a man happy at dying alone. And if y'all go to hospice care, go to any of these places where a lot of these
Oh, I
black men
know.
are at. Ain't
I
none of
know.
them are happy. Ain't none of them are happy dying alone. Just
No, they some mean evil sons of bitches. Cause I'll never forget when I did my internship at Holy Cross Hospital. Them guys was in there, they family wasn't there, they was by themselves and they
Yep.
were mean and evil.
And
listen. Yep. And you
and
know what? My mama. There's an old man that he begs my mama to be allowed to stay in the house. He pays her $1,100 to $1,500 to stay at her house, but he don't stay there now just because he wants to be around family. He wants to be around a family setting. Y'all black men better stop listening to these internet niggas telling y'all to go chase just got these prostitutes and these dirty feet niggas and die alone. Y'all better stop listening to these niggas, man. They're gonna have y'all fucked up in the game. Like y'all better stop listening to them telling y'all it's okay. We're gonna adjust to die alone. Y'all don't see these white boys for wanting to do this shit. Ain't no culture want to do this kind of shit. Why y'all want to be die alone? Like no. Even the goddamn
But
Filipino people in
here's
Walmart
the
heard that shit. That was
thing.
crazy.
Here's the thing, BM10. This is the thing that I want to kind of get out here. I think ever since black men decided that they didn't want to compete anymore because they got tired of losing, or they just basically they got tired of losing. There's a lot of guys out here that kept losing against other guys. Instead of them improving themselves so that they could win some, they decided that they wanted to knock the women down a peg and then make the women choose them by default because these women felt so low about themselves that they felt that this is all that they can do.
So
Do
then
you
go
think
get you
that
a
it
crackhead. Go get you a
right? Do
crackhead.
you think that it was better when men were actually in a competitive mindset, or do you like this new mindset of
No,
not
I mean,
competing?
so to be fair for me, I'm gonna be honest. We got a lot of buck broken men, and I'm probably gonna be. I'm that last. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm that last. I'm that last hold, and I could put my life on it. A lot of these men are afraid to go out and compete. There's nothing wrong with that. There's plenty of women I wanted, and I was not the guy that could take her to that level. I had one guy. Shit, I wasn't the guy. I couldn't take care of her. She wanted to get out of her mama's crib. She wanted to actually get her own apartment. She wanted me to have a job. Goddamn me living off of my mommy and all that other crazy shit. No. But then I'm asking her when I come over to her, hey, can you cook me some oatmeal, make me some grits and some sausage? Joe, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? After a while, her mama said that leave that boy alone, man. He ain't ready to step up. He ain't trying to do better for you. She going to community college. Me, I'm happy just working at Sonic's. No,
hmm
she's trying to get out of that event. And sometimes some people have a problem just understanding your dick ain't going to get her to happiness. I mean, you could try for a while, but it's not going to be the end. I try to tell a lot of brothers, don't trap her with no baby. Don't do none of that crazy shit. If you're not ready, bro, get yourself together. If she's still waiting for you or rocking with you, just be friends, be cordial. Don't do no the honest truth crazy shit. Just be
Oh
just
my
be honest.
God! Don't even mention the honest truth right
I ain't give a
now.
fuck
Oh my!
about that nigga. Man, he ain't my problem. I mean,
Don't. Oh my God!
I'm about to say I got my shit together. I can listen. See, that's the problem, Faith.
Well, wait a
The
minute.
men
I
who the
got some
men who got
questions.
the men who got their
Mhm.
shit together should never
Wait,
be
wait,
ashamed. What?
wait. Hold on, Woman Spirit. You said you had some questions.
Did I see what I thought I saw? You was interviewing his baby mama.
Yeah, I
Not me.
did.
Oh,
I
not me.
did the interview with his baby mama.
He got a baby on the way.
Yep, he
Yes,
sure
he
do.
has a baby
Sure
on the
do.
way.
They didn't even marry her. They didn't even marry her. But he talking about
Wow.
something more.
And
Hey,
remember, Honest Truth was sitting up here talking about dudes that made all these baby mamas, and he understand why black women want to divest, and he acted like he was so And now here you are. Here's your chance, and this what you do.
bro,
I just be amazed at the internet. I ain't judging nobody for having
why
no
you
kids
amazed?
or
Why
nothing,
you
but
amazed?
I'd be amazed at the internet relationships, the connections,
It
like
only costs
the
$55.
sexual connections. I'd be like, that's deep. Like,
It only costs $55 to go to that
but
courthouse.
no, people be passing highways and byways. That's what be amazing me. I'll be a little amazed by that. God
Girl,
bless
the,
them
the
though.
internet is the place where people are meeting now, because people are not meeting organically anymore.
Yeah, but across state lines and stuff, it's
Hmm.
like, you mean to tell me you can't find nobody in the circumference of your own area?
But
You
see,
got to meet somebody online for
you
real.
gotta go. You gotta go reform. But see, that's the thing about the internet. You can be whatever you want to be
That's
on
right.
the internet. You know what I'm saying? Versus people that can actually see you and they know you and they know you full of shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? I know some girls that I know I done. Yo, stop playing. Like, you had a chance with me. You fucked up. Damn, you right about that. I sure did. Yep, summer 2006. Yep, that was me. Yep, I sure enough did that. I was supposed to pick you up, and I sure enough did it. I got drunk. Yep, that was
I'm
me.
But what?
leery. I'm
But
leery
what?
of people that want to hook up online. I'm just, it's like, what in the hell are you thinking?
I
Like,
think that kind of fucked us up, Mella, because I
Yeah.
think it was better
that's
when we
crazy
had
to
to.
me.
I liked it better
But
when we
then
had
it's
see.
the conversations we having too. I would never trust a man off of here.
I don't trust nobody that just tell all this shit on here. I'll be like, what the fuck? Like, hold on, you don't even know
Like,
that
how
nigga.
can you? I would never date a man talking about gender war stuff. Like, never.
I never heard. I'm gonna be honest. I never started hearing that red pill and gender shit until I came online. I did. I never started hearing none of this type of shit.
Me
Like,
either. I mean, I came on land thinking that I was just gonna talk about my trucking thing, and then all I heard was "you black ugly bitch," and this is why you baby mama. And
yeah, it just slapped
It
you in the
gets
face, huh, Faye?
mean. It
It
gets
just
real
slapped you in the face,
mean.
huh, Faye?
I mean that was my introduction to the gender war, and I'm like, I'm just
Welcome.
here to talk about my trucking thing, and I'm being called a black ugly bitch, and this is why
Welcome to YouTube, bitch. Oh, like I said, it just
Man,
like I was just very amazed at the people that came at me and tell me about all the pussy and all the shit that they got or all the stuff that they got going on. But then when it was come time to start looking behind the lens, niggas living with their fucking living in shelters, living off goddamn Obama mobile. They don't got their lives together, sleeping in vans and crazy shit, and or goddamn Ubering careers. I'm like, ain't no fucking way. It's like, hold up, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, listen, like that's what I'm saying. A lot of people are not attached to reality, man. Like there used to be a good thing about going out, you go out dancing or you go to work or something where you meet people formally and y'all actually build, you court. Actually, I like that story how y'all went bowling and he gave you that money. Like I did, you know what I'm saying? I took my girl out, we went to go play pool. And then after that we snuck into like the club, into the private club, and we jumped into the pool. Those are memories that we got. But I'm saying that those are spontaneous things that we got. Like we got almost 20 plus years in now. We got 20 years in. And you know what I'm saying? Like that was time under the belt. When we had ups and downs, but these motherfuckers make sense. Like they're the Huxtables or everybody's a 6 figure millionaire in this bitch. But then I'm like, yo, bro, where did I come into, bro? Like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm
That's
like,
what
yo,
it be
bro, when
for
are you gonna
me.
take your kid to school, bro?
The people that be saying they the Huxtables and you find out they living in a hotel. That be the thing for me.
it's the
Like,
land of pretend. These YouTube streets are the land. It's the land
Mhm.
of pretend. Half these people, if not 90+%, are pretending.
So
Period. I don't even
it's
care if they're actually on camera showing you stuff. There are things they aren't showing you.
Well, to
know.
be honest with you, Mela, if you have to, you know what I'm saying, like flex to strangers on the internet, that's already questionable behavior.
Right.
Exactly. Acquiescing to strangers on YouTube. What kind of sense does that make?
now see, here's one thing. I don't mind if somebody, if I so like I notice this when it comes to like I don't mind showing people father with his children spending time. As much as I keep hearing, what about the boys? What about the boys? But I have yet seen hardly any men spend time with boys. But then they always bring up the notion about the boys or the black girls are getting everything. And I'm like, okay, then so why don't y'all go do some stuff in your own tri-county? If you're not doing that, then why are you worried about something national that's out of your range of scope? Like, see, this is where I start side-eyeing a lot of shit.
They're pretending.
Well, hold on, but see, we're adults. Like, look at, like, for me, I didn't mind doing the thing where I told people how to go get a job. I've had more black women hit me up on the email. How do I get into that app to go get this job? How do I go get this? How do I go get that? Let it be something about pussy, the niggas will hit me up. Now, for whatever one reason, it seems like the trajectory of the mindsets are different about how this is going. Like that winter is coming shit. Like, again, I'm all about, hey, if you got something that you can get to help people to the next level, and that's where we're having this issue at, because like right now you got to where women are doing more independent work. I know they all want to make it seem like everybody's out there selling pussy, but there are more women doing 1099 jobs. Now I asked the brothers, so what are y'all doing? Because y'all all can't be doing cryptocurrency, but if we look up the stats, y'all niggas ain't in tech like that. So the fuck y'all are doing? Because y'all are not doing enough like y'all say y'all are doing. This is what I'm saying. This tribal internet shit ain't working. It's not working out. And then we're seeing how it works. I can't get mad. If a black woman has a good idea, I will agree with it. If there's something
But you
that's
know
viable,
what?
what's up, sis?
Not to cut you off,
No, you got it.
BMT, but when you mentioned the 1099, the 1099 jobs are booming now. And
Yeah, they
the
are.
gig economy is evolving. Like people, when you mention the gig economy, people automatically think of Uber, Lyft, or something
Mm-hmm.
like that. But it's not just that anymore. Now you can get on an app, and if you know how to change a tire, if you know
Yep.
how to change a battery, if you know how to do just basic maintenance, brakes or whatever with a car, you can get on an app with different towing companies and different car insurance companies. And when a person calls into roadside assistance, you could be the person rolling up in your regular vehicle. I don't know if anybody has ever called roadside assistance and a person rolls up in just a regular car and gets
Mhm.
out and jump you. That's what they're
Mm-hmm.
doing now. So the gig economy is turning into that. If you got jumper cables, now you can register with an app, and now you can be one of those roadside service associates that can
Yeah,
go and
because
jump somebody's car.
when the pandemic happened, people got resourceful. Like, hold up
Yeah.
now.
Yes, they did.
Like I can lose my job at any given time. Let me figure out a way to make some money. So it's like even at my son's school, because my oldest son, he moved with his dad last year, and my
Right.
youngest son just started his academic career this year. Crazy. It's just
Congratulations.
crazy.
But what was the talking point that they were using? They were using what? Winter's coming. Y'all gonna have to come back, beg, lay on
No,
your
not
back.
for real, because it's so much going on. Like even the teachers retired. Like it ain't even a lot of teachers no more. They dipped with the
Yep.
pandemic.
So you have to like that's what I'm saying. Like this shit right here. There's no more excuse. Like the men are afraid to go out there and work. Like nowadays, I don't feel bad for you. I don't feel bad for nobody that ain't out here trying to get their money together. The fucking food is too goddamn high and bills are going up.
Woo,
So
the food. Don't even get me started on the food.
listen. I'm telling you right now, it ain't even no joke. And see, but people more worried about pussy and goddamn stupid shit rather than actually the shit that's actually really actually taking a toll on people, man. So I'm, when we have these conversations on, hey, like get your mind together, be strong, or what I'm saying, all this submission shit. Listen, watch out for these motherfuckers. I was surprised when somebody said on the panel, it doesn't matter about a woman having an education. Listen, bro, you want everybody in your house to be smart and have some type of asset or skill. That's a stronger household. That means
That's a
more people
fact.
can do.
But see, this is what I'm gonna say about the Manosphere and like BWE, like all those communities, the ones that's adjacent to it and all of that, right? The
Yeah.
people that was really about that conversation, myself included, we done retired. You know who is there
Mm.
now? The grifters. The
Okay.
grifters is there now. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
they ain't really, they got that same pro-black community aesthetic. You know what I mean? They gonna pander to your emotions. They not
Yes.
gonna give you no solutions, and they gonna keep
Yes.
on pandering to your emotions. So that's what BWE is right now. You know what I mean? It's the same community that the pro-black community was. You know how the pro-black community had abusers, and scammers, robbers, all that in it, but you somehow ignore it because they sound like your favorite preacher. That's basically what's going on in the Manosphere. That's what's going on in BWE. It's a bunch of grifters. That's why when I see people like attacking the Princellas, I'm like, you can't even really attack her. Like, she deserved to be here like everybody else deserved to be there. Like, the people that's there now are people who was never about the conversation. It just fitted their narrative online. You know, they ended up disputing with the people in the conversations that was really having them. So now it just fits to do what they're doing. You know what I mean? It's not their passion or anything like that, or anything they even really believe. You know, like Princella, she's a grifter. You know what I mean? She started pro-black, making rap tunes for, you know, black men and all of that. You know what I mean? So she couldn't. It's that typical thing. If you can't beat them, join them. You know what
Join
I
them.
mean? And some
But
people
I'm
are
so
going to
glad you
do
said
that.
that.
Yeah, some people are going to do that. They don't really mean it. And then the people that mean it will be pushed out by the grifters. You know what I
yes.
mean? That's,
Right.
you know what I mean? That's why you don't see Kendall St. Charles as much no more. Or, you know what I mean? Like most of the people that came in, like with my message, we've been doing this for 20 years plus. You know what I mean? So we've graduated and evolved in our message. You know what I mean? We know the
Right.
true meaning behind it. But the people that's coming in that just hopped on our bandwagon, they just doing it because it's what's happening. So I think the Manosphere and BWE and all of the stuff that's adjacent to that is exactly what it's supposed to be. The people who are doing the content is exactly who their audience is. They are
I
all
mean,
the same person.
and see,
Yes.
that's why when a lot of people say BMT, you change, and I'm like, well, why are y'all still staying stagnant? Nah, man, like you just ain't the no, dude. Like, listen, bro, y'all know I have a family. Why would I be talking about the black woman ain't shit? And I got women and daughters, and I got people around me. Nobody around me is shit. So what do y'all want?
Facts.
So y'all, I mean, at
But
this
then
point, what is it?
that's what I couldn't understand about what was that Angry Man? He had a woman, his woman, or I don't know if that was his wife or whatever, and his daughter and all this other stuff. And now
See,
he's on this angry man, angry woman compound. And I'm
see,
just like, how can you have daughters and you're sitting up here saying this
so
stuff?
see,
Grifters. This is what I'm saying. See, those
right?
grifters, a lot of those male grifters came from Tommy Sotomayor.
Yeah,
You see, Tommy ain't changed.
and
Tommy is
Tommy, yep,
still Tommy. So it's like whether you agree with him or not, he's not a grifter. Tommy is Tommy. That is
he is
what
what he
Tommy
is. What
really
he is.
thinks.
He,
So it's
yep.
like that's why I'm saying it's a difference between the people who actually think that way and they evolve, like the Allen Roger Currys and all of them type of dudes. You know what I mean? They really felt like that, you know, and we
Yeah.
know men like that. We ain't gonna sit up here and act like we don't know men who giving a game at the barbecue, like, man, ease up on these women, young bloods. You know what I mean? These women we know men like, I know men like that. I've been seeing black men like that my whole life. And trust me, I did not ignore what they were saying, which is why I learned so much of what I learned about men. I learned it from my dad. I learned it from the men around me. I learned from my own personal interactions and interactions around me. It's so many different ways to learn if you really paying attention. This is why I always thought it was crazy when you would give an observation and the men in the manosphere would be like, oh, but that's just who you chose. It's like, do you not realize that I'm a woman? I have friends. I have a mother. I have aunts. I have
Hmm.
cousins. I've seen several situations. I'm not a woman that's not
evolving.
under,
Right.
you know what I mean? I'm paying
Right.
attention to my environment, and any man that has ever loved me told me not to trust you fools. So come on now. Like it's like when you remove sexuality, remove the romanticism of relationships between men and women. What you telling your homegirl? What you telling your daughter? What you telling your sister? Because y'all telling us not to trust y'all. That's
But
what
see
y'all
that.
telling us.
But see
And
that's the thing.
I've actually done that, Manosphere. Like my female friend, like she started gravitating towards that fresh and fit content. I was like, don't watch that shit. Like, don't
Right.
watch that
Men
shit.
tell us, men warn us if they love us with no sexual and don't let it be their daughter. Because my dad was there from day one. Like, no, 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 absolutely not. So if
So
you think that our dads is like, if you got a dad telling you to be subservient when a man is not really caring for you, that's a whole nother onion to peel.
well, see,
Yeah,
and
because I
that's
remember the conversation that my father had with my husband. And it wasn't really anything, for me. It was just basically, hey,
for them.
keep your foot on his neck. My dad told me to keep my foot on my husband's neck. And then he turned to my husband and he said, and you make sure that you're handling your business as a man in the house. And if there's anything that goes wrong with the finances, that's your fault. That's what he told my husband. He was like, because you're the man and you're supposed to be handling that. And I never understood why my dad was so hard on my husband, but he was man.
But we
Well, I
get
mean,
why men got to be hard on each. I get why men are hard on each other. I used to think their friendships were like abusive, but no, men are hard headed. They are
Yes,
hard. You should
they.
see the
But
difference in how.
Priscilla said that. She said
Yes.
men don't listen, and she said that's the reason why the army is the way it is. The army was made to condition men. The army was
Mhm.
made first for men because.
Yeah.
But what they do is they build you down, they tear you down and build you up in the army so that you can, be able to listen and follow instructions because they know that men don't listen. She said
Yep.
this.
Yes, they
so
don't. Like I'm telling you, the way I raised my son the first 12 years and the way his father is raising him, completely different. It ain't no type of negotiation at all. It's just flat out do this, done. Like
yeah,
it ain't no other. And my son
And
has,
that's the way men are with each other. They have to be
yeah.
hard and tough on each other. Like, hey, this is how it is. If you don't do
Mhm.
it, it's my way or the highway. Nigga, you gonna listen. You
Yeah.
heard what the fuck I said the first time. I was like, damn.
Yes, like you
it
look
has
at
to
it
be
like,
that way.
wow, like my son recently wanted to do something different with his hair. And his father had told him, like, listen, you gonna start combing your hair, I'm not gonna be combing it. So that's just what it is. You're gonna either comb it or I'm gonna cut it off. One of
Yep.
the two. So my son
Yeah.
called me, of course, and, Mom,
Try to go behind his
I
father.
wanted to street, and my son got 4C hair, so he's like, I wanted to be. He sent me some picture, y'all. I knew this was like a Dominican. He was dark, but he was a Dominican, and so I'm like, Dallas, that's a whole different. Your hair not like that. Your
Right.
hair is going to shrink. I said, but I was like, just to respect, because he just started high school. Y'all know how that is. You serious
Yeah.
about your looks and all of that. I said, I'm gonna take you to the shop. So the way he looked when he walked in is exactly how he looked when he walked out. And I still paid the girl, but when I sent it to his dad, I told him, I said, I said, I'm gonna be at your house when you get there because I'm be combing his hair out and putting some 2-strand twists in because he want his hair stretched. I put it in. His father walked in. He looked him dead in his face and was like, "You keeping them in for like a month? She been here for like 6 hours doing. It took me 6 hours, y'all." Because the stylist coiled his hair with her fingers. She went through like almost like each strand, it felt like, and coil. And those coils is like a braid. So it
Yeah.
took
Yeah.
me a long time not to damage his hair. It took a lot. So he came in and he made him. He said, if you take that out your head, I'm shaving it all off. And
I
my
think
son looked at him and was like, but it's shrinked up. It ain't long. He don't understand shrinkage and none of that. And he was like, you're not taking it out. This was labor intensive work. Your mom being here is 1:00 in the morning. You're not taking it out. My son, I left because my feelings was hurt, right? Because my son didn't like what I did to his hair. So his father called me. He said, don't you be over there crying because I know you saw it. I already know it. I was like, yeah, I did all that to his head. My son called me 2 days later, was like, Mom, I got something for you. He brought me a $75 candle. He took all his money because whatever his dad
Oh,
said to him, told him, don't be unappreciative for what your mother did for you. And so, fathers, y'all, I can't tell y'all. I swear, I started to do a whole series with my son's father on co parenting young Black boys just to kind of combat the space and give a positive
good luck with that one.
affirmation. Huh?
Good luck with that one.
I
Yeah,
know.
it's like
And I didn't want my son's father to be attacked. That's why I kind of didn't want to do it. But I
yeah.
wanted to provide a positive affirmation with all the negative stuff about Black moms and sons and, what's that? The divestment community and the aborting of Black male babies conversation and all of that. I just kind of wanted to give like a positive for the people who I know are listening with Black sons.
This space is anti-family woman spirit. I don't know. Like,
yeah.
I mean, they've already done attack my children. They already done attack my old lady. I'm telling you right now, out of respect to your family, don't do it. Like they do not like seeing cohesive men and women try to thrive or do something. I can respect that because my son just got his hair twisted, so he's already started his spiritual journey. His
Yeah.
grandma done sat there, she done did that, and then all of a sudden he was like, "I don't think I said, boy, if you finish that sentence, I'm gonna punch you in your chest. You're
It's
gonna
a
you're gonna
lot with
you're
that
gonna do
hair. It's a lot.
it is a lot. His grandma sat there for a whole weekend for the process, and I said, "Listen, my nigga, you're gonna do it." And his mama was like, listen, I get it. You want to coddle him, but he's mine now. I played y'all had him. Y'all did it. Y'all did it. Now he's with me. So I said, you got it like that. Give me some of your PlayStation money. I'm gonna take you to the hair store. I'm gonna get you. We're gonna show you the sheen sprays and all stuff you need. We're gonna get you the silk bonnet that you need and X, Y, and Z. You're gonna learn. But that's a lot of money, Dad. I don't give a shit. You want this? You want to take this journey? Now you're going to walk it. There's consequences. And see, that's the thing about it.
Hmm.
A lot of these Black men are not learning, especially at a young age, the consequences of action. And so you got to put your foot in their ass sometime. And so I understand.
Well, BMT, the consequences of actions. This is when Black men sit up here and beg women for the draws. Then they tell women they don't want to hit it with the condom on because, it don't feel the same. But then I'm going to just go ahead and use the pull out method and boom, here come a baby. I don't know how that work happened. My pull out method skills have been working all the way up until then. I don't know
See,
what the hell happened.
that's what I'm saying, man. Like, back then, we used to fuck up niggas like that. That will say dumb shit and without that's what I'm saying. Like like we got away from the consequence system. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad that Women Spears, the father of her child, made that boy appreciate. Listen, your mama sat there, but I damn sure know to start that process. That takes at least 5 to 6 hours. A starting process is 5 to 6 hours, and my ass knows that feeling of going numb. So yeah,
But my thing
these
is this though,
Be,
with the men with the manosphere, why don't they? Because now one of the things in the Black community that I really love that's actually happening is the appreciation for our natural hair. That is like big right now, and that's something that it's being celebrated, but it's not being like all we ever talk about is relationships. It seems like in this
right.
space, like we ain't even talking about the fact, like how I just shared my son ninth grade experience with realizing his hair look crazy and he want to do something different to it because now he got people looking at him crazy. So it's like, I wonder why the men of the manosphere don't highlight those pivotal moments of a young black man growing up and the things that affect him. Like, why don't we talk about that stuff?
Because it's first of all, it's like and I'm not throwing shot at the brother, but it's like when people don't want to talk about those markings of trial by tribulation. You know what I'm saying? It's like they want the squeaky clean look, or that black woman, like Obsidian, how he blames that black girl who didn't go with him to prom type of shit. But what were you doing, my nigga? Like, own your shit. Like, I don't mind talking about things like me getting my first cornrows when I went, and I felt good when I went to church and I had my cornrows and everything like that. I felt good about that. Like, but then I would hear the problem of the black girl looks ugly with her hair looking like she looked like a man. And I'm like, what? Hold on, wait. So y'all want the women to be natural, but then y'all attack them. Y'all do not
No,
accept.
because they like natural hair. They like long hair. But what they're not being honest about is they don't like 4C hair.
But you are what you are. You are what you are. Like, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, here's the thing about it. People don't understand how much it costs to keep up natural hair. I don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, I remember I was on a Rumble long time ago, and there was another younger sister on there, and she was talking about how she had natural hair, but sometimes she wears a protective wig. And all the men started attacking her. And then she jumped up, she said, BMT, you have dreads. Like, tell them, like, it's not cheap to keep up natural hair. BMT, don't make excuse for it. I'm like, no, dude, like, my hair costs $100 a session and sometimes more to keep up. Like, that's just not cheap. And y'all men don't want to pay for that shit. Y'all complain about the women getting their hair done if they pay for it or they go to another man, but y'all don't want to afford the cost. But then let's go with how doing haircuts or spending time with your kids or dealing with their family. Like, it's like there's some type of entity of negativity that's like the most happiest thing to talk about versus that of, hey, I enjoyed going and sitting there watching my kids do this, or I enjoy cutting this person's grass, or, you know what I'm saying, making plates of food for these people. Like, that seems to be looked down upon whenever we talk about that shit. Like, I never understood that. Like, those aren't good. Like I said, like, we have this kind of regression of you just got to stay abused and used and just fucked up. And so I'm understanding that's what I'm understanding, that we only like to beat the bitch, as some of them like to say, beat the bitch, and doggone talk about the up and coming brother. There's no type of validation of respect anymore, and I applaud the co-parenting. I applaud that. At least y'all are not fighting. Versus the men that say, I want my kid, but they want to pass their kid off to another person. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's
Well,
not going to.
you know what, BMT. I wonder if it's just the point that some of these guys are just lame.
They are.
And
They don't got no kids.
and just like, we mentioned with Obsidian, like, the girl didn't go with him, because I heard him lament about this too. How many
A
places have he
lot.
been talking about this? But
A
anyway,
lot.
you
Yeah,
were
I
lame.
heard that story too. That's actually the only backstory I have to Obsidian. Is
That
that
shit scarred
Yeah,
him. That shit scarred him.
that really, really scarred him. And I'm like, you were lame. You did not compete for the woman. Okay, you sat up here and you let the other guy win. And you just, didn't learn from the situation. Okay, well, this guy won. What did he have that I didn't have? Or maybe, I probably possibly couldn't have ever won because I'm just wasn't going to be able to do that. But he never learned from it. He never cultivated himself. And right now, to this day, he's lame. He's sitting up here talking about he in a relationship with this black woman, and all he did was he anointed his nurse, his girlfriend, gave her the girlfriend title. That's his nurse that he have sitting up there on his social security or whatever that he's getting at the goddamn nursing home that he lives in, and he anointed her his girlfriend, and she came around for a little while and showed her face, and now she done went on to another client. But I'm sorry, I done went on a tangent.
I thought that was Miss Brown Sugar.
Nope. We kept her around for years and never.
But
Miss Brown Sugar gone?
But BMT, I wanted to ask you something.
What's up?
So do you think that these men are anti-family because they're lonely and the people that they talk to on YouTube are the only people that talk to them?
Yeah, but I know they come at me. They come at me all the time. I said, you on the black woman side, and I'm like, I'm on the family side. I'm on my side. I ain't know nobody, so I'm on my side. But you got it where these men are anti-family, especially if it's a black man with a black woman. That's definitely anti-family. And if it is, the woman, she better be docile and never speak back or breathe against you. Like I'm the type of guy. I'm not that type of nigga that I gotta get the first damn plate. That shit is not realistic. It's not real. Like I feed the children first. Anybody who ever been in a home, you would have given the kids food first. If you have a baby, the woman will say, "Babe, could you get to make sure the kids got the food?" And I suckle the baby. Duh. You do it as a team. So that way y'all can get the shit done and then y'all have time for yourselves. But these conversations I'm having, I'm learning. You know, when somebody talk, you can start telling their bullshit. And I'm like, yeah, you definitely ain't that guy. You're definitely not that girl. Well, I do this. Like a woman that got to run around keep saying she's married is weird to me. Because in everyday life, I don't hear women run around saying that shit. I got a man. Thank you. You just move about your life. You don't got to keep telling
Because
motherfuckers.
I remember women back in my mom's time, I never saw women act like this before. If they got married, they just got married. Like they never went around, my husband, I'm married now. None of this stuff. Like these new women, I don't know. It's just kind of like, I'm used to having shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm used to being by myself. And I'm used to having a man, and I don't have to say I got this, I got that. Hey y'all, this is what I got. I'm
It's
used
like
to
a
having
point of
shit.
insecurity. That's what it is. It's like a point of insecurity, and so they feel like they have to flaunt it.
Too about your idea of what do you got against people getting married old?
I don't have anything. I did that stream to kind of shine the light on somebody that was trying to weaponize their marriage against single women in their audience. But I don't have anything against people getting married old. I love the fact that people can get married older. But I'm saying that if you a married woman and you got married in your late 40s, 50s, and 60s, and you're over here flexing on other women, especially younger women, that is not a flex to be picked last. Being picked last is not a flex, because here you are in your 40s, 50s, and 60s, finally getting married. And you want to flex on somebody who's probably 20 or 30. If they turn around and get married a year or two later after you done just flexed on them, they still did better than you. So that was the point I was trying to make.
I look at it, I take it into this perspective of, because a lot of people, I look at it where when you marry somebody at a certain age, especially when you're more younger, you have more time to cultivate and build and actually understand and work things together, and actually learn together. Listen, I already told my old lady, listen, we get divorced, I'm set in my ways. I ain't getting remarried. Fuck all that shit. Like the kids will be in college by that time. So this I'm hearing a lot of people in their 40 plus years talk about, well, when I get a woman, she better learn to fall in line and submit to me. And I'm like, I see why y'all going after the young gals. Because you know damn well you can't play a bluff with somebody in your same category. You get what I'm saying? Because they know your bullshit. And
But
so,
I do think you made like Faith, you made a valid point. Like certain things stick out to me as far as like how I learn. And one of the things you said was a man and a woman and it's a square deal. I think you should do content on that. I think you should do like I think that would be a great piggyback off of It Ain't a Prize to Get Married Old, because you said something about it being a square deal between a man and a woman at a mature age as far as marriage and relationships go. And you should break that down more, like what that square deal is and how it defines love at an age of maturity. Because it's different, right? Once we
It
get
is different.
mature, it is what you said. It's a square deal. It's two people coming to the table like, look, this what I got. This, you know what I mean? So I think that will be a great conversation, like that square deal. Because I think for when I'm in my 40s, that's definitely like it ain't about all feeling all whimsical and childlike and all of that. So yeah.
it's already like I said, like a lot of the men, and this is no, like, okay, so as I watch, and I'm going to talk about it later on. I'm supposed to be talking about the men's marital panel. Uh, I can't find a reason to tell 30 and below to do it. Like that's kind of like they don't feel that need. That's not their trajectory. They're more so like we're 50-50, and that is what it is. So marriage is not on their mindset. Kids are not on their mindset. The talking points of the family shit. It's only certain. It's the non-select that are talking that crazy shit now. The other ones that are out there working and living their lives and shit, they're like, listen, I'm too busy just trying to get by. Y'all keep that relationship shit for the bubbles. Like the girls are going out there doing what they're doing, and the fellas are doing them. If they meet somewhere down the middle, that's why you got to look at who's having the conversation and where they at and what circles they're in. Like this internet shit versus the
Oh,
ones
hey,
who are actually
Cassandra. I'm sorry.
versus the ones who are actually out there doing it. Like I said, I worked at these places, the clubs, all that stuff. After they bust out their hours, them girls are going out there with their girlfriends, slamming down drinks, having a good time, just like the fellas. There's no pressure. There's no, well, you ain't gonna be a good enough wife. Stop. Them niggas are still shooting that shot at them same women. They are not pressured. So this looming over the head, like we're in the age of everything is, hey, if you don't got it, just back up from the table.
Yeah,
You
I
know what I'm
feel
saying?
like,
Yeah.
especially for me, because I'm in a relationship right now too, and it for me, I think that's why I wanted to kind of hear, like, I like to hear different people's perspectives on mature relationships because when you only like, I feel like when you get in your 40s, you at that last like little sprint in life. You know what I mean? You got some summers ahead of you and you trying to
Yeah.
make the best of it. Like you really ain't trying to play no games. It ain't about feeling validated no more, especially if you a seasoned woman, you've matured, you done took your blows. You ain't trying to hold on to nothing in the past. You ain't trying to be young. You ain't trying to compete with the youth. I think so many people they grow old, but they don't become elders. You know what I mean? To be an elder is a blessing. You know what I mean? That's when you take your experiences. You're no longer bitter about them. You see what your experiences created because you had enough courage to go through and get through. And see, I'm that type of woman. So I don't have to plummet a younger woman. You know what I mean? All I want to do is use where I failed to help her. And if it was a lot of times or a little times, it don't matter. I just want to help you. And I'm going to tell you, but I'm not going to browbeat you. I'm not going to ridicule
Exactly.
you. I'm not going to make you feel bad. See, this is why I say the respectability thing is a little rough. Like when you talk about empowerment is to build somebody up. It is to build somebody up that has failed in whatever way, you know what I mean, in life. They may be feeling, like I said earlier, ridden with shame. And
And
especially as
woman sphere, you hit the nail on the respectability and not trying to roll down on nobody. Like
mhm,
what I see a lot of women doing is if you were able to find love at an older age, in spite of you being a baby mama, a
yeah,
quote unquote baby mama, it's not for you to flex on other women that I look at Lenny and a boo boo, I marry you not. No, how about show these other women how you were able to get and attract a man at your advanced age, being a baby mama and all of this other stuff that these guys talk about. Why don't you talk about that? Not,
Exactly.
try to put nobody down, but try to help women that may want to be in your shoes. Like, how did you get your man, sis? Give us some tips.
Exactly. And it's like for me, like especially graduating from the conversations I had on my channel before now to like a woman of God perspective is different for me. So I want to let women know that, shame and bondage is of the enemy. You're not supposed to feel that. Jesus already died for you. So that right then and there should solidify you and catapult you to a place of knowing whatever the world is saying to you to break you is not, it's principalities, it's demonic energy, because we're all flawed and we all fall short of the glory of God. So that's just that right there. So you shouldn't be holding on to that. So that should not be the steps that, that is required for you to gain a mate. All of this stuff in a gender war conversation, if you notice, God ain't in none of these conversations. And you know why God ain't in them? Because God wouldn't partake in that mess at all. You know what I mean? And
Who
God
are
don't
you?
bless no mess. You know what I'm saying? So that's a bunch of mess. That's a bunch of people wanting you to stay where the enemy keeps you, which is in bondage. The enemy
Yes.
is gonna tell you, you a baby mama, you a divorcee, you a this, you don't deserve this, you don't deserve that. Did you know how broken you would be if you was to stay what you graduated from? Like, come on now, ain't nobody got time for that. And so for me, when I see women that are seasoned and mature, women in my age group, when I see a younger woman, especially now, like I'm dating outside of my race, a Christian. You know what I'm saying? So I've never did Christian interracial dating in my life. You know what I mean? So this is new for me. And I'm seeing and learning a lot of things that I don't even talk about to him all the time, because I'm seeing stuff that I didn't see when I was in the world and I was dating outside of my race, and that was there and I didn't think it was there, but it was there. Fetishes, being fetishized and all of those things as a Black woman. So I don't see that now.
I was just gonna say that, woman sphere, because I dated a guy and he was a white Mormon. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Mormon girl of all the religions I had to fuck around with. But
I love to
yeah,
give you that.
girl, I was young. Okay. But you're right about the fetishizing. It was a
Mhm.
fetish, just
Wow.
basically,
A
something
Mormon.
new.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that just blew. I'm
something
like,
new.
dang, babe, how you meet him? And I'm all up and through the church, so I'm like, where you be the Mormon
Those
at?
Mormons are something else.
They are.
But
Oh,
I
Now,
was
but he was cute. He
just,
was a tall, white dude. Kind of had this Jonas Brothers feel about him. I don't know, but he was cute. He was cute.
yeah, it's like for me, I met my man. He's a minister of music in in a lot of the Pentecostal churches in the city. So he's real, soulful and everything, which is what attracted us. But I'm gonna say this though, the indoctrinations that I didn't know, and y'all know on my channel, I talked about interracial dating all the time. Dating him, I'm looking back on dating outside and I'm like, wow, I didn't even see that stuff at the time. You know what I mean? I didn't even see, it's so different. You know what I mean? It's definitely very different. And he kind of like more seasoned than me. You know what I mean? Exactly, more seasoned than me because he's a minister. But it's a lot when it comes to dating at a mature age, and interracially, and like Faith was saying, that square deal. It is that conversation. It's not no fairy tale in Wonderland. It's listen. And for
No,
me,
because when you're a woman and you get in your 40s and your 50s, most of us in our 40s and 50s as women, we have had our children when we were younger. So
yep.
now in our 40s and 50s, our kids are older. They're going into adulthood. So now we want to have a square deal, like
Mhm,
Woman Sphere said. We
mhm,
want to meet men who have kids that are either getting ready to be adults, or they're already grown and gone. We want matchy matchy. We don't want mismatchy. So you can't be 50 with a 2-year-old. And I done been there, done that. I'm not trying to get with you and start over again. That's not for me. That's not for Faith.
Yeah, I
So,
can understand.
Yeah, it's like
mhm,
for me, it's like when I actually had a friend. It was just crazy. I had a friend ask me, like right before I met him, what I was looking for, and I told her I was looking for the fruit of the lamb, and she was like, "Well, girl, I know all that, but I'm just talking about like a man. Like, what you looking for?" I said, "No, I'm looking for the fruit. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the fruit of Jesus Christ. Because if he ain't that,
yes.
then I'm gonna have some problems." And I now realize that being saved, a lot of my problems came for the fact that I was looking for the desires of my heart. And the desire, like what people don't understand is that God's consciousness is written on our hearts. So our natural desires is what he declares for us. And what he
Yeah.
declares for us is righteousness and holiness and goodness and all of those things. So that's the desire of my heart. But since I grew up in the world, right? We all grow up in the world, we get indoctrinated. So when you get indoctrinated, even though the desires are still there, the enemy will present. God creates and the enemy perverts God's creation. So it's like God created all of it within us, but then here come the enemy emulating it and making it look like close enough, and it's tangible, right? And you know, God has sometimes put you in an isolation period, so you have to wait. And people ain't that patient. So when the devil show up, he giving it to you lickety split. Here you go. And
Hmm.
it's looking like what God has for you, but it ain't. So I did that already. I did that. I did that.
No,
3
because I
baby
mean,
daddies.
I met the guy. You know, he had the 2-year-old, and that was a deal breaker for me. But he checked out all the other boxes. Ooh, good job, driving nice car, credit and good. But no, 2-year-old, no, halt. I'm not starting over again. So you know, hey, the
Yep.
Lord done said to me, Faith, you is tired of taking care of people's kids. Faith is
Mm-hmm.
tired of taking care of people's kids. I'm not taking care of nobody else's kids. I'm taking care of my kids. I done babysit for everybody. I done, no, I'm not doing it no more. I am done.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
And I
Said
understand you on that.
I done babysat for everybody.
Yeah, she said that with her whole chest. So
For real.
she ain't doing nobody. So and I feel her on that. And it's but when I say about the indoctrination and all of that stuff, it's like being equally yoked is important. Like it's being on the same page with somebody and understanding what y'all want to do with each other is important. So dating from a mature place, it's not the same it's going to be when you 23, 24. That's why when I see women in my age group dating like that, I'll be like, ooh, you about to go down a slippery slope. And I know because I've been there and I've done it. You know what I mean? I'm not telling
Yeah,
you this to judge
and
you.
another thing too, when you start getting up in age, like I can see if I got health issues and you got health issues too, well, that's matchy matchy. But if
Mhm.
I'm climbing mountains, if I'm sitting up here, in the gym, if I'm taking care of myself, and here you come talking about some, oh, I just found out I got cancer, and you see that I'm healthy, and you think I'm gonna be your free nurse, you got another thing coming. I'm not doing that shit either. Okay, you can take your old cancer's ass somewhere to the nursing home and go find you another free nurse up in there, but it ain't gonna be me. Okay, not gonna be me. I'm Faith is not doing that either.
Faith be cold with it, y'all. No
Hallelujah.
surprise. Just that.
I ain't even mad at
I ain't mad at her either. Shit. That's
because
wise.
I understand it. I think women glorify
Do not waste the
motherhood and
precious time you got left living, child.
Mm-hmm.
because I think women glorify domestication, and it's just like, come on now, that's a whole job, you know.
A whole
Come
job.
on.
Now I can see if you was the husband of my youth, you and I got married, and we were both in our prime when we got married. We both grew old together, and we've been through things, and we helped each other through things. And you get old, and you get cancer. I
Yeah,
will
that's
feel
different.
that it was my duty to take care of you, and
Yeah.
likewise for you. But
Because you're
I
already
can't.
established, right?
Right, I can't just be meeting you and then 2 years later you got cancer. Hell no. What the
Well,
hell you think this is? We ain't been through enough. Okay,
yeah,
see ya.
sometimes people already have it, and then they don't tell you until you fall for them.
Ain't that a bitch?
Hmm.
And then
Okay.
they tell you, and then they go, "Oh, by the way, I never told you, but." So yeah, that's a setup.
A secret
Yeah.
celebrity secret.
No, it's
Gladys Knight
actually a.
did. Gladys
Oh, go
Knight
ahead,
did
man.
that to Les Brown. Les Brown, has some medical difficulties, right? That Gladys Knight didn't know about. When she found out, she divorced his ass.
I
Yep.
didn't know that she was married to. Are you talking about the motivational speaker, Les
That's what I
Brown?
was just
That's
about
who
to
I'm
say. I
talking
did
about.
not know that.
Gladys
Yeah,
and
he
Les
was trying to
Brown were
set her
married.
up to pay for his free nurse, girl. Shoot. I don't blame Gladys Knight. I would
I
have been
don't
gone
blame her.
too.
Gladys Knight was ready to, keep on moving, keep on grooving. And Les Brown was
Hmm.
like, I can't do it. She was
I
like,
don't
okay,
blame her.
bye.
I don't blame
I
her.
won't be on
I
that
don't
midnight
blame her
train to
either.
Georgia. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Because
You
look at
know,
all the other sisters that got set up. Mary J. Blige, Jill Scott, Sherry Shepherd.
yeah, but
Oh,
as far
poor
as
Sherry.
medical, like a man not revealing that he's medically fragile, he putting on airs like, yeah, baby, I could keep up with you. But then you get married and you find out 6 months later, oh, I meant to tell you I got diabetes and uh or I got this or I got that medical ailment. But we in it for life, right, baby? We in it for life. It's like, no, you didn't
I'm
tell
gonna tell you,
me.
my uncle just did this to somebody. He
Don't
just did
do
this. His wife died. And he knew that he had early onset Alzheimer's, and he knew he was going to lose his mind. He knew his kids wasn't going to take care of him, right? So this is what he did. He went and grabbed some woman in the church. That woman was so happy to get my uncle. She was like, "Oh, I've been praying for her husband," and woo woo woo. And he didn't tell her he had the early onset dementia until after they got married. Now she's stuck with his ass. I said, "Boy, ain't
Mm-hmm.
that something?" But yeah, they'll do it to you.
A
They'll do it
lot
to
of
you in
these
a
older
minute.
men will keep those medical secrets from you. That's why you
Yeah,
got
but
to do a
Yeah, it was
background
a
check.
girl on this app that didn't have kids and was married to a man for a long time and was trying, only to find out that he found out way before her that he could not have kids.
mm,
Mm-hmm.
And locked her in
Yo,
young in her
so
20s too.
I don't understand this. Like, why not just be transparent with somebody so they know what they're getting
Because the
into?
world is not ideal.
because they want them women to be their free nurses. Why would they tell them up front that they want them to be a free nurse?
You
Yep.
got you got something
Why would
there.
they
You
tell
got
them?
something there.
Why would they tell them
But
when
yeah,
when they're looking for leverage and the advantage? Why would they tell them? You know, we
yeah.
already discussed what a man will do to lie in order to maintain his sense of leverage and advantage. That includes his medical vulnerabilities too.
Hmm.
That's messed up. I ain't gonna
And the
lie.
truth of the
That's
matter is
real
men
messed up.
die quicker than us.
They sure
And
do.
Yeah,
and
what
that's
I tell
another.
you, Faith, it was like 75, like mid 70s
I'm
is the
sorry.
lifespan of a man in
Not
America.
nowadays. Not
Shoot, no,
nowadays.
it's
No.
55.
What? No, wait,
55.
no, hold on. When
No,
when did y'all learn this?
these black men are dying at like in
We
their
watched
50s.
them
They're
die
not.
on the
Yeah.
internet. We
Yeah.
didn't. We watched
They're dying
Kevin.
early.
We
Yep.
watched who was it? Alan
Al
Robinson.
Alan
In their
Curry.
50s.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
They're
watched who
dying in
was
their
that other
50s.
dude? David.
Alan Curry. David Allen Curry.
No, it was Alan
David
Roger
Carroll?
Curry.
Yeah,
David
Carol.
Carroll. We
Yeah,
watched David
him.
Carroll. We
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
watched Kevin Samuels. I mean, we watching them die.
And what
Yeah,
is that DMC, that rapper? What is DMX or so? Didn't that rapper die? He was in his 50s.
Yeah, he smoked
Oh,
a
he was
thousand
on
Yeah.
crack
drugs,
pipes
I
though.
think.
but that's what I was saying. Like when I was saying years ago, I told the men years.
Girl, where'd
Hello?
that go?
Did her
Hello?
phone die?
She was about
No,
to
here
get
she
down
comes.
too.
Yeah,
Come on back,
yeah.
Faith, to your channel.
Okay. Yeah, she may have had difficulties because she
There she go.
Here
okay,
I
there she
am.
is. Okay,
No,
go ahead, man.
I was telling men a long time ago that they tell us that we are ran through. But I told them, I said, y'all can be ran through too. I said, when y'all sit up here and y'all run y'all penises through all these women, and then you go from woman to woman, throwing off every woman's pH balance, by the way, throwing off every woman's pH balance. You don't think that you not running yourself through when you collecting all these venereal diseases back to
Yep,
back to back?
Faith,
yep.
ain't that what I was trying to tell them on the panel? I was like, men can be horse too.
No, but you know what
No,
I think
And they was
women
fighting
need
me
to.
tooth and nail.
I think the game changer for women is going to be able to understand the insecurity of a man and how insecure they are. Once you start
Mm-hmm.
identifying them as insecure and searching for love, everything that they told you you were is what they are. You got to
yeah.
flip it because that's what it is. Men are very insecure. They are searching, they need women. They
The
need women.
the projection.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
projection and spiritually they need us. They begged for us before we even existed. We wasn't even here and
Mm-hmm.
Adam was asking.
Yes,
So you
Lord.
gotta understand that it's they are the needy. What's that song by In Vogue? I give to the needy and not the greedy. They
Mm-hmm.
are needy. And we have been giving to the needy for
Black
a
Womansphere.
very long time. For a
Black
very long
Womansphere.
time. Men are everything they project you to be. They are
Yes.
thirsty, they are lonely, they are needy, they are over sexualized. And the minute you start viewing them that way and dealing with them that way, that's why when Faith said, you ain't never, no, I never did. I never did. I was as reckless before I got saved. Y'all used to listen to some of y'all. Some of
And
y'all been on the
that's what
panel. Y'all
that's
know how I was.
Well,
it it
I know how you was, but I
now
You
just wanted the
ain't
other
please
no
people
way.
to fit
please
to
No,
allow
live.
you can
me
keep on. No, that's my testimony. Okay.
please please allow me.
Mm,
Please allow me. Please. And
Go
I
ahead.
said please with a capital P.
I'm going on mute.
Uh, Womansphere, would you tell the audience in how many words you need to express it? Why should we believe in the Bible? Why? Because there's so many doubters in the land.
I know it
So,
is, and
so if you
I've
could
been
just
trying.
please express the 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 glory of Christ and how it will deliver you from yourself. Not you specifically, but I mean, I'm talking about all those of us who believe in
And,
Christ.
and when she say in your own words, she meant in as short amount of
I know
time as
that's what
possible.
she meant. I know that's what she meant.
In a short
Um,
Tell the
amount of
audience
time
with your
as possible.
powerful, powerful,
what you
powerful.
say, Miss Faith?
In the shortest amount of time possible.
Yeah, tell us why believing in
That's
Because
Christ
serious.
is the way to go.
you know I'm agnostic.
And
Yeah,
the
that's the
Bible.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's the
because a lot
thing
of
is
people
that
they
um
are prejudiced against the Bible. A lot of people, the minute somebody talks about scriptures and in the Bible, they get turned off. Could you
Well,
please
Faith ain't
edify
never
us?
turned me. I never knew Faith was agnostic. This is new to me.
Yeah, I've been agnostic for years, girl. I just don't push my belief on other people.
and I'm not a Christian, but I do not want to make other people feel
So
uncomfortable by
convert us.
discussing religion when it's a general topic.
Convert us.
I don't want to do that.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
All
Yeah,
right.
I don't want to try and do that. It feels not right in the moment. You know what I mean? But
I'll say this. When you hear the call, you will know. That's what I
you
will
will
say to
know
anybody. When
exactly.
you hear the call, you will know. Okay. I'm not gonna announce what I believe. I will say this. If it was good for my grandmother, it's good for me. So I'm open to it. I'm not prejudiced against it. And for anybody that is searching for a sense of consistent peace, where they can reference something that's unchanging, Now I know the Bible was written by men. I know that. Okay. Objectively speaking, it's something to be prejudiced against, objectively speaking. However, when you are not you all, but when someone may be in a quote unquote crisis moment and they are Black Americans, somehow it seems to me the majority of Black Americans are familiar with the Bible. And I think that its teachings is a good springboard of consistent um, edification until you learn to just rely on a higher power above that. That's what I will say.
There
I'm not
is
trying to.
okay. So let me say this, and then I'm be done. Just because you
Mhm.
asked, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. God's consciousness is written on your heart, and anything that you desire, because you are made in His image, is naturally you, and everything that you are seeking, everything, goodness, integrity, morality, you don't get that from nobody but Jesus Christ. You don't even know the moral compass of it unless you revert back to Jesus Christ. And everything is an emulation of God and His law. Every single thing that's walking and permeating this earth, feminism, womanism, astrology, all of the things, it comes from God. So I don't know how people can praise the stars. I don't know how people can proudly proclaim I'm a Taurus or I'm a Aries and not know
Astrology,
that the
right?
stars align with God. God created the stars. He created the moon. He created, so God created the land you walk on. God created it all. So I don't get how people avoid it. I do realize that it is bondage, but I never knew that Faith was an agnostic. But so I do appreciate, I will say that, her never berating me, her never saying anything about it, because we never ever spoke about beliefs with each other. I just assumed, I have a assumption, and I'm gonna tell y'all this, that most Black women are Christian. And I didn't learn until I came on the internet that a lot of Black women are non-believers. A lot of Black women are paganists. And when I talk about the paganists, I'm talking about the tarot card readers and the women that are spell casting. Those are witches. Those are women that believe in the enemy to me.
Yeah.
Now,
Now I don't
now,
believe in
Faith
none of
saying
that
she's an
spells casting
agnostic. I
stuff.
know she hasn't, but I want to say that I do appreciate her, because I was on Faith's panel maybe like a month or two ago, and she let me lead out with prayer. So I'm gonna say this: I'm thankful for Miss Faith, not not telling me to be quiet, or not pushing me out the door or pushing me off the panel. She never did that. So
Faith
I
is
will say
very generous and gracious
yeah, I
when it
will
comes to
say
her
I'm thankful for
panelists.
that,
She
because
is.
she could have did that. You know what I mean? She could have been
Yeah,
That's
like,
because
no,
right.
that
she
ain't.
because
Yeah,
she already stopped the veterans because she didn't want it to go in that direction for the people who are not veterans.
yeah. She so
Hmm.
that's
Yeah,
very
Very
respectful. But
diplomatic woman. Very
yeah,
Where
I
did
do
Faith
diplomatic.
believe
go?
I think it's something going on with her
she's
connection.
coming. She's coming back.
But I do believe there is a level of indoctrination and all of that stuff. But with my walk with Christ, I'm gonna say this, y'all. I don't want it to be forceful. It's a journey. And I don't
Okay.
want my representation of Christ and how legit He is to be misrepresented with my flesh. So in some situations, He tells me not to speak, and I gotta respect that. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Now that you said all that, what about fornication? You're dating this guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to adhere to the word and abstain from
Oh
fornication?
yeah, I don't have sex anymore until I'm married. Yeah,
There you go.
yeah,
Y'all
I
heard
gotta
it here
say.
on the faith factor.
Okay, okay, that's where it's at.
She's walking her talk, okay? So don't y'all be out there judging, you
I
know.
appreciate we have another believer on the panel, though.
Ain't that wonderful? Yes.
Yeah, it's not. It's like when I was in this space. I actually have been trying to think about how to present my encounter with witchcraft and all of that stuff into my testimony, because I talk about it off YouTube. in my woman's ministry group and all that other stuff. But I've never given my testimony online about how I felt like, because a lot of people don't know this, but when I left YouTube, it was because of my encounter with witches and tarot card readers and all of that stuff. So I use my testimony now outside of YouTube, in women's ministry and inside of the women's prisons. If y'all don't know, I did 3 years in a penitentiary. So I have a story, you know what I mean? So now with my mom and a lot of the women from my church, I go back into the same prison I walked out of almost 20 years ago. You know what I mean? And a lot of the younger women are into witchcraft. That's what's going on now. It's crazy how that's running rampant, you know? So yeah, it's real right now.
Mm. I can't even, wrap my head around that. It's like, I- how can I put this? Something has infiltrated people into thinking that they are in control of the universe as opposed to the most high God. And
Mm-hmm.
and that is the most asinine concept. It's like you really walking around here on two legs thinking that you are yourself equivalent to a higher power. They talk as if they do, and they think witchcraft or whatever they practice, voodoo, whatever it is, they think these superstitious beliefs, hold power. You were born for a purpose, and I'm saying this out loud to whoever's listening. You were born for a purpose beyond yourself. And so what makes you think that any little bones you rolling and spells you casting holds power? You can't beat your destiny. You are born for a destined purpose. And I do have compassion for people that have encountered things that they would not have rather experienced. I do have compassion for that. However, it doesn't discount my belief in fate. I believe in fate. I believe in predestination. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
believe. So that's
I
just me being vulnerable at the moment. I believe in predestination and fate.
I don't
What's
think that
that,
people
Mela? Can
don't.
you explain that? I don't necessarily know what that means.
I believe that we as human beings serve a purpose of the Most High to execute the will that pleases that being. And if your purpose is to discover information so that you could pass it on to somebody else who will later pass it on to somebody else who will be that great leader, then that was your purpose. Okay. And all the ends, ands, and buts in between your life mean nothing. Your purpose existed so that you would be the one to influence someone that will carry the multitudes of others to enact the will of the highest. I think we're all here to serve a purpose for the highest.
We
That's
definitely are. We all have a calling in the kingdom, and this
yeah.
is you
And
have
we don't like to
a
look at ourselves
oh
as
no.
being servants to a higher power's will. We don't like to do that because some of us has been through some things, okay? And it's like, you mean to tell me when somebody tried to rob me, that was, oh, predestined. That was something that is my fate, you
Yeah,
know,
read the book of Job. But
and so there are things that we encounter that are fortunate or otherwise
you know
that
what, I went to a Christians apologetic conference in Tennessee maybe like 2 weeks ago, a little over 2 weeks ago, and I learned something from the Hebrew scriptures, and it was about Moses' encounter with God. So Moses asked God what was his name. You know, there's the Hebrew Bible, and then there's, you know, the
And
Bible.
Moses didn't want to go willingly, did he?
No, he did not. Neither did Jonah. Jonah had to end up in the belly of the whale. Okay. A lot of people run from their calling from God because what people don't want to admit to is we are born into sin. So our natural desire is to rebel against God. That's our natural desire as soon as we come into
Mm-hmm.
the world. And so Moses asked God, what is your name? Do you have a name? Like, what is your name? And God said, my name is YHWH. So in this conference, the Christian apologists broke down YHWH, and man, I will be forever impacted. And I'm gonna share it with y'all. YHWH is the sound of inhaling and exhaling, and in Hebrew language, it's breathing, breathing. So we breathe over 22,000 times a day. And every time we breathe, we say God's name. So when you think about the Hebrew Israelites and they call God Yahweh and all of that, however you want to pronounce it, they added letters because they felt it was so sacred to say God's name out loud that they did not want their adversaries and enemies to know God's name. So they added letters to his name and they started using God and Lord, which is where we came in with, oh, he's God, he's Lord. But his name is literally YHWH. Like if a baby's first cry, your sigh when you leave, everything, your inhale, exhales is breathing, and it is the sound of
I thought it was
YHWH.
Abba.
No,
Abba.
no, that's a
All
different
right,
language.
can you guys hear me?
This is the
Yes, we
book of
can hear
Yeah,
Hebrew,
we
you.
can
though.
hear you, Faith.
Okay, yeah, I'm
I
so sorry. My phone overheated, so I had to switch over to my laptop. But
Oh, you had it
yeah,
in the sunlight?
yeah, but yeah, I'm
I
in the
think
sunlight, y'all.
I think that there
It's
is
going down, but
a higher power, but I think that different people have different religions, and I think that maybe they're explaining the same story, but it might be Buddha, or it might be Muhammad, or it might be someone different. And when a person says, they keep saying Jesus, 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 you can have a Jewish person on the panel, or a Jewish person listening, or a Muslim, or a Buddhist. And so when you keep prefacing Jesus, 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 that may turn people off. So
I
that's
don't
yeah,
why,
care.
Mm-hmm.
I
You know
just
what?
want
The
to
yeah.
truth
say
is
that.
offensive. The truth is offensive. And Jesus is the truth, the
But
way, and the
but
light. So
but
that's why
but
people get offended by Jesus.
but
That's
the
why they
thing
get
is
offended.
Okay,
that
well, hold on, because I don't want this to turn into a Jesus panel, because that's not what this is about. It's not about religion, but I did
yes,
say that yeah, I am agnostic, but I don't push my beliefs off on anybody, and I encourage other people in their beliefs, and that's as far as I take it. But I do see that
Mm-hmm.
Hustler and Muscular is back, so let's get back on track with this conversation. What's going on, brother?
Hey, brother.
hey mister, how are you?
I'm
HDR,
good.
you back,
I'm
man?
at
What's
work right
up?
now, so I was just listening in. I just came back. What did I miss?
uh
They
I'm
were
at
they
work.
were talking about some religious stuff, and Faith just put us back on track.
All right, continue. I'll chime in
All
when need.
right.
All right,
all
Faith,
right.
Yeah, so
I wanna go ahead and just say this before we continue. I really I knew like you bigged up BNT and everything, but I never watched this channel, so I never necessarily understood why. But that long spat that he went on about the dudes like not being able to push themselves or see things through or the consequences, I felt that because it's like, oh my gosh, like if you've never had somebody push you to do something that you set out to do, then it's like you're missing something. You're missing a mental fortitude in your life. It's literally like a mental barrier that you have to clear. and crossed. And I'm just here to say BMT, he laid that shit down.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
people sleep on
yeah,
BMT. BMT is a hard-working family guy. Even though sometimes he can falter a little bit, but that's a whole nother story. But for the most part, he's solid. He's solid.
yeah. He does the work, and that's why he has no tolerance for crybabies. And he said that that's not real. So
Exactly.
he walks the walk and he talks the talk.
Most of the time.
I'm sorry, that was amazing to me. That was amazing though.
But yeah,
Yeah,
check out his
Because
that
I
stuff.
was
was
a
telling
good.
He
y'all
has
Yeah,
how I
excellent
would.
content. He has excellent content, by the way.
yeah.
I,
He made a good
I was
presence.
telling y'all how I was like a Eagle Scout and everything. My dad forced me to finish. I was not originally gonna finish. He was like, "Son, you gotta start finishing what you start." And lo and behold, I finished before I was even supposed to.
Yeah, BMT doesn't tolerate wimps. That's
No,
for
he does
sure.
not. No, he doesn't. And he'll call you out. And also, he gets, people get angry with him and say, "Oh, you're siding with women." He's like, "No, I'm not siding with women. I'm siding with
Telling
what's
it how
right."
it is.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, well, y'all, I'm gonna jump down because it's kind of hard for me to have a conversation without mentioning Jesus. So I'm gonna leave, but y'all are listening in,
All
and you
right.
guys enjoy your night. Okay.
Okay.
Peace.
You have a good night.
All
All
right.
right.
Well, thank
Peace.
you so much
Appreciate the
for
lecture.
gracing the panel, Woman Sphere. All right. So yeah, well, BMT is still out in the chat too. Is he?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, no.
He's a solid dude. We all like BMT.
Now, can we get back to Huscular or Muscular? Or can we get back to those years between 12 years old and 39 that you don't want to mention of how you manipulated some woman out of her panties?
Mela, why you gonna bring that up?
Because that's where we left off.
I never did a day in my
What did you say?
Hello.
You Borgin, bro.
Yeah, he talked about the 12 years. Yeah, he was 12
When
years
he was
old.
12 years old.
Right. But here he is 39 and he's not talking about
Uh-oh.
you to manipulate a
Uh-oh.
woman into making love to you, and then what happened after that?
Yeah, is he still here? No, I don't see.
He's trying to solidify his
Uh-oh.
connection because he want to get this story
Is
straight.
he in the bathroom again? I know one time he
Can
was
y'all hear
using like
me?
bathroom Wi-Fi.
You can always tell when somebody's in the restroom. That's true. You can hear that strange echo.
Okay,
So
Hustler
Demetrius.
Muscler, are you there?
Can y'all hear me? Am I still
Yes.
Morgan or whatever?
We can hear you. Feel free to speak your mind.
Now, what did you say about me 12 39? Would I ever
You
manipulate a
were
woman out of her
12
panties?
years.
I never did
When the question was posed to you, the only example you gave was how you were 12 years old trying to impress a 13-year-old girl by playing basketball. What you did not
that. Yeah.
address are the years in between 12 and 39. What did you do to impress a woman so far as that she was convinced that making love to you would be all right?
I didn't have to do anything except be myself and stay within
You
my masculine frame. I didn't have to play no stupid ass mind games or anything like that.
okay?
Okay, well, Hustler and Muscler are. I have to ask you. I mean, this is you in the avatar, right?
Yes, it is.
That's your picture. Okay. Now, ladies, would you say that Hustler Muscle he's a pretty fine looking man, isn't he?
He's a handsome guy. Yeah.
Mella, what you think?
I'm not allowed to make that decision.
What?
I'm
What?
spoken for.
The
You're
girl, if you don't
you're
stop
No,
it,
not
I'm just kidding.
right?
I'm
blind.
just kidding. It's a good looking avatar. I'm just kidding.
Oh, look at her good looking avatar.
Okay, so hustler muscler, you probably don't have problems getting women, right?
No, not really.
Hello.
Can y'all hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now. You don't have problems getting
Okay.
women. So I
You
don't
mean
think
getting
that's
women as in getting you mean getting attention of women or just getting relationships going with women?
okay. Well, break it down.
When you
Like,
in a
have
grocery
you?
store, is somebody following you?
If I'm in a grocery store, somebody following me.
Are you that good looking to where if you're in a grocery
Oh
store, is
no, no,
somebody
no.
following you? It's happened to
Nope, that's
me.
never happened to me. But
All
I had
right.
a chick follow me well, I was at the airport one time. I had a chick run up on me asking for a cigarette lighter. If that counts as anything, that's the most I get.
Okay,
Okay.
well, you might be all right.
I'm the I. Oh, that's how you feel about me now? Oh boy.
So unless you got a cigarette, you ain't getting no
So did
conversation.
you?
Yeah,
So did you
if
ever
you ain't getting no
pretend like you?
conversation unless you got a cigarette. That's the.
Yeah. So did you ever pretend like you had more money than you did have, or did you ever pretend like you had a better job or a higher position than you really have, or that you live in a nicer place than you really have? Did you ever slightly or inadvertently made yourself look like a better, more successful man than you really are to get the attention of a woman?
That's a good question.
In other words, if I have a cat just to get a woman's attention,
Yeah, have you
Right.
ever exaggerated or, embellished your position in life to make yourself look like a bigger catch?
the most I ever did was lie and say I was on the basketball team in high school when in reality I didn't play basketball back then. I just said that just to make myself look more presentable. That's the most I've ever done.
With the sound.
But I'm
So
not too big on lying to people just to make myself look good.
you never pretended like you had more money. You never pretended
Nope.
like you had a better job. You never pretended
Nah.
anything.
Nope. You know what they say? What's done in the dark can come to light. And besides, how you gonna lie about your job and lie about how much money you make? You think they're gonna find out eventually?
You
Okay,
you
so
never
has
change. You never changed your religion for a woman. You never
Nope.
pretended that you like doing a certain activity just to be close to a woman. Never.
I've never done that a day in my life because I feel like only fools have to lie just to get what they want from somebody.
Okay, so
Agreed.
so
You
him
should
and
never
woman
have
sphere,
to.
they never pretended, they
Exactly.
never lied, they never did none of that stuff.
so has anyone ever did that to you other than that chick that you were referring to earlier?
Nope. Thankfully, that doesn't happen to me.
So where do you meet your women? Where do you typically meet women?
Wherever I can meet them at,
That's a
I
very
could be at the
vague.
park jogging. Well,
Hmm.
I could be at the park. I could be at the park jogging, for example, and I could bump into somebody out there.
He believes in serendipity. Like whatever happens, happens. Okay.
Something like that.
Okay.
So are you happy with the position that you're in right now?
More or less.
Romantically, are you happy with where you are right now?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Well, as long as you're happy because it's your life.
Yeah, I mean, he's happily
Correct.
single, right? You're
Yeah.
happily single.
Yes, happily single.
Okay.
And if I find someone good, then it is what it is. If
What's
You
your
not,
said
idea of
oh
a good
well.
woman?
this is where I'm at.
What's your idea of a good woman? Can you break the list down, if you don't
My
mind?
idea of a good,
Oh, yeah.
okay. Beautiful, physically, mentally, emotionally, respectful, honorable, And some of my deal breakers as far as dealing with a woman. Number one, you can't be an advocate user of social media. Number two, you can't be a 304 running the streets. Number three, you can't have a plethora of guy friends sliding in your DMs every now and then. So if any one of those apply, then that could be a deal breaker. Those could be a deal breaker for me.
Okay, so, but you're on
Amen to
social
that.
media. But you're on social media.
I don't
You're
think
on
YouTube
social
counts
media
as
right
much.
now. What?
Again, YouTube and Facebook are exceptions.
YouTube is
I'm
the
talking
is the
about.
largest social media
I'm talking about.
platform.
I'm talking about you'd rather be on social media than interact with real people. I literally heard women say they would take social media over dealing with a real man any day. I'm like, oh my God. That's what the world's coming to. If you're that kind of woman, then that's a
Can
problem.
she have a YouTube channel of her own? You have a channel of your own.
I don't mind that. I don't mind. As long as
Okay.
you use it for the right stuff.
All right.
Don't be on here
What-
thirst trapping.
Can she be a divester?
Can
said
she
something about
have a
divesting.
white man in the closet of her
Yeah.
past?
Okay, where did that come from?
It's a legit question.
A white man in a closet. What you mean?
In the closet of her past. Her past. Are you going to hold her
Mean she
past
dated-
against? Are you going to use
She
her
dated
past
a white
against her?
man?
Yes.
That's her
She dated a
past.
white.
Yes.
I don't care if she dated a white guy or not. I don't. It ain't about race.
What if
quality
it's a
for me.
long line of white guys and all of a sudden she likes you?
I'm gonna wonder what terms you own to black men in the first place. Like, why switch it up races? If it was one or two,
Maybe
okay.
you're the
But if it's
one.
like 5, 6, 7, now you want a black one? Okay.
So okay, but I heard something about male friends. I mean, I understand you don't want her to have a lot of guys in her DM, but what about male friends in general?
You mean like male best friends?
Yeah, like what if one of her best friends is a guy?
Well, if I'm in a relationship with her, she's going to have to set some boundaries. Because you know, when you're in a relationship with someone, you can't interact with people of the opposite sex like that. That's got to stop. That goes both ways. Men and women alike. If I'm in a relationship, I can't talk to other women like I used to, even if we do go way back. Especially if y'all married or whatever.
She got to drop her friends for you.
If I got to drop my friends for her, she better drop her friends for me.
But then what if you and her don't work out? Then you
Wait a
ain't got
minute,
your
H&M, you have female friends.
What female friends?
No, I've heard you talk on a panel about it. Like you had a homegirl that you work with at your job.
Ooh,
You said something
Work
right now?
relationships.
Somebody's spilling the tea.
Hold on.
Hypocritical.
Who are we talking about here?
Tea being spilled.
Oh, I don't know her name. You just mentioned somebody in passing. I might be messed up. My memory's shot, so I could be messed up.
You said someone at my job.
Yeah.
He might have confused you with somebody else, but that's a good line of questioning. That what if she has work relationships who include men as well as women? You want her to just not talk to anybody at work anymore?
If the men she work with are just business partners, okay, but he ain't no damn work husband. It's like I'm not allowed to have a work wife. That's becoming that's been a thing
That's
for
fair.
as long as I can remember.
That's fair.
No work husband or work wife relationships.
Okay.
Why not? Why not?
Well, no, I wouldn't want my man to have a work wife.
I have a work husband and a work wife.
Are they single?
What?
I have a person who is like my work wife, and I have a person who's like my work husband.
So you're doing both of them. That's crazy.
Well, work wife.
That's your situation, though.
So you
AP.
mean you confide in them about things that you wouldn't talk to your significant other about?
No, they have my back as if they're my spouse at work.
Wow. So you fluid?
Oh
Sexually
no,
fluid in the
I'm not.
workplace?
No, I mean, you know,
Fluid.
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not sexually gender fluid. These are just these are platonic relationships where.
That's not what I.
Oh,
That is not
that's
what
what.
it is.
Okay, so you know what? Well, then maybe I am not seeing it the same way. I'm thinking that it's somebody that has your back as if they're your partner.
That's a
Wait,
platonic friendship. You said work husband,
as
work
if
wife.
they're
It's not
your
the same
partner,
thing.
Yeah,
who has
yeah,
your back
because
as if they're your partner.
yeah, that's how I saw it. Like I have a friend where the person knows I'm broke all the goddamn time, and they're always spotting me for lunch, and I call that person my WW, my work wife. But I don't have a
I'm
sexual
just
relationship.
telling you right now, that's not what that is.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not. That's
Oh, well then,
when
well
people
then,
say work wife or
That's
work
a
That's
husband,
financial
they
called
mean
relationship.
That's called charity.
Yeah, I
yeah, that's
mean,
just charity.
I had a girlfriend that I worked with that was always giving me rides home and buying me stuff too, but I wouldn't refer to her as
Was
my
she
work
packing
wife.
your lunch?
no,
Huh?
she just like we help each other out all of the time, and I even
In
know
what
her.
way?
Like we support each other. Like she had a fire, and her house burned down, and everybody at the job did a GoFundMe to help her get back on her feet. We would give her rides because her car caught on fire too.
You just
When
being
that
a friend.
Okay.
That's
Right.
just being a friend to
Okay.
me.
Well, okay. AP, I'm gonna have to we gonna have to address this psychological thing of calling a woman your work wife
Oh,
when you
well, you know
heterosexual.
what? Well, that's the.
Right.
No. Do you know how this happened? This happened. Oh no, I don't want to tell y'all this long ass story. How she got that nickname from me? Maybe but it is a friendship. I don't have sex with this person.
Oh, okay, because usually when people say
Okay.
work wife, work husband, it's people they have sex with on break.
Oh,
Exactly.
okay.
Right.
Oh,
That's what I
okay.
was
So
saying. He was slanging
okay.
both of them.
Oh, okay. So well, no. I never mind. Because I'm not having sex with my coworkers. Because
That's
that's
what
gonna
you
fuck.
call being an on the job home girl. People at my job
Yeah,
do that
Okay.
too. Give each other
yeah.
rides
Okay.
Because
around. Give us
I was like,
to and
AP's
from work.
bi?
no, no. Because
It sounds sexually fluid. Like I didn't know you was sexually. I'm like, what the hell is going on with here?
I was
no,
like, that
because
explains the Princella stuff.
no, you know why? Because I do have close relationships at work with people because I've worked at my job for a very long time, and we do help each other out because I'm not there all of the time, and sometimes I need a person to cover for me or to speak in my behalf, and the person does it for me, and they have my back. So
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah,
just let me know. If you know about the that for the other
Matter,
team.
as a
no,
matter of fact, hold on real quick, Faith. Who was your first kiss, a boy or a girl?
who me?
Yes.
I'm not sexually attracted to women. I think that women are pretty, but I'm not sexually attracted to women. I like men.
Amen to
Okay,
that.
cool.
Yeah, I like
Good to
everything
know.
about them. I like their voices. I like how strong they are. I like how big they are. I like their bodies. I like everything about men.
Big.
I don't sexually like women. They're nice. They're pretty, but I would not be. I'm not sexually attracted to women.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so that was a terrible diversion, but carry on.
It's important to
You had
clear
us
the
going
air
for a second.
sometimes. So, does anybody want to execute me?
Execute
Uh,
you.
Mela, yeah. Demetrius is asking you who your first kiss was from, a boy or girl.
Oh boy, it was a wonderful,
I
wonderful
remember she told me.
15-year-old boy.
Aw.
Yeah, in
Aw.
Clarence's attic.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
You got your first kiss at 15?
yeah, yeah.
I was 6.
Uh-oh.
I kissed twins at the same time.
Aw.
Oh,
God damn.
I was 8.
okay. Now we talking.
There was one time where I had two girlfriends at the same time, and they both knew about each other.
That was
Twin
different,
sisters.
Dimitri.
Demetrius,
That was a
So they
you
were
different
have
me.
always
competing.
been the
I've
little
evolved.
ladies' man,
They were
huh?
competing for you,
A
huh?
double dose of
I
fun.
was evolved. I'm evolved now. Okay, so I'm different.
Not many people
All
can
right.
hang their hat on something like that, though.
Well, I've been shared before, so hey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you had
we all
never mind.
got kicked out of church camp. Yeah, I still remember it.
Two
What the hell
I
did
still
you
twins,
do?
remember that whooping.
two
I still.
Demetrius,
girls.
you
You
was
got
a
a woman.
little smooth talker when you was a kid, huh?
I've been told by my calculus teacher I'm a sweet talker, like by my
Mm.
professor.
Okay, I want to know about all these camps. There's STEM camp.
Yeah, there was STEM camp, there was church camp, there was that
Karate
time
camp.
in spring I was working on a teen magazine. Um,
There's a
But
lot of camps.
A lot
yeah,
of young
trying to
people
get rid of
spending
you. Was,
time alone together.
Mm-hmm.
no, his parents was trying to get rid of his band. That's what that was.
I got a lot of whoopings when I was younger. Let's just say that.
You, Demetrius, you was probably cock blocking your daddy. Your daddy was like, "Nah, he
I
got to
did
go to
too.
camp."
Maybe I
Demetrius,
don't
you're
know. I don't
young.
know.
You're young. How do you feel about corporal punishment? Do you think at any point that it's necessary for certain types of personality types of children?
Absolutely,
You think corporal
positively,
punishment can be necessary for certain personality types in children?
yes.
All right.
Case in point, I watch. I'm subscribed to this channel, the Mademoiselle, and she watches like bad, like she like gives critique of parenting and all that. And there was this one girl. She snuck like 2 or 3 guys into her mom's house, and after like this wasn't the first time. Like I believe this was like the 3rd time, and she got caught. And I was like, oh, so you just don't want to obey the rules of the house. I was like, oh, yeah. Yeah, you need your ass whooped.
Yeah, but there are studies that show that all of the new parenting techniques that they have out there, there's not a lot of data right now that speaks to the effectiveness of these new parenting
They're
techniques.
making them
Yeah.
soft. They're making them soft. I hate it. Why are you
But
being so soft on Gen
they
Alpha?
do they do have research that definitely correlates to the fact that corporal punishment is the fastest method to get a child to stop doing something
Very fast.
immediately.
Well, I think it prepares them for life because if you do some shit like nobody like in real life, you might get hit.
Yeah, because I know I didn't want to get hit. When they hit me one time and I did something, I didn't do it again. I was like, okay, I know where this is going, so I'm just not going to stick
Right.
with
I
it.
did not play around with breaking precious ceramics anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's like once you get that one good whooping, you're not gonna do something again. And that's as a child. Now
Have
as
you
they
ever
grow.
spanked your parents back while they was trying to whoop you? That
No,
was me.
I
Oh
wouldn't
no,
dare.
I tried to fight my mama one time, and that was the one and only time. I think when I finally came to 3 weeks later, yeah, I've learned my lesson.
So when is okay? When is the last time you got a whooping from your parents, and what made it stop?
It was 12. I was 12, and what made it stop is no, I'm getting times mixed up. One time I hit my dad in the throat, and he beat the
Whoa!
hell out of me after that. There was another time. I believe this is the time that I'm talking about. Yeah, it was that church camp. Yeah,
Another
yeah, because
camp.
my parents were so embarrassed that I got kicked out of church camp
Uh-oh.
because these girls wanted to dirty talk me.
What do you mean
Wow.
dirty talk you?
They was talking about having sex and stuff.
What?
Yeah,
How old were you?
I was
12?
12.
He was
Oh
a
wow.
baby.
Were they
Well,
older
I
than
was
you?
They were my peers. They were the same age.
Oh Lord.
well,
Two
I was
freaky little twin girls tried to turn him out.
That
I
was
was
when
I
that was
was
the same time I had those two girlfriends at the same time, and then we got found out, and they took me into the office and they were like, "You're banned. You can never come back."
oh wow.
Uh-oh.
How did your
And
parents
the thing
react
is,
to
that's
that?
my church. I still go there to this day.
What happened to the girls?
One moved to Oregon, and the other, she
Did
act
they
like,
get kicked out? Is what I'm asking.
oh yeah, they got kicked out too.
Okay. So it was
So
fair
Wow.
punishment across the board.
Yeah,
so what were you saying, Faith?
Oh well, I mean, y'all got it. No,
No,
I'm
what were
just
you
playing.
saying?
No, I was gonna say I was 27 the last time I
What?
got it. Yeah.
you had two boyfriends at once.
Look at him. Look at
What in the eight? What?
No,
What?
I know a girl who did that.
no,
Why?
Faith. Faith, you
Wait a
can't
minute.
just gloss over that. What are you?
Wait a minute. Now that I
No.
think about it. Now that I think about it. Now that I think about it. I think I understand. Like you know. I will just say this. You don't have to say nothing, Faith. I think I can relate because I remember I was my mother. She was doing all that she could in my moment of distress, and for whatever reason, I guess I forgot she was my mother at the time. And I said, "You don't know what the f you're doing," and and she just beat me. She beat me out of my church clothes, and
Hmm.
I was close to 30. Yeah, I was pretty close to 30. Because a lot of times when a person is stressed out, you know, your parents are the wrong people to take that out.
Yep.
I was stressed out. I was totally stressed out. And I don't know what came over me, but, she was doing her best to just be, giving me advice and being assisting and all this. And I just looked at her and like she was somebody off the street. And I was like, you don't know what the F you doing. And she started beating me upside my head saying, I'm your mother. You gonna respect me. And yeah, so I think my child was 3 years old, because I think I was potty training him. And quite frankly, I didn't know what I was doing. Here's when that projection comes in, right? So what I
Hmm.
decided to do in my moment of stress was project my inadequacies on her, and I did it in such a disrespectful way that she wasn't gonna look at me and say, "Oh, I understand you going through a lot." No, she was like, she just is. She had a physical conversation with me, you know, um because she was giving me advice because I was asking her like, how am I supposed to do this, it's not working, and la la la, I was just really stressed out because I wanted to get him ready for me to return to work, and I just didn't feel like he was ready, and I was looking for my mother to tell me what to do, and what she was telling me wasn't really hitting the mark. And instead of just saying, I'll try it, instead of me just saying that, I was like, you don't know what the blank you talking about, or something to that effect. It was enough for her to strike me. She didn't
Yeah.
slap me. She went upside my head. Like, um, and it wasn't like brutal. It wasn't like she beat me down. It wasn't nothing like that. It was where she actually hit me, and I hadn't been hit since I was like maybe a toddler.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew that I crossed the line with my mother, so I can relate. Faith. So you know, ain't no shame in uh at that particular age in our lives that we might have crossed the line, and they corrected. They reminded us of who
Oh,
they
she
are.
she she reminded me who she was.
Right,
I forgot for a second because
right.
and like I said, it was over the children. What happens is when you yourself become a mother, and your mother is trying to tell you what to do with your children. you get frustrated. That's a frustrating name, but you forget that, your mother is also your mother. So there's a hierarchy here. And that's exactly the way that you explained it, Mela. That's exactly what it was. Because I,
And I'm
had
sure you're not the
inadequacies.
only one.
Right,
I'm sure.
I had a lot of inadequacies being a new mom, and I just wanted to, be better, and just be like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. These my MFing kids, blah blah blah. And next thing I know, one more MF came out of my mouth, and I woke up 2 weeks later. Like I said, when I came to 2 weeks later, I was straight. And
They will remind you who they are.
yeah, and when your kids see you get knocked out by your mama, that's a bad thing.
Well,
Because now
fortunately, he didn't
Wow.
see it. I don't think. I'm gonna ask him. Do he remember that? Because he was in the back
Wow.
seat. He was in the car seat in the back. 3 years old. He probably do remember that. I'm gonna
Wow.
yeah,
ask him.
I think my oldest daughter remember, because she used to always tell me, I'm calling grandmama, because she remembered. I was like, you think your grandmama can check me? I'm like, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Wow. What about you, muscular huscular?
H&M.
Hustle and muscle. What about you? I
Oh,
guess
what was
you.
the question again? What's the direct
When was the
question?
last time you got whooped? I just remembered the question. I told y'all my memory's shot.
The last time I got whooped, it was 1996. I was 11 years old because I got detention in middle school. I ain't been whooped since then.
All right.
Okay. Okay. What did you do?
I don't know. Look, what did I do? It's been
Detention
28
for
years now.
You don't
I didn't know what
remember?
Do
detention
you think it
was
was
until I was at least
unfair?
in middle
You
school.
cursed at the teacher?
Do you think it was
Hell no,
unfair?
don't cuss out no teacher, man.
See, what
I was
we're
acting a
trying.
clown.
Was you clown? You were the class clown.
I wouldn't go that far, but I was acting like one.
So did you
But
deserve it?
yeah, the last time, I suppose so. Looking back, yeah, I did. But that's the last time I got a whooping. I was 11 years old in middle school.
Now you was good. You was straight after that, huh?
I guess so. My mom's didn't play that with me. Hell, nobody in my family played that.
Yeah.
But that's what kills me, though. Like a lot of these black people on land, I don't recognize black people on land. I recognize black people in real life, because the black people I run across in real life got whoopings. The black people on land, they didn't get whoopings. I'm like, wait a minute.
Oh, I got a lot of whoopings. My parent definitely believed in corporal punishment.
And that's why I be like, well, who are all y'all who parents did not whoop y'all ass? And that's probably
Nah,
why y'all
they
only
start
have
calling it
one.
abuse, Faith. They start calling it abuse.
Yeah, that's true.
No, my mother was crazy. If you try to arrest her for abuse, she'll say, "Here, take all these goddamn kids," and she'll pack up a bag and have us sitting on the vent the damn office table, because she's crazy like Medea. She all that stuff
Y'all tried to
Medea
call
does.
CPS?
Yeah, if somebody tries to do that, she'll just say, "Here you go. I'll give you $100 a month, and see what you could do with all these goddamn kids." She don't play that.
Yeah,
But
I
that was
remember
my
I tried to
grandmother.
call CPS and I got a whooping for that.
oh yeah, see. No, I remember
You
the last.
actually called?
He
No,
actually called.
I had the phone in my hand.
Oh man.
Oh, her phone.
They're like,
A
Wow.
phone you weren't paying
my mom
for.
What?
was like, if you dial that number, you gonna really need CPS.
That is the craziest thing when
Wow.
a
To be
No, you
child
need
fair,
to you
is
need to
growing
call
what?
the
up in their
medical
parents'
center.
home, they become a teenager, and they think all of a sudden the phone is their privilege, their right. I did that. I was on the phone past a particular time. I guess I was, I was a teenager, and I think she told me to get off the phone, and I said, wait a minute, or something like that. She slapped that phone so hard out of my hand. I'm lucky that her nails didn't scratch my face, you know. And when I look back on it, I was like, what the hell was I thinking? You know, that's her house, her phone. Like, you know, but that's how crazy teenagers can be. You know, that's my point. My point is, if we can have some semblance of understanding with the fact that these teenagers are literally crazy, because they do make you want to strangle them. They really do. But let's try not to hurt the baby. Let's try not to hurt them. Let's try not to
Wait
do
a
that.
minute. Hold on a second.
I've
Somebody's saying
experienced
something
that.
down here.
Just my
The
four
at the
cents
faith
came out of
Wait a
factor,
nowhere.
wait a minute.
there
What did
is
they
a
say?
they say there's a reason you only have 4 viewers and your channel is not growing. Stop blocking opposing views and try
No,
taming your
it's because this stream has been like 6 hours. That's why. That's why.
right. What they don't have anything. My
You
mods
just came
haven't
out of
done anything.
nowhere, bro.
Y'all
You don't
remember to
even know what
like
we're
the
talking
video.
about.
Help the
Yeah.
algorithm every time you show up here. Press the like and I don't know what the hell they talking about. Faith
Is
is
it
a
one
gracious
specific
host.
Is it one specific person that's saying that?
No, it's just my
Yeah,
four cents.
Maybe the
yeah, it was
moderators are
just my
blocking
four
people
cents.
or something. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think my moderators are blocking anybody. I don't have any moderators
I
that
don't be blocking nobody. The most I'll do is just put them in timeout, unless they try to I don't know, put somebody's personal
Troll.
information out or something.
I feel bad for you channel holders that have those rogue moderators. Those rogue moderators,
What they
they
need to
just
do is they need to start talking to these people.
oh
Yeah,
Before
man.
they,
that's what I do when I'm a moderator. I talk to them and say, "Don't do that again," or "I'm watching you," or something
But
like that.
I'm trying to figure out just my 4 cents. How did I block opposing views? I have opposing views up here all the time. People are always in my chat room, by the way, with the opposing views. Like there's no, view that I oppose. Only thing I oppose is people acting a jackass about their opposing views and disrespecting other people. Then
Hmm.
that's when you get blocked over here. But other than that, just having an opposing view, that's not going to do that.
Yeah, right,
What
right.
happened? My just my folk gold coins, just my 4 cents. What happened? Maybe you could
Yeah,
explain.
if you've known me for 6 years, and you would know that about this channel.
Well, is the link still down? Maybe this person can enlighten us.
Well, hold on, I'll invite them up to
Yeah.
see what they're talking about because this was random.
Yeah, let's solve this problem tonight.
Yeah, I mean, so we can hear that individual's opposing views. Because
and I want
Faith
to
is.
hear when his last whipping was too.
Oh, okay. So y'all didn't hear when my last whipping was.
When was your last whipping?
We're
My
waiting.
Yesterday?
my last whooping, I was 12 years old, and I never
Okay, just like
forget.
me. Okay.
I was a good kid. Like I would do things ahead of time so that I wouldn't get yelled at. And so my mother came outside with this strap that she had, and it wasn't just a regular strap. It was like a whip. It was like a part from a washing machine.
Oh my God.
And so I didn't move because I'm like, I didn't do anything. And then the next thing I know, she comes up to me and says, "Didn't I tell you to wash the dishes?" And I'm thinking, you never told me to wash the dishes. I always do my chores. And she whooped me in front of the whole neighborhood,
Oh my God. I'm so
What?
sorry.
up and down the street. And I didn't run because I didn't do anything. And I was looking at her like, you never told me to wash the dishes. What are you talking about? I know that from that day on, I had a look in my eye. It changed me as a person
Of
because
course.
I got whooped for nothing. She'd never told me to wash the dishes, and I really must. I think that she sensed that something changed in me, and I said to myself, if she ever puts her hand on me again, it's going to be a knockdown, drag out fight. It's going to
Right.
be a fight. The police are going to have to be called because you're whooping me and humiliating me in front of the entire neighborhood,
She
and
was a
you never.
monster for that.
Yeah, and guess what? It wasn't me. It was my younger sister that she asked to wash the dishes. How the hell am I supposed to know that?
Did
And
she
even
did
if
she
she
get you mixed
apologized,
up?
She never apologized.
yeah, she
And
was a monster for that.
yeah, yeah, and I in front of the entire neighborhood, and and of course I can outrun her. If I would have known I was going to get beat, I would have ran, but I didn't run because I'm like, oh, who is she going after? I'm just standing there looking around, and I just said, this is never going to happen again. If you hit me again and blindside me again like this, I'm going to see it as an attack and we're going to be fighting. The police are going to have to be called. And after that, that was the last whooping I ever got because I think that I
How
had a
old
look.
were you?
I was 12 and I had a look in my eye. It changed. I changed as a person. And I've been studying martial arts from age 16 on ever since that day. And I just am like, nobody's ever going to beat me up like this again, ever.
That's awful. I'm sorry you had to go through
Yeah,
that.
It was
yeah.
terrible, but I changed. And I think when she looked at me, I had a look like this is going to go down. This will be the last time. Yeah, it was terrible. It was like a whip, like you whoop a slave. I was like, what the hell?
Exactly.
So yeah, it was pretty
That's
bad.
monstrous.
It was pretty awful.
That's
and
not
and I
fair.
and I yeah, I was a model child. Like when my mother would go to teacher, parent meetings, they would say, "Oh, Miss Pride, you don't have to come." Asia, everybody would, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. But that was the last time ever.
And then those marks get left, you know, when it comes to using things like that on children. Um, I'm so sorry. I'm
Well,
so
well,
sorry.
I had clothes on, so it didn't leave welts like a slave, but it was just the humiliation, you know, in front of my peers and my neighbors, and me just looking dumb, like why is she hitting me? And then she's saying as she's hitting me, I told you to wash the dishes, and I'm like, no, you didn't. I was
And it
like,
was
what
your
the
little
hell?
sister
It was
that
my
she told.
younger sister, yeah, that she
Right.
told her.
So she
Did she
mistake
whoop her like
she
that
mis
too?
she mistook
No.
you for your younger sister.
Well, the thing about it is that it was a lot of, my mom had 5 kids. So if she tells me your job is to do the bathroom, then I'm going to do the bathroom. And if you walk up to me and say, well, why didn't the dishes get washed? I'm going to be like, you told me to do the bathroom. You need to go to the person that you told that you assigned the kitchen to and ask them. How the hell do I know why that person didn't
But
wash
you
the
were too
dishes?
young to express that. So she took,
Yeah.
yeah, so she just went crazy.
But even when I was young, I was sensible. I would say, you're the one that makes the schedule. If you made the schedule and told me that I'm supposed to be doing a specific task, I'm going to be concentrating on that. For you to come to me later and say, why didn't somebody do some other task? I don't know. I'm not in their head. I don't know why they didn't do the task. You have to ask them. I don't know. And so yeah, it was horrific. It was like, a public beating and a public humiliation for absolutely, for something I didn't even do.
Wow.
So yeah,
Yeah, I've
it
heard
was.
of stories like that. A woman, um, well, I don't know if I should share this because that's her business, but
Well, we don't know her. You didn't say her name.
well, um, I'm trying to be sensitive because I'm not a gossiper, believe it or not. And I
Hmm.
think that for me, just because my heartstrings are being pulled
Right.
from your story, it's prompting me to share something And I really don't need to do that in order for you to feel that
Right,
I
right.
know
That's
what
fine.
happened to you was wrong.
Right. That's fine.
Right. Well, guys, we've been on here 6.5 hours.
So is the other person not coming on?
I guess not. They had the link and they said, well, okay, keep doing what you're doing. I don't know where that randomness came from. I don't know. Somebody else said that a lot of moderators be going to channels and deleting subs and all this other stuff.
Rogue moderators.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Moderators gone wild.
but you
Yeah,
don't
I
have
don't
role
have
model.
that. I have never experienced that personally. I think that
Mhm.
yeah, I think that this person is just a troll or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Oh, did I got my wrench taken from a channel that I frequented for like a long time because her and I had words, and I'm not really worried about it. It's just that I was typing in there like careless and just carefree, not careless, but carefree. And then one person reminded me, yeah, I hope you and her make up so she can give you your wrench back. And that's when I remember, I said, oh, that's right. Me and that chick had we had an
uh,
argument.
uh,
But, as a moderator, it was never my practice to just block people unless it was request. It's like if somebody announces, if the channel holder announces, moderators, please block that person, then that's a request, so that's fine. But as far as me arbitrarily just, but for some reason, people think being a moderator is a source of power or something. I don't look at it as such. Faith, before you go, as a channel holder, what value do you have to hold as a channel holder in terms of assigning moderator wrenches? Like, is that really a do you really do channel holders think that they're assigning somebody power? Because I don't think it's a power thing. I think it's a,
Well,
oh, okay, I'm a
it is
moderator.
somewhat of a power thing. Like when I first started assigning moderators, I had it really bad in here where Manosphere guys was coming in here and running a muck on my panels. So I would have to assign the moderators and they would take care of the trolls for me. So that was, giving them power to take care of trolls, but not power to block people that they don't agree with, or power to, time out people that they don't like. That's an abuse of power. And I see a
Hmm.
lot of that going on in different chat rooms.
Yeah, I don't think a wrench is a semblance of power. I think it's just um because a person is going to be allowed to type in your chat room as long as they're civil.
Right.
If they're not, unless there's something else going on. But for the most part, anybody could type in the chat room, wrench or not. So I don't see why a wrench is a
I
is
think
a indication of power.
I think when I
Well,
was
it's
I'm a moderator for Faith, and the only thing with Faith's channel is sometimes people would be fighting with each other, and I would say, "Y'all stop fighting." You know, and they
Hmm.
would say, "Well, she started it," So it was like I was trying to get them the conversation is detracting from from Faith's subject.
Now
So
that's an
yeah,
arbitrary
so
judgment
the,
on your
so
part.
so that's what I would do is like they're calling each other names and they're fighting, and then other people, and I'm like, y'all stop fighting, and if you disagree, blah blah blah. But they would start, I would tell a joke or something and they would stop. So I didn't want people looking at the chat and not paying attention to what Faith was saying.
That's a good point. Okay, I see that. Yeah, I see
Yeah, so
that. It.
that's basically what I expect from my moderators. Like if you see people doing stuff like what AP said, they're being disrespectful to each other, they're taking away from what's being said on the panel, then yeah, use your wrench. And then there
Hmm.
might be some people that may not appreciate the fact that my moderators had to use their French. But I trust the people that I make moderators that they're gonna, use their best judgment. And most people have known me that I've made moderators for years, and so they know exactly what I expect on my panels.
Yeah, because Faith does entertain opposing arguments, and she has said many times that she does not want her channel to be an echo chamber.
That's right.
So I respect her rules of her channel, and I just did not want people to detract, and be disrespectful of the discussion.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
So yeah, but this was another fun night with hanging out with you
I
guys.
would say that
Wait a minute. What? I saw Manosphere name across the screen. Faith, do what suits you on your channel. Subscribers love to change your path. Praise Jesus.
yes,
Oh Lord.
she's right. She's right. Yeah, I trust the people that I made moderators on my channel, and I know that they're not hiding subscribers or doing anything arbitrary like that.
Yeah.
Well, this was a good 6.5 hours you gave the people.
Yes, ma'am.
She said like 1,711 hours ago, I'm getting ready to go. But she
Man,
hasn't.
I kept trying to shut this down so many times, and then it's just
You
like
went
the
from the
conversation
car
is
to the
just flowing.
laptop. You love your people, and we love you back.
All right.
Well, I
All right,
love
Faith.
all of you as well. So anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Anybody got final thoughts that they want to share? Let's start with
I'll
Mr.
go first.
Demetrius.
So, member benefits?
What?
Faith member benefits on your channel.
Okay, I'm being called out for the member benefits. I don't do content. I'm barely doing content. And then y'all want benefits. You know what, Demetrius? Okay,
Yeah.
what benefits would you like to see as a member?
I can't tell you. Not yet. I'll get back to you on that. I'll get back to you on that.
You want a Starbucks card or like what? What are you looking for?
I don't know, like $25 a month. No, it helps.
What?
No, you tripping.
Well, Faith, we'll think about that one with the member benefits. We'll come up with some kind of special badge emoji or something like that.
How about something for your
Oh,
birthday and
said that
Christmas?
I could also check the moderators in my
Birthday
analytics.
streams? Oh, that would
Okay.
be cool.
All right, cool. Thanks, Womansphere. I'm gonna definitely look into that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll go ahead and finish up and say this. This was a very productive panel. I try to like contribute what I can when I can and everything.
And you're
The only
just the
thing I didn't
cutest
like-
sounding thing.
The only thing I didn't like was this. I understand, like I come off as like very eloquent on panels and everything, but I have my own flaws and issues. I really do. So
You do.
I'm not this model
But you
person.
sound so
We know this,
cuddly.
Demetrius. We know all about your flaws. I just try to
He
accentuate the
just
positive.
sounds like a cute teddy bear.
Quit treating him like a kid, Melo. Stop treating him like a kid. Stop that.
Yeah, he's not a kid. You're right. He's not a kid.
I'll also say this as a final note.
He really is.
He got kicked out of
Hold
church
on,
camp.
y'all. I'll
About
just
to
say
have
this as a
sex with
final
twin
note
girls.
on top of that.
I tell you, they see him as a fawn or some kind of like deer. It's not.
It's
You're a child.
I noticed it, BMT. I noticed.
I hope you did. I hope you did.
BMT's trying to get you on the straight and narrow. He wants you to man up.
But anyways, let me say this. Let me say this.
Demetrius to grow up yet. I like him like this.
I really enjoyed the topics that you put up here on your channel, Faith. So keep up the good work.
Oh, well, thank you, Demetrius.
Peace.
Hmm. Y'all about the church
So,
lady with the church boy. Sad. You know, leave him alone. Uh-uh.
so
Seen this
BMT, you
before.
came up here to give your final thoughts.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. I was in and out of stuff. I don't know. I guess do what you feel you're gonna do. I don't even know what the topic was. Hell, I don't even know what your topic was about. I just came by. Yeah, I think that's the problem. You're not a monolith. That's all actually mean. You started clicking. You're not a monolithic voice. Do your message on what best suits you, man. I'm gonna tell you that straight up. Since we started collabing, so you're gonna say stuff that's gonna rattle people, just like I say things that rattle people. I don't give a fuck what people think. They don't pay me. They don't run your internet. They're not gonna be there at the late nights. Whatever message that you got to put out there, you put it out there. Like I said, the rest will fall in line. Like I said, I seen it where you spoke your truth. They champion you when you told the truth. They damned you. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. So you might as well just keep on with your trajectory because that's the best thing you can do. You know what I'm saying? Don't pander. Don't pander. That's where you're gonna fuck up at. And that's when I'll stick to it. So yeah, that's how they look at me. You know, hey, well, BMT, I don't know if you for this or that. Nigga, I'm for just telling it like it is. I ain't give a fuck how you feel. It's not my job. That's how my mom and my dad and other people told me. Fuck your feelings. That's not how reality works. So you're gonna do what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? I seen when that one time when you were telling how it is, how a black woman need to be, they loved you. Then all of a sudden the manosphere, they say that you are an op. Then the women said you're an op. But one thing about it, Faith, you spoke how it is for what it is. And some of your old videos sometimes pop up. That's what really blows my mind. Your old videos are starting to show up. And I think that's a good thing because it shows the progression of where you were years ago to where you are now. And I think that's the thing about it, where the people who've been here for a while, you, me, Woman Spear, there's some people they're stagnant, or there's some people who are new to the school of thought, and I'm like, I don't trust her. Well, bitch, you new to this. I'm a grown mature. You're a grown mature woman. So you done seen some seasoned things. Just like when I listen to certain people, I can tell the men who are actually seasoned in life and the men who are arrested development. You feel what I'm saying? And so there's certain conversations some people they're not privy to, or they're not ready for that type of level. So you know what I'm saying? Don't deviate, my homie. I'll be right here. I got you. I got your back. You know what I'm saying? I'll jump up here. You know what I'm saying? And we butt heads a lot. You know what I'm saying? So,
A
um,
whole lot, but you know what? Respectfully, and then
yeah,
we agree a lot as well. So
we do.
you
We
know,
do.
it's allowing people to be themselves and speak their truths regardless. You know, there's no respectability politics in it. You know, we're all friends and we're all adults, and we can have adult conversations, agree and disagree, and keep it moving.
I remember you stood up to all the women when me and you
Hi.
when me
Can
and
I
you first
get
started.
the
Yeah,
Kahlua Hawaiian beef plate?
this girl right here.
The
I, I'll, t-
Hawaiian beef plate.
I'll tell y'all like
Yes.
this. Back in the
Can
day,
I get some cabbage
hey,
with
mute
it?
up,
She
mute up.
needed.
So we when we first
Okay.
started, when we
Yeah,
first
I'll take that.
when we first started, we had it where a lot of the guys, and when around the time when O'Shea and them, I was coming from
What kind
the
of chips
male.
you have?
I was coming from the male side of the
Do you
space,
have lemonade?
and Faith was
Okay,
on
what about
the
strawberry?
woman's side. Faith was on the woman's side,
Oh,
and
okay. Well, you know what? Give me
we
those
sat
cups.
down. We
Yeah.
sat down and started. having
Yeah,
back
and
and
can I
forth
get some
discussion.
crab rangoons?
Faith, we can hear you, baby.
Faith, mute yourself.
We
Yeah,
try.
that's it.
Faith, mute your mic for a second.
Say what?
Mute your mic for a second,
We
please.
heard the Hawaiian
Crab
plate
feet.
with a Coke.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you?
She'll be done in a minute, BMT, because I want to hear what you got to say.
Yeah.
What kind of what? Oh, I wanted the Coke. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
Did you
know what's
get
for
did,
dinner
did you get
tonight.
that?
Yep.
Faith
But
eating
Oh,
good.
okay. Okay. What's the total? But what? Okay. Okay.
$82.
Can hey, read that back to me. Read that order back to me. Uh huh.
Faith don't know she ain't on mute.
God damn! This place done got hacked again. How many times y'all gonna raise your prices? Okay, but all right, I'll pay for it. All right. Hello.
mm,
All right, Faith.
Oh, I'm
We
sorry,
heard.
y'all.
Okay, we know what's for dinner tonight. Thank you.
so back to what I was saying. So when I first came over, a lot of the women did not want me and Faith to have our collaboration, and she stood 10 toes down and said, "Nah, I want BMP to be here. We're going to have these discussions, and we're going to have these topics." And it was vice versa when Faith came over to my camp, and a lot of the men that were over there, when their channels were building up, they did not want Faith there. And I said, "No." If she got a rent, she ever want to pull up on the pen, and oh, believe me, they turned up their noses on me because I refused to let go Faith, and I do not regret not a damn day or second of that. And we done amazing collaborations. But see, they want their narratives to be told, but they don't want to see cohesion of black men and black women have conversations that actually are trying to get to a reconciliation or a solution. It's just this ongoing war, and nobody want to keep a sword shield up. And I've seen Faith kick and take wrenches and kick people off permanently off her shit because they disrespected people or her channel or her topic. She's like, no, that's a man and he's not disrespecting y'all. Y'all can get out of here. And I've done the same thing when they come at her or anybody in my AO. Like, no, no, not having a. Have I not done that for you, Mella, when you came up there? Don't disrespect Mella. She's not disrespecting you. Don't
Yeah,
disrespect.
yeah.
So I hopefully will get. I don't know where this is going to lead to. Um, AP, I did you a favor, a solid. I did ask a few guys if they want to do a married panel. They said they'll think about it, but they don't really.
Okay.
The baby mamas count as married?
No, I just thought that there are a lot of men that are married, but they don't really talk about it. And maybe if some men see the benefit and see, because they keep talking about divorce and she's going to take half your stuff. And I'm like, there's got to be, from a man's perspective, there has to be more to marriage than she's going to divorce you and take half your stuff, you know, and from, coming from a man. Because I think that a lot of times men tune women out when they start talking. And so I thought that because you're respected, that they would listen to you quicker than they would listen to a woman.
So there, I used to do videos with me and my old lady. I used to do videos with that.
Mm-hmm.
I used to do videos. They're old. They're old videos.
Yeah.
Actually, there was a video requested by Faith. Did you not, Faith? Request
Yes,
for
I did.
and did she not come through? She came through and we had a whole conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Had a whole had a whole conversation. You think people wanted to listen to her talk about relationship and all the extra inner workings? They didn't want to listen to her. She came up here. I mean, you know. So I understand some people. I don't know, man. They got a twisted mentality about relationship, about some type of
Mhm.
subjugation and slavery, slave play, or some type of shit, and it gets colluded. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So, like I said, Faith made the request, and my old lady came. She came through and had the
Mhm.
conversation, and so it you know what I'm saying, we did it. We did the show, but I don't know. Some people they just that's gonna be a that's it's almost like pulling goddamn water out of a rock for that to
Well,
happen.
I guess for me it was a fantasy to help people, but even when, F and F were on air, if they did a channel about investments, they would have very low viewership. But if they once they brung the OnlyFans models on there, then they have a lot of viewership. So I
Mm.
guess, low vibrational content is the lowest common denominator, but it has a lot of views.
Well,
It's
because
true.
you're not gonna get those conversations about, hey, who's gonna go to school and do parent teacher conferences, or get the kids dressed for school, or what I'm saying, like school
Mhm.
shopping, like those are you don't hear those kind of content, or
Right.
I ain't giving that bitch no money because she gonna spend it on hair, versus I see plenty of men walking into with the woman buying school supplies while they're still in their work clothes, or they're getting off. Or I just saw I saw a man and his child at the grocery store. I ain't want to run up with no camera in their face with him and
Right.
his children while they're grocery
Right.
shopping for the
Right.
night and stuff. But it's like the healthy environmental thing. I don't know how this place became contorted, but it's not welcomed here. It's not.
Right.
You know what I'm
Right. You're
saying?
right.
So it's like it's not wrong saying, like, even the panel I saw with the marital panel, those are all men in their 40 plus. You get what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like,
Mhm.
I'm in my 30s. I don't know that many men in this space. That's why I feel like, damn, I got okie doke here, because I don't know that many people in this AO that I could actually sit down and say, hey, let's talk about marriage. It's not going to
Mhm.
go like I think it would go, like I would want it to go. So I'm just
Right.
like, I'm not trying to press people into believing something, but but I couldn't find a way. I was raised to think and to believe in getting married. I was
Mhm.
raised like that. So, but nowadays, that's not a growing process. You know what I'm saying? Like when we were younger, we were told to get married. I'm pretty
Mhm.
sure each one of us on this panel was told about getting married. That's not a thing anymore. It's not
Yeah.
a thing. So,
Yeah,
you
I'm
know.
starting to see that the Generation Z is not really into it, and they are not interested. They want I think that Demetrius is saying that they want marriage reform. So this may be a dying institution, as I knew it growing up.
Well, and speaking of Demetrius, Demetrius down there, he got me cracking up in the chat room.
Uh
But
It- it-
I see Womansphere has hit the panel again. What's up, sis?
I didn't want y'all to think I was trying to abuse y'all up here, but I wanted to come up and say that don't let nobody tell you the direction of your panel phase. You've been doing the same thing. Clearly it's comfortable for you. And it brings people from all different type of backgrounds. So don't let nobody, the subscribers will do that a lot. And the thing
Mhm.
is, just like you have the ability to start a channel, they do too. But see, that is what you are working with. Like these people, they deify content creators. This is why you see, like how your co-host was saying, low vibrational plates being fed more. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
Those low vibrational plates are being fed
Thank
more instead of places where like I think it's highly interesting that you're a woman. If I'm not mistaken, I think you own your own trucking business. I think that's highly interesting. I think that's information you should be talking about. But like you said, you started with that. Nobody really cared. So you just kind of talk about the things you choose to whenever you feel like it. And a lot of the conversations that are highly interesting are like that. And you will find yourself getting indoctrinated into negativity in this space. And this is what I don't think a lot of adults talk about. Like, even for the youth, do you know that the federal government has guidelines and restrictions for people online, and they done totally forgot about adults. Adults is on here wilding out. like they the ones on here doing the most damage. It ain't the children, it's the adults.
Yep,
So
it's these grown folks, and here's the thing: they on here messing with the kids online. They lying to the children. They're messing up the younger generations because they have made bad decisions. It's a hot mess online with these adults.
Yeah.
right. That's why I started considering it. I remember asking somebody like maybe like a year or two into this space, because y'all got to remember, I don't know if Faith knows who I was invited to YouTube by. So I was slow walked into the fade. You know what I'm saying? By somebody that was already catching the fade. I met her on Facebook in my woman's group. I had a very prominent woman's group on Facebook. Um, and I did a lot of advocacy for feminism. I shared some of my videos on my channel, but the woman that invited me did not tell me she had a slew of trolls behind her. So when I came to speak on her panel, I took all of what she had. And yeah,
I
I mean,
know the feeling.
you know what I'm talking about, Faith?
I think I do know who you talking about. I know, but I'm not gonna say it because I won't start no shit.
It was way before anybody you think I'm talking about. You know what I mean? It
Oh,
was
okay.
Yeah, it was way before. It was the lady who they say faked her suicide.
Oh, I
Really?
know who you
That,
talking about.
is she
Yeah.
Yeah,
still alive?
she invited me. She was in my woman's group on Facebook, and she was like, "Girl, you are so powerful. You should come on my panel."
Oh, she
Not
set
knowing
you
she
up.
had a lot of
Not
trolls.
knowing nothing. And I came, and then it just took me down a whole rabbit hole. So yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I ended up on YouTube. You know what I mean? I didn't know nothing about all these spaces. I was on Facebook, MySpace, like I was dealing with the Crystalline Kerosens, the Kindles. That's the groups I was in. I was already in those groups. So that's why it wasn't hard for me to do the content, because I had been doing it. But I didn't know nothing about that. So it took me down a long rabbit hole. But I say all that to say this: stay on your path of what you're doing. And not, that's why when you said, I don't want to just turn into, I didn't get offended by it. This is why I came back up, because I want to clarify that and clean that up for you. So won't nobody try to double back and be like, well, she left and because this is what they do. No, I wanted to come back and clarify that I left out of respect for her panel. If she don't want to talk about that, she don't have to talk about that. And that's what people need to understand. Everything is not an offense. Something is just a backup, and that's that. You know what I mean? So that's why I came back up. I just want to solidify that for you and let you know to do what feels comfortable for you. Not that you need to know that, because you are already a woman that marches to the beat of your own drum, but just to give you some backing and respect and support. Like, girl, please don't. And you can check, because I already know how you is. You like to double fact check. Check. You can check in your analytics of what your moderators are doing. You can check if we block somebody. You can check all of that.
Okay.
Yeah, that happened to me. My moderators blocked a lot of people that have been part of my channel for years.
Yep, I
And
had people do it to me with certain fallout. So that's why I wanted to tell Faith, because I know Faith is a fact checker. So yeah.
yeah, that happened. You know, the crazy thing about it is, the irony is, a lot of these people that were doing this gender type of stuff, war stuff, were literally behind the scenes talking with each other and having
Oh
their
yeah.
own
Oh,
little.
trust me. I done
That's
sat amongst some many
real.
conversations. I know all about it. So yeah, they be in love with each other on the low. So listen. Yeah, Faith,
But
do
have
your
us
thing,
fighting.
girl.
Mm. Thank you, Manosphere. I'm sorry, I'm smacking in y'all's ear and everything,
Girl,
but
what
you
was
just
you
spoke
eating
the
for
With
word.
that
$80?
Hawaiian
Chinese
beef.
food. Hmm.
No, it's not Chinese. It's Hawaiian barbecue. I don't know if y'all ever had it before, but girl, this stuff is so good. They have it with the cabbage and the
Mm-hmm.
all the different vegetables and stuff with it. And oh God, it's so good. It's
It
not a
sounds
regular.
like
Mongolian.
it's good. You over there.
It's
Mongolian.
not, girl. Yeah, it's not a regular barbecue sauce that they use either. I don't know what this sauce is, but girl, this shit is good.
Szechuan.
Is that
Most
what it
likely.
is?
Most likely.
Oh,
I don't know. Szechuan is kind of spicy, so that might not be it. But I've had Mongolian barbecue before. Hawaiian barbecue. I've had that before. Years ago. I ain't had it in years.
Oh, so that's what Hawaiian barbecue is, Mongolian barbecue.
Mm. Yeah,
Oh,
all
okay.
that beef, those thin slices of beef that's tossed with fresh vegetables with this sauce that you can't even describe what's in it, but you know it tastes good.
mm. Oh yes, girl. Yes, Lord.
She's like, yes, Lord, while smacking.
Yeah, I see the menu in my head. I see it. Yeah, but $80 was something I said. I don't know what she paid for
Yeah,
that
that's all
thing.
like Faith Rich.
No, I was
Okay.
just, I was just, I was just pretending like she was buying all of us dinner. So I
Okay,
said
because
$80.
$80, that's about like 4 people food.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I know what's for dinner tonight. She buying all of us dinner,
Gee,
which is
you rich, Faith?
she stay
Girl,
rich.
You sound like it. $80 for one person.
mm-mm.
She didn't
No,
spend
no,
eighty
no.
dollars.
I ain't got nothing. Okay, not a damn thing. No,
No,
nothing.
we about to start calling you rich Faith, rich business.
We gotta do a GoFundMe for the Coca
Mm,
Cola.
No,
No,
y'all done lied on me. Okay, I don't have nothing.
you know we making fun.
No,
But
you know she ain't gonna tell us the truth if she got no money or not.
we
She
was
not gonna
telling,
tell us
we was
that.
like, Faith, you won't mute your mic, mute your mic. You didn't hear nothing we said.
She got some money. I already know she got some money.
Did you really pay $80?
No, she didn't. I made that up.
No, Mela made that up. She over here trying to perpetrate like I'm rich. This was just $20, y'all.
Oh, okay, okay.
They probably said $18, and I just put some lettuce, pickles, onions, and tomatoes on the price. That's all. We're
Well,
having
lettuce,
fun.
pickles, and onions is called the works in the hospitality
I put
industry, and that's
I put
free.
I put the works on it.
Yeah, it used to be $15. They done went up again. You know
That's
that.
Yeah,
I
the
I
works
keep
heard
is
you
free.
moving
complaining
up.
about that. You was like, wait a minute, they done went up on the price.
Yeah. Faith do seem like one of them irritating people that come through the line. Tell me something. Read that back to me again, again.
Challenging.
Oh Lord.
They'd be
Yeah, but
like, ma'am, this not your first time coming through here. So, what you tripping about? You know that wasn't your first time there, right?
yeah, I know. I know it wasn't my first time, but damn.
Mela, when you gonna start your channel?
2000 never.
Well, you need to.
You know what I need?
What?
My reparations.
You know what?
Mm-mm-mm.
But look, let me get my last words in real quick. My last words, in the interest of the title, is that the Manosphere's abusive language is being spied by the FBI. So it will be dismantled If black men don't fear nothing else, they fear the FBI checking for their ass. So it's just a matter of time before it's it disbands. I wouldn't worry about them too much further.
Mm.
That's my last word on that.
I want to know your
Okay.
co-host mindset on this about black men and white men.
Okay. Go ahead, AP.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question? I was
Yeah, I want to
I'm
know.
walking.
No,
Sorry. Go
it's
ahead.
fine. I want to know your opinion on like white men and black men when it comes to this whole gender war conversation.
They're going through the same thing. Thank you. They're going through the same thing, but it's just at a different level. But there's a gender war for them as well. I think that what I see up close and personal is that they're getting annoyed because women are refusing to do the second job um, after their daytime job, and they want them to pitch in more. And a lot of the men don't like it. A lot of the men liked it better when the woman did everything. And the women are going, well, wait a minute now. We're doing everything. We're working and doing this second job. So it's affecting them also.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
And I
yeah.
think with the black women, it's affecting black women, but it's in a different, yeah, there's a lot of people out here wilding out. But it's affecting black women differently because black women are talking about it from a different perspective or from a different lens. Like, take for instance, they're saying, if you got a son that is 30 years old and he can't hold a job and he has anger issues, stop trying to push him off on a young, unsuspecting girl. Or if a guy is a homosexual, no, it's cuffing season. You can't come stay with me. So it's at a different level, but pretty much it's the same thing that the women want to be treated with respect, and the men see it as a war because women are noticing things and they're not as easily tricked and as easily fooled into being in situations as they were like maybe 20 or 30 years ago.
No, I agree. I really value your opinion. I don't know what walk of life you came from, but it's pretty interesting.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's good that we all came together, because we all live in different places and, you know, a higher
Yeah,
power brought us all together.
you seem to have a very well-rounded point of view.
She's a veteran.
Oh, that's what it is.
Bella
That could be it.
Bella
Just
gonna
Mela
throw that
just
That's
had to
in.
what it
sneak that.
is.
That could be
Mela
it.
had to
That could
sneak
I'm
be
it in,
claiming it.
boy.
Bella
it.
I'm
gonna throw that
claiming it.
in.
Every
Bella
time,
gonna throw
every
that in.
stream, Mela gonna throw it in.
Always
That
and
could be
forever.
it. That could be it.
Bella gonna throw that in.
I think I've been trying to. I really want to. Dang. You know what? Never mind. Because I want Faith to be able to eat her food. Never mind.
What?
Because
No,
I know
go
she,
ahead.
I really want to do a panel discussion about respectability politics from Sherry Shepherd's point of view. Did y'all see what she said about Sexy Red?
No.
What you
What
say?
happened?
She said she would never let her come on her channel. I mean, on her show because she felt like she was trifling or whatever, right? But do y'all remember when Sherry Shepherd said she had too many abortions to count? You see what I'm
Mm.
You're
saying?
right.
And I wanted to do a
Oh.
video on that. That's why I was trying to ask Faith
The
because I actually had
judgmental
even
MFer. Mm.
yes, I had actually thought about emailing Faith and asking her in Mahogany to do a panel discussion with me about that, where we let other women come up and I think we need to do a deep dive into this respectability stuff because what's happening is there's a lot of Black women that are just as flawed as everybody else having a respectability conversation. Like I would expect
Uh-huh.
that from like a Oprah, Candace Owens, or I would expect them to talk like that. But if you a baby mama, a felon, a scammer, got a ratchet dude, why are you talking about respectability politics? Like
Well,
let's
I think too is that you have to be careful because sometimes um, clear people
yes.
will put you up against a black person so that it makes it look like it's not racist,
Mhm.
and so you can't fall for it.
She was
You
a
know,
puppet.
yeah, you could, because like Candace Owens. Sometimes Candace Owens goes after black women, but she would never say that to somebody else.
But see, this is the thing. I don't agree with everything Candace says, but I expect Candace to be that way. Do you get what I'm saying? Like she has a different background than some black women. So what I'm saying when it comes to that elitist conversation and classist conversation, because that is what respectability politics is.
Yeah, but
It's a
I think that these ladies don't believe in a code
I
because
But now
but this
I
uh,
don't know. I don't know too much about Sherry Shepherd's background.
yeah,
Now,
but it's kind of like, but okay,
did she
remember that chick from Clueless, how she kept
uh-huh.
saying, remember the chick from Clueless, how she kept saying there shouldn't be a BET, there shouldn't be a
yeah,
this.
yeah.
Okay, she got people blowing her head up, and then she started firing shots at the black community. And when they got tired of her, what did they do to her?
They dismissed her. But see, I'm
So
not. But
that's why you can't let yourself fall into that category.
but see, that's not my perspective. I'm just saying I expect that from Candace. I'm not saying I agree. I just expect it. You get what I'm saying? I
Yeah, but
don't.
you can't let yourself, like Michael Jackson when he got in trouble. All those clear people that was hanging out with him, what did they do? They quietly disappeared. Macaulay Culkin,
Mm-hmm.
Elizabeth Taylor. You can't let them blow your head up to where you turn your back on your people,
Right,
because if
but see,
something
she
goes
does
wrong,
that. But what I'm saying is this, because I'm saying something different than what you're saying.
hmm
What I'm saying is I expect her to do that, not that I agree with her doing that. It's just that I expect it from her. I don't expect baby mamas and women in the same position as the Sukianas and Sexy Reds to judge them. See, because that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Candace Owens. I'm not talking about Sherry Shepherd. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about those women gang piling women like the Sukianas, the Sexy Reds, and all of those women who they view to be downtrodden, and then dog piling them and saying, these women don't represent us. That is what I'm talking about, the respectability politics. And
But hold
I
on, Woman Spirit. Let me ask you this, because I don't know too much about Sherry Shepherd, and I got cut off by AP when I was talking.
I'm sorry, Faith.
But if Sherry Shepherd is coming at this thing from an angle of I had all these abortions and this wasn't the way to go, and I was abusing my body using abortion as a form of birth control, and this is a cautionary tale. If she's coming from it at that angle, that's different. But if she's like currently still pregnant, getting pregnant, having abortions out the wazoo and all this other stuff, then that's something totally different.
but see,
Just
as an
like,
elder, nope, as an elder, what she should have did instead of saying that woman will never come on my show, what you do is you speak to that woman. You don't even speak about her publicly at all because
Oh,
it's
okay.
gonna bring the sharks. What you do is talk to her like, listen here, young lady, or you bring her on you ask her, hey, can I bring you on my show to be a way to get young people to realize this? And can I do this? And if Sexy Red say no, I ain't want that. I still want to pop, like, and drop it. Okay, pop, lock, and drop it, but you won't be on my show. That's between me and you. But to come out and publicly make a statement when the girl didn't even ask to be on your show,
Maybe
yeah,
what's
that's
she
she
doing
true.
wants
this
her to do
for?
a rap about her, like
Sexy
sometimes people
Red
do
said
stuff.
she never asked to be on her show. She don't know why Sherry Shepherd said that. And then Sherry Shepherd is the same woman that was talking to Country Wayne, talking about some, see, I can match your energy. I can have your babies. Like, come on, lady. Come
Oh, she
on.
said that?
Yes.
Oh no, she ain't got no room to talk about nobody
Exactly.
And this is what I'm saying. The women that see, I would expect, this is what I was trying to say, AP. If Candace Owens came out, even though I would be disagreeable to that as well, I still would expect for somebody like her to be like, Sexy Red can't come on my show. I would expect her to say that, even though I would still challenge it and say, well, listen here, can't, I will still, but like certain people with the respectability politics annoy me. It's like, why do you have them? Like you're the same as the person you're rebuttaling. Like, why are you doing this? That's my problem with it. That's what I was trying to say. That's it.
Hmm.
Okay.
With that being
Mhm.
said, if I may
Mhm.
have a few moments, I refrain specifically from distinguishing myself from other people's experiences for that specific reason, because I'm no better than anybody else, right? And I noticed that there are people, for whatever reason, ego, I don't know, maybe it's their time in history to just, you know, I don't know, promote themselves. I don't know. But there are people that get off on claiming they're better than somebody else, and they make a platform based on that. And I think it is insulting. So I didn't know the term is called respectability politics. That's the term.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I never really was able to
Hold
put a
on, hold on,
name
hold,
to it.
hold on a second. Hold on. Cause I feel as if there's gonna be some foot and asses if y'all talking about my better class of women.
No, that's not what we talking.
Okay, since you
Okay.
want to go there, but I didn't even think about
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Let's go there
Okay, baby.
because okay. So now, is this about my better class of women?
No,
No, I wanted
no.
your opinion. I did. Listen. I wanted
And I
your
don't know
opinion.
what
Yes.
Womansphere had in mind, but that's not what I was thinking. I
I
was listening
wanted
to
your
her.
opinion because of your perspective from the Better Class of Woman series. So I wanted to know, have you graduated from that train of thought or not? And
So
I
you was
wanted to
setting
know.
her up.
No, I wasn't setting her up. She know how. No. Ain't no setup. It's a flat out question. I wanted to know, what is your mindset about this? Because respectability politics to me is a problem when we talk about it from a place of not being in that position as those very same women at one point
It's
in
a
our life.
problem. It's a problem if you're not currently in that position, and if you have not held that position for a number of years, for a period of time. Now, me, I'm a woman that I am in that position. I've held my position for a number of years, so I can talk. Now, someone that's currently talking ratchet and currently doing ratchet things, no, they don't have no business judging nobody.
So do you think because you can talk, you should talk?
Oh, absolutely. Because if you don't open your mouth up and talk about the things that you see that are being done out here that are ratchet and harmful to the youth, then you just as bad as the people that's out here doing it.
So why do
Silence.
you have a problem?
Hold on. Silence is betrayal. And so if you sit up here
Amen to
and
that.
if you sit up here and you see something and you know it's wrong, but you say absolutely nothing about it, then that means that you co-signed it. You co-signed it. It's the same thing that we say when men sit up there on panels and they're with amongst a whole nother group of men talking about having sex with young girls, and the age goes from 17 down to 16, down to 15, down to 14, and none of the other men jump in and say, hey, what you doing? Silence is betrayal. So if you don't have sense enough to speak up, then you are endorsing what is going on. So if you see whoredom going on around you and you don't have sense enough to speak up, then you're endorsing the whoredom.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So if silence is that, why I can't speak about Jesus, about the same reference point?
Because we're talking about religions, and once again, as
No,
AP put
we
it,
ain't talking
hold,
about
hold,
religion.
hold,
We talking about
hold on.
relationships.
We talk. You brought up Jesus. You said, why couldn't you talk about Jesus?
That's
And
my
that's religion.
relationship.
No. I don't care what you try to disguise it as.
No, that's
That
not a
is,
disguise. It
hold
is.
on, hold on. But that is still your belief system. And that is not what the topic is about, your belief system. Now you can,
But your
discuss your,
better class of woman is your belief system.
hold on, but it has nothing to do with religion. When you start talking about Jesus, that is part of a religion. I don't care
But
how
why
much you
is
try
that
to dress
cut
it up.
off from regular belief?
I don't care how much you try to say that it's the same thing or that Jesus is your boyfriend and all this other stuff. I
I didn't
do
say it was
not.
my boyfriend. I said it's a relationship.
Hey, whatever you want to do, however you want to say it, because people come and they try to say the same thing in many different ways, dress it up, and it's still the same thing. That's not what we're talking about. That is
Okay,
a
so
religious belief.
you want to talk about beliefs, but you don't want to include that my beliefs are within Jesus Christ and what he believes. That's the
Right.
beliefs I follow.
No. That's a sensitive, touchy subject. And once again, you have different people that have different religious beliefs. So I try to steer away from that because
But
it
it's people that
dilutes the
believe
subject.
outside of people from
It
your
it
better
it
class of a
dilutes
woman thing.
the subject matter. It dilutes the subject matter.
But it
So
was so many people that
I
came
don't do
against
it.
you with your better class of woman series,
Yeah,
and
and
they.
I expected that, but
So why don't you expect a
it
believer to
had
do the same
nothing to
thing?
do with religion, and I expected that. And so they can go ahead and come against me if they want to. I'm ready for that. But I'm not
But
gonna,
not from a
I'm
believer.
not gonna add. No, I'm not gonna add religion to it. I'm not gonna do it. It's two different things. I'm not gonna convolute the two.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
When it comes to religion, there are people that are willing to die for their belief. When it comes to a better class of woman series, I don't think people are just gonna throw themselves off a cliff just to say I'm a better class of woman. Like, but people will throw themselves off of a cliff to prove that they love Jesus.
Okay,
So I think that's the distinguishment because religion is such a touchy. It,
I
it
think y'all keep saying religion. It's not a religion for me. It's my personal relationship with Christ, so it's not religion.
which is a part of
No, it's not.
religion.
Religion is
it.
the practice. My relationship is spirituality.
Okay, so okay. Is Jesus the umbrella of all? Is Jesus the umbrella to you?
No, to me, it confuses me when people say, "Oh, well, let's talk about this." But when
Is
somebody
Jesus
starts
your
speaking,
umbrella?
let me finish because you was the person who introduced this conversation. I wasn't even you introduced, but I'm gonna just say this. Whenever I start speaking from my belief, then people try to shut it down. But if I'm speaking from a worldly perspective, then they're okay with that. That's giving. Yeah,
I'm
that's giving a lot.
But
That's giving a lot.
respectfully, I respect your belief. Like I said, I don't try to push my belief on nobody, and I encourage other people's
Because
beliefs.
I can
But
only
if
speak
they're
from my belief. I can,
right,
mm,
I don't have a problem with that at all. Woman's for like you said, when you were on the panel a few months ago, I even asked you to lead us in prayer when we were talking about a sensitive subject matter. So I don't, discriminate or try to stifle or none of that type of stuff. But at the same time, if I'm having a particular conversation about a certain topic, and somebody is like bringing in religion, and it's
I
like
didn't bring it in. Mela actually asked me about my faith and everything, which led us to this point.
No, I
I
didn't.
didn't.
I'm not saying you bought it in. However, it got bought in. I had to circle it back around to the topic because it was starting to overtake the actual topic. That's all I'm saying.
As far as
I
I
don't
know,
I
I,
don't
I
have
didn't
nothing to do
first
with
bring up Jesus. As far as I know, I didn't
Yeah, but
first bring up
she's
Jesus.
she's concerned that it's derailing the subject matter that we were discussing in the beginning. And it seemed like the subject matter that we were discussing in the beginning was going off the rails, and Faith is doing the best that she can to reel it back in and to not create another subject because
And that's
she
when
was,
Woman Sphere
yeah,
left. She said,
yeah,
"Well, if we're not gonna talk about Jesus, I'm leaving."
That ain't what I
right,
said.
right,
That's not what I said. That's not
Really,
what I said. What
really.
I said was it's hard for me to have a conversation where I can't take it from a biblical standpoint because that's where I'm at right now in my life. So it's kind of hard for me to have superficial conversations. I'm be honest with you. It's superficial if it don't involve God. It's
okay.
you know what I mean. So
Well,
to
I
have a
recall you saying that if we can't talk about Jesus,
no,
I'm
that's not what
gone.
I said. Faith got my message. I sent her a private message and y'all got it too. So that's not what I said. So what I
Okay.
said was I can't have a conversation if I can't talk about my perspective from a biblical point of view. It makes it
Okay.
hard for me because my mind has been changed. So I don't speak from that place no more. So
Okay.
it's yeah.
Woman Sphere, I do respect you as a content creator, but Faith was wrapping up the show and she's eating. And we were given our last result, our last words, and we were getting ready to get off. So, did you want to give your last words?
Yeah. What I want to say is thank you for letting me up, Faith. And I appreciate the channel and you guys have a nice night.
You
all
have a
right.
great
Thank you
night
for
Yes.
too.
coming.
Stay blessed.
Okay.
All of us. All of us.
Yes. Well, Faith, this was another good one. I know you're eating, and I'm just gonna thank everyone for being gracious with their time and with sharing your thoughts and ideas with us today. And you guys have a pleasant dreams, and we hope to see you again soon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming up. BMT, Woman Sphere, Demetrius Hagashikata, Hustler and Muscular, Miss Mella. Who else did I forget? Anybody? And of course, my co-host, AP from the Bronx. You guys
Yay!
are you're awesome. You're awesome. All of you are awesome. We went from talking about Manosphere, you know, how a lot of these guys run back to the Manosphere every time something happens in their lives that proves that they are beta or zeta male, things that they have actually put forth that they had total control over. Oh, you know, a woman cannot make you you know, put you on child support. You put yourself on child support because you did not look out for your own best interests. Okay. A lot of you guys have failed and not got the woman that you wanted because you didn't want to compete and you didn't want to better yourself. That's your fault, not the woman's fault. A lot of you men are out here broken, and it's because some of you are lazy. Okay, like GMT, he was here earlier. Shout out to Grandmaster Troll. He said you guys are lazy, and it's evident in how you all run to each other, and only you guys in the manosphere, in certain portions of the manosphere, you will only sit up here and stomach listening to other men who are losers complain about how much they are losers and blame it on other people, anybody and everybody but yourselves. You're the only people that can change what's going on in your life. You cannot sit up here and constantly hide behind a woman's skirt and put the onus on that person for something that you yourself have control over. So until a lot of you men grow up, learn how to adult yourselves, learn how to put pull your own coattail and say, hey, you know what? I'm running amok out here. I need to get my life together. I'm in control. I'm the one calling the shots. Until you can learn to do that, you're going to always be on the loser level. And you're always going to be online hollering, oh, I'm red pill. Online talking about something. Yeah, you know what? I should have been Manosphere. But really and truly, what you should have been doing, you should have been growing up. You should have been adulting yourself, taking accountability for your own actions. And then you would have grown into manhood. But because you didn't, you are arrested in your development. And this is the reason why you're losing. And with that, I want to say peace. Thank you for everybody that joined. Thank you to everybody that watched. And I'm out. Holla.